when it comes to all of these concessions, well operations, including the areas that they are operating. And this is based on data that we try to summarize. We see that 20.7%, which is basically the same area as the UK, is under threat right now. So this is becoming very concerning, and the data here that shows it's something that we have to drive the change for this energy transition, because the threat is over there. And this is the data resources that we're using, the data sets from IUCN, but also the coverage on 4 layers that I already mentioned. And basically, we're trying to overlap the data from the 14 layers of IUCN, and then all of those 4 layers of concessions, mining and critical minerals, those permits that been given post 2022, but also prior to that. We're trying to see the extractive assets, forest ecosystem that would pose risks to all of the ecosystem, but also to the forest that in rainforest, but also in temperate forests. And this is a very quick data that projects happening globally, that the threat that is basically happening right now. And this is very useful both for the companies, for investors, but also for people to understand where the forest risk is right now and the key biodiversity area risk. And this is the, basically, if you're investors or companies, you can see based on this is very small, probably you cannot really see it, but based on these data sets and these 14 layers, you can see where in the secondary, primary forest, or which mangrove area or peatland that basically have threat because of the operation of the companies. And this is also like one of the key issues why energy transition becoming our concern at RFN, because the nature balance is very important. But on the other hand, we see that in that picture from Forest Watch Indonesia that basically show what is happening on the ground with the smelters, what's happening with the deforestation, and then how it impacting throughout the landscape. And we know for sure the energy transition needs to happen, have to happen, but this electric vehicles demand right now is also pose threats to the forest and the key biodiversity areas. So from this data, we can take a look at on the right side. It's basically how the nickel demand will increase. But on the other hand, this is the deforestation data that is happening, taken from Auriga. We need to make sure that the data from the deforestation will not go up anymore, because as for now, it's going up, and it's even the deforestation rate already taking over palm oil in Indonesia. Even though now we're looking at Indonesia itself, that the deforestation is going down, but still when it comes to nickel, it's going up and it's increasing. And it will probably go in that direction if we don't make any kind of changes into the supply chain. This is what is happening currently. This is in January 2024. Also a picture from Forest Watch Indonesia, one of our partners. This is in Raja Ampat. If you are a diver, you know exactly Raja Ampat is one of the key biodiversity area. This island is called Manoram. This is what happened when nickel operation happened without really taking into consideration that a vulnerable area such as a small island becoming basically destroyed and the key biodiversity areas under threat. This is another study that we're trying to link when it comes to deforestation, indigenous people into the supply chain of electric vehicles. We launched this also this year during the OECD Critical Minerals event. Basically, we're trying to see whether we're doing benchmarking of 10 automakers and 7 battery manufacturers, but we found out that based from that research, looking at their data sets and looking at their reports, and it's basically shown that there are very significant gaps when it comes to their commitments for deforestation risk policies in place, but also the indigenous people commitments when it comes to free, prior, informed consent. And this is a very big threats when it comes to all the whole supply chain. So I will just trying to wrap up here. Maybe the link is still a very big question, but coming from Indonesia, I would like to highlight a little bit of the NB-SUP that Indonesia already submitted. There are some good news here because the indigenous people and local communities would be able to be the implementer of the biodiversity protection. However, there are still some gaps here, still need improvement when it comes to policy and legal frameworks, but also access of information, transparency, and acknowledgement of practices. But this is a good news for us, at least a very good hope. So maybe this should be linked as well to the NDCs and how is the commitments for the energy transition, but also the participation from indigenous people. And this is already in our included into our midterm plan. However, there is still monitoring and make sure that is being implemented. I will stop here. Thank you so much. If you have any other question, you are more than welcome to connect with me.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, Jasmine Putiri from Rainforest Foundation Norway. I'm sure that this will stir up questions. I forgot to say that we will do the questions after the series of presentations, so please hold up and write them down, and we'll get back to you after the series of presentations. I would now like to invite our next speaker. It's Timur Manurung, chairman of the Auriga Nusantara from Indonesia, who will take us to zoom in further to the very reality level of the mining for energy transition minerals in Indonesia. Please.
Thank you, Conrad. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm Timur Manurung from Auriga Nusantara, a data-driven NGO in Indonesia, and I will emphasize that this presentation will be about the importance of no-go mining zones in Indonesia. That we are now working with IUCN Netherlands and partners in the provincial level. Now we are trying to implement that, pushing those concepts in our Indonesia. And if you look at the nickel mining, nickel production by countries, we will see that only Indonesia actually that anomaly. So it's spiking since 2016, while other producer is quite flat. So it's in discussing nickel, I think we should bring Indonesia to the table. That's the point. And then if we look at the electric car sales, last year China sold 8 million cars, Europe 3 million cars, US 1.6, means 30 million, and Indonesia only sold 17,000. So again, the case is, and this car in Indonesia, is it in Java Island, where the mining site is in the eastern part of the country. Means the problem comes not from the mining sites, but come from the demand. And if you look at the deforestation tracks by nickels in Indonesia, since 2016, actually it's spiking in 2016, but going down afterward. However, we still consider that high in 2017 upward, because actually there was revoking almost half of nickel mining permits led by Anti-Corruption Commission that 2016, and deforestation still high. So then we are about to publish the report that's showing actually it is nickel smelters that causing or drive this. But in this presentation, we will focus on no-go mining zone. And this is the nickel we have a 33.1 million hectares of nickel deposit in the countries, 31,000 kilometers squares, and it's in 9 provinces in the eastern part. Sulawesi to Papua. I can look at it. But it's oh wow, wow. Let me check the number. Sorry. So yeah, it's nickel about 20% already in nickel permit. Oh, what's this? And it's also 80% is natural forest cover. So 80% of the nickel deposit are under in the forest, and and it's also almost 500,000 hectares are in existing conservation area. So they are in the conservation area, and it's also overlap with important bird area, and also overlap with key biodiversity area. And in this case, not all important bird area or key biodiversity area are already in conservation area in Indonesia. So there is huge potential of the biodiversity threatened by this, if all this deposit to be mined. And this is that when we overlay with the species habitats, we found at least 18 species in the IUCN Red List, iconic species, that overlap, that being in jeopardy of this nickel mining. And most of we know Sulawesi is high endemism birds, and birds is the most the bird, primates, and other mammals. So that this is the risk to the species. And then why no go zone? Then this is needed. Yes, we know that mining is there is income, generate income, revenue to the country. But then basically we are saying that not all areas the deposit should be mined. So that we need to have a kind of policies that are protecting some areas of this nickel deposit. And this is the center of this presentation. And in Indonesia case, actually, we just finished a consultation with all provincial stakeholders. So we visit each provinces, we set discussion, and we we saw our analysis that actually existing law of Indonesia in Indonesia already protecting some areas. So we said we do not ask new policy, we do not ask new regulations. We just using the current regulation that already available. So we consolidate that, and we found at least 5 criteria. First, disaster prone area. We have law that protecting disaster prone area. Food production area. We have a specific law that protecting food production area. Third one is biodiversity. We have conservation law. We have forestry law. We have at least 5 laws that tends to protect conservation, and also coastal and small islands. We have specific law that also not allowed small islands to be mined. So actually, again, no need a new law. And IPLC territories. We have a various law that indicating protection of IPLC. Means then what we are doing at the moment is consolidating this and make a map. So our idea is to present that, to file that officially to the new president and new minister in coming weeks, and then put that map in the interactive platform. So our idea, we call that indicative no-go zone map. This indicative no-go zone we plan to be updated every 6 months, because there will be new maps, new data. And then that's the no-go zone. And if you look at what is actually happening in the sites, okay. So this is 6 years after the nickel mining finish, without intervention and no intervention here. And you can see that the water has come to red, Without intervention, no single vegetation coming. So it need huge investment. And these another hilly areas in Sulawesi. Now it's now becoming mining. It was forest, hilly, and yeah, pristine forest. Now turn to this. This is the water in Sulawesi in the dry season area turn to red. So hopefully no Minamata case in Indonesia with this nickel. And this small island, Yasmin already mentioned about Raja Ampat. This is in North Molucca. Again, it was beautiful. It was forest. Now mining sites. And this is a valley in North Molucca, another island, because Molucca is a very small islands. You see that the sedimentation is directly to the sea. So it's also uh, damaging local fishing grounds. Local fishermen cannot fish anymore now in that area. This is one of the biggest smelters in Indonesia in Weda, Singsan, Eramet mine this. It was hilly. Local residents said because it was hilly. Local residents said before they cannot see those area, but now they can see because 9 hill already gone, so they can see hill far away. And this is mangrove that being cut for smelters nickel. And this one is one of the biggest the biggest smelters in Southeast Sulawesi. It was rice paddy area, means food production, means then breaking the law, kind of breaching the law. So it's input production area. And this one in Sulawesi now become now is smelter. That if you look at the January this year, that cases this in this case it is that fatality of workers here. Okay, no, yeah. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Timur. Quite clear pictures about what the nickel mining boom for the energy transition is doing in Indonesia. It leaves very little to the imagination, I can say. But like I said in the beginning, it's a truly global issue. So we now move from Indonesia to Western Africa. And I'd like to invite Daryl Bosu, Deputy Director of Arusha, Ghana, to enlighten us with the mining in Western Africa. Daryl Bosu.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's indeed very traumatizing to see some of the images. And I'm going to bring you development also coming from West Africa. My case is going to be on Ghana and in Guinea. I guess you all know that Guinea is one place in West Africa where there is a lot of bauxite, which is, according to the World Bank, one of the transition minerals that there's actually a boom now to explore. And the presentation, as you can see, I'm going to show you the case in Ghana. This you see here is an attempt by government to go into one of the most diverse, biologically diverse ecosystem we have in Ghana. And this is an existing mine. You don't see it so well, but it's an existing mine of bauxite which has been mined for over 80 years now, and it doesn't seem to be coming to an end. It's still ongoing. So as I get into my presentation, I need to highlight that the boom that we are talking about is actually happening everywhere. According to the World Bank, we are going to see more and more of this mining happening. But unfortunately for Africa, we are going to have about 113% increase in mining, most of which close to or near protected areas. I mean, the challenge with Africa, and particularly West Africa, is that we don't have so much land space. My country is about 230,000 square kilometers, very small, almost every square inch of that land is populated by people. But there are a few forest reserves, and it is in these forest reserves and close to these areas that you find most of these critical minerals. So if you look at this map of the African region, you realize that almost the whole part of of Africa is really a hotspot, and the World Bank indicates that we are going to see more and more mining in some of these areas and close to a lot of these areas. So places like the Atiwa Forest, which I'll be talking about very soon, and also a place like the Nimba Biosphere Reserve in Guinea are all now really the target for mining activities, which is something that we should all be very concerned about. Now, the question is, how is government succeeding in trying to leverage the mineral resources? African governments are taking several strategies, and which some of them, if you don't pay very critical attention, you might not notice. It's very subtle, but it's really happening. And one of the key things they do is trying to make sure that regulations that are existing, that currently protect existing protected areas and national parks, are all either removed or try to water down the effect of the protection. Very recently in Ghana, somewhere in 2022, our government passed the law, LI 2462. And this regulation was specifically about ensuring that key protected biodiversity hotspots in the country, which also had lithium, bauxite, and other resources, were now opened up for mining. This is against Ghana's Forest Development Master Plan, which was actually seeking to ensure that within a period of about 30 years, Ghana will exclude mining from all our forest reserves and all our protected areas. So government, I will say the word nicodemously, pushed in an LI without consultation with civil society, consultation with anybody within the forestry sector, allowing for access to critical hotspots because they identified bauxite, lithium, and manganese in some of these protected areas. Again, within the period of 5 years, we've seen over 400% increase in the issuance of mining leases, particularly for areas where some of these minerals, critical minerals, can be found. And this has never been heard of because, I mean, if you take from 2012 to about 2016, our government issued not more than 100 mining leases. But between a period of 6 years, from 2017 to about 2022, we had our government issuing over 1,000 mining leases because they said, what, there's opportunity and there's a market and there's a boom, so we are going to take advantage of it. Again, all the environmental laws which sought to ensure that people who were undertaking illegal mining activities in areas that were of high biodiversity interest were protected, were all more or less, I would say, not enforced. And even when communities make complaints to some of the state agencies for action, the government would deliberately pretend they have not seen. And then we also saw increasing boosts from private public partnerships where government goes into some agreements with private entities, sometimes with mining companies, without the necessary due diligence at national level or even at parliament. And this allowed for some of these agreements to be signed within the shortest possible time compared to other mining opportunities that Ghana could also explore. And then another biggest challenge we have faced over the years is the fact that whereas in most extractive cases, the government will ensure some due diligence by the implementation of a strategic environmental assessment, when it comes to critical minerals, bauxite exploration or lithium, the government will pretend that there is no need for SIA. And what we have even seen is that environmental impact assessment, specifically for the areas where these mining were supposed to happen, government will forfeit to doing all of these things. And these have been very strategic activities. So they use parliaments, they use the businesses, and they gloss over, lay down due diligence procedures like the strategic environmental assessment and the impact. And this has been, I would say, to a certain extent, very successful because if you look at from less than 100 to over 1,000 mining leases over a period of 6 years, that is quite traumatizing and something that we really need to pay attention to. But all this that is happening, what are the risks to our environment in Ghana and also in Guinea? So I'm showing you this particular forest reserve here. This forest reserve, as you see, it's a small forest reserve, about 230 square kilometers. But that forest reserve there is a source of water for over 5 million Ghanaians. Aside that, that forest alone has got over 100 species listed on the IUCN Red List database. Unfortunately, this is a forest that the government intends to mine because they say what? There is some small bauxite, about 20, less than 20% of Ghana's deposit found in this area. And once you subvert the existing due diligence processes, this is the sort of impact we experience with places as critical as this for water services and for significant biodiversity to be affected by the activities of critical mining. And then I also present to you a case in the coastal regions of Ghana. Along the coast, Ghana has got about 512 kilometer long coastal area. And these areas are hotspot for turtle nesting and all of that. Interestingly, these areas, as you have seen in the blue area boundaries located here, vector here, these are all lithium concessions that have been discovered in this area. And as a result, the coastal relevance of these areas for nesting, for turtles and all of that is no longer relevant. And again, I bring us to Guinea, which is also the habitat for the western chimpanzee, the large stronghold of western chimpanzees. Unfortunately, companies, as I mentioned earlier, there's significant bauxite mining going on in this area. And again, the same strategy as I mentioned, the absence or the use of the due diligence requirement, the strategic environmental assessment is not being adhered to, and as a result, critical habitat for western chimpanzees in Guinea are now at risk of being destroyed. So it tells you that we still have a long way to go, and that means that in looking at the assessing critical minerals, we really need to ensure that there is due diligence in all that we do. And that is why we propose that we look at international safeguards, which are still very, very relevant. The discussion is very much at the international level. We need to bring it down to the domestic level. And then there's also need for some market traceability issues that need to be looked at. Chain of custody issues is very important. When we're looking at fighting government against mining at our forest reserve, we're lucky to have companies like BMW and all the others come in and say, look, we are not going to allow any bauxite coming from critical zones to really contaminate our product. And this is a kind of commitment we need to see aside international standards like EMA and all the others that have potential to ensure that the necessary due diligence are adhered to. I end here and I look forward to more questions from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deribosu. So I think we have now time for some questions from the audience in response to the wonderful presentations that we have seen, both the general introduction by Jasmine Putiri and the two case studies from Timur Manurung and Deribosu from Indonesia and Western Africa. So who can I give the floor for asking questions to one of the speakers? And perhaps I can invite the three speakers to already have a seat on the stage because they will joining us soon for the panel. Any questions at this point or remarks? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roman Bayun from this is Wetland International. And congratulations for your very, very saddening presentations. I'm working with lithium mining in the high Andean wetlands where there are no forests, but you can find the same kind of mechanisms towards extractivism and no care for the environment. So my question is, what are the plans that you have in terms of the consumers' awareness, besides this this great event. But what are the other planning that you have already? Because I see lots of things in common. The landscape is completely different, but and the emissions, people without consulting, everything is the same. So please, if you could give us some light on that.
All right. Thank you very much. I think the point on what consumers can do is very, very critical. And that's why in my presentation I said that when we started working on addressing the bauxite issues in Ghana, for example, we had really companies step up and say, look, we want to make sure that the bauxite that we process and that we use for the production of our cars, that we use for whatever, that it requires aluminium, is not coming from areas that are biodiversity hotspot, or is not coming from landscapes that have issues with social and environmental safeguards. So your point is very, very important. That we need to really intensify awareness amongst the consumers, and that is why I think that partnerships from the north and south is very, very important. I'm from Africa, Ghana, and we are collaborating with partners in the IUCN Netherlands who are engaging at that international front together with other partners to ensure that we are not only dealing with the supply end of the value chain, but also at the consumer end. And these two must go hand in hand, because you cannot take out the supply from the consumer side. So it's very, very critical, and every aspect of engaging that process must be sustained. Thank you.
Maybe one of the key issue why we have this benchmarking is also to inform people that basically who is perform better than the others in order to have a choice. But also like with RFN, we're working with investors because we believe that investors have the power as well to change the companies, to make sure that and push the companies to have better traceability, transparency, accountability. But also like we would like to hear more good intentions when it comes to the supply chain, including having the cutoff date when it comes to deforestation. Because if palm oil can do it, I think any kind of commodity can do it. I know palm oil is not perfect yet, but it could also be an example where nickel can also follow with the transparency, with the traceability and accountability. But also, apart from time bound, we would like to see that there is full disclosure, especially now with EU. We have EU battery regulations, we have EU battery passport, we have the CS-triple-D. I think those are the real policies that are in place, but also we can also push the companies to make sure that they have standards. We have Irma here today that probably can share their experience as well, how it looks like, and also the due diligence, because that would be also important in the supply chain. And I think no-go zone areas is a very important key element in order to prevent all of the biodiversity loss. But as for us, free, prior, informed consent is also an important piece, because there is no way where they can mine and not having the consent from the indigenous people. Otherwise, conflict will always be there. And when it comes to consumers, they can always choose. Do they want to use the EV that have very high conflict, or they can choose which is much better than the other? So I think consumers is very important, but also investors, they are the key actor that can change the supply chain.
Yeah, in terms of nickel, if you look at the nickel, only actually, but it's increasing. Only about 16% the nickel goes to electric vehicle. 75% is for stainless. So we need to also address this stainless, and that's why we also try to discuss with ICMM, etc. And in terms of the market of nickels, 90% of our nickels go to China. And the companies in Indonesia, smelters particularly, also mostly China. So I think awareness in China, that's why now we are, I think the point is bring the China to the table is the key. It's constructive discussion, dialogue, negotiation. That's why now we are Indonesia in NGO consortium in Auriga in Pulp. Now we have a kind of program called China Literacy. How then we understand China more, And we have at least 3 exchange already, Indonesian and China civil society, including academia. So I think this is the bridge that we want to bridge, because we want to pass through. I think in Western market, I think it's there. It's not new, but for China, I think we need to step by step, and let's see. Hopefully, then we will have a positive outcome from China as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We can take one more question here up in the front, I think, and maybe one of the 3 speakers can respond.
Okay, so I will direct my question. Hello, everyone. I'm Gabriela Sarmé. I'm from the Decolonial Center, and I also speak on behalf of the Mining Observatory in Brazil. And we mainly work with communities affected by mining, both in the southeast region in Brazil and also in the Amazon region. So my question goes to Jasmine, because unfortunately I missed your presentation. And I know that Rainforest Norway have been working very closely to communities, and I'd love to hear from you all, but I know we don't have enough time. But in order to secure like good processes of due diligence and oversight of mining operations, I would love to know if you have heard about any self-organized monitoring activities happening on the ground by communities, either to expose the impacts caused by mining, or to help other organizations or even governments to monitor what is happening in order to try to control or even halt the problems that might be caused by these operations. Thank you so much.
I will try to keep it short. But when it comes to communities lead, I think there are a lot of happening already on the ground, whether in Indonesia or in Brazil. I think most rainforest countries have their community all together, group up. But also, like, I know for sure some communities in Indonesia also put legal lawsuit against the company. So I think this is a very good opportunity, which probably exchange learning would be very useful. But also, I know Search Coalition, Coalition of Indigenous People, they just launched their standpoint when it comes to what is free prior informed consent that the indigenous people would like to be implemented on the ground. And they just launched these guidelines, which I think could be a very good, meaningful way how they want to be involved and be on the table of the conversation when it comes to free prior informed consent.
Thank you so much. Well, after this first part of this event, I think it is pretty clear that with business as usual, we risk of speeding up biodiversity loss rather than moving towards the targets. But also, it came up that we are in need of solutions. And I'm happy to announce that the panel will actually focus on solutions that we can pursue, especially when it comes to standard. I would like to invite to the stage 2 of our additional panelists, which we have the honor to have here. First of all, Professor Shreng Yang from Central South University and the Responsible Critical Mineral Initiative. Thank you very much for being here with us today. And Adan Alvarez Castro, Regional Lead Americas and the Caribbean Initiative, Caribbean for the Initiative of Responsible Mining Assurance, IRMA. So thank you also for being with us. Maybe first question to Professor Yang. The initiative, the RCI, has been working on guidelines for biodiversity conservation in the mining industry. Having heard the case studies from Western Africa and in Indonesia we just presented, how do you see these guidelines to be working in progress?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. My name is Chen Yang from Central South University, China. And I'm engaged in teaching, research, and activities conducted by the Center for Biodiversity Conservation in mining, promotion in mining of Central South University is known as CBM, and also providing inputs as a member of experts group supporting biodiversity in mining. led by Responsible Critical Mineral Initiative, is known as RCI. And the RCI is an international cooperation mechanism established by upstream and downstream in the new energy critical mineral supply chain. Then is committed.
Oh,
Okay. To develop a comprehensive governance program for responsible, resilient, sustainable critical mineral supply chain. CB&M is a collaboration platform which Central South University, RCI, WCS, Wildlife Conservation Society, and other partners established jointly to conduct systematic research, technical innovation, educational training, and corporate leadership program regarding to money and biodiversity. The development of guidelines of biodiversity in mining industry is carried out by RCR in collaboration with Central South University, Wildlife Conservation Society, World Resources Institute, Chinese Academy Research of Environmental, China Enfi Engineering Corporation, and other partner organizations as well as industry experts. The guideline applies to enterprises related to mineral supply chain have affected by the that have impacts on biodiversity as well as local communities and other stakeholders affected by such impact. The guideline identify major activities that have impact on biodiversity at different stages of mining development, such as mineral exploration, design, research, production, mining closure, and reclamation. According to biodiversity risks, the guideline proposes 4 types of biodiversity conservation measures in accordance with the framework of biodiversity mitigation hierarchy. Besides, we are planning to provide the tools available for implementation of relevant measures. The RCR's region is building an influential global platform for collaborative governance of critical minerals. Joint action and solution are the keywords of RCR. What we would like to promote is that establishment of biodiversity conservation demonstration based upon the guidelines. Now we are communicating with the members to select projects for established pilot demonstration at the CB&M as a collaboration platform could provide pilot enterprises with biodiversity conservation strategies and technical support throughout the entire process for exploration and mining. To effectively implement biodiversity conservation, companies need a systematic approach and stakeholder communication, including absorbing the insights from indigenous people and local communities is crucial. In order to effectively support disputes resolving and problem solving among multi-stakeholders, RCR developed a mediation and consultation mechanism for mining industry and the mineral value chain. This mechanism encouraged extensive participation of diversified stakeholders, including individuals, communities, upstream and downstream enterprises in the mineral supply chain. Standard owner and assessors, the medium social organization, and the general public. etc. For developing mining companies' pilot demonstration of biodiversity conservation, the mediation and consultation mechanism could play important role of monitoring and encouraging and helping communication between companies and IPLC. That's all the message for this part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Professor Young, for this contribution from CRI. Adon Alvarez Castro, IRMA has developed the Responsible Mining Standards 2.0 already. So can you provide some examples of how this standard, which is high-end, can be implemented in mining operations? And perhaps you can also reflect on the concept of no-go mining zones that we heard about before.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I want to take just a quick moment to thank IUCN for inviting us to be part of this fantastic panel, and for everybody in the audience as well for being here with us today. Just before going into the questions, I just want to take 30 seconds to back up a little bit, because I know not everybody has heard about what IRMA is. IRMA is a voluntary initiative that over a 12-year development period or process that started in 2006 developed a mining standard that aims to cover every indicator that's relevant to mining. The standard is applicable to industrial scale mines at the mine site level and contains over 400 different requirements that, again, seeks to serve various stakeholders, including but not limited to mining impacted communities, NGOs, labor unions, mining companies, purchasing companies, and investors. Just very briefly, in terms of what really stands out about IRMA, is that we are the only global mining standard at the moment with a truly multi-stakeholder governance model that gives equal voice to all the stakeholder groups that I mentioned that we serve. We're also currently the only initiative that publicly notices audits, which gives an opportunity for various stakeholders to participate and organize in order to participate through the audits. We have detailed audit reports that are over 100 pages at the mine site level to provide greater amount of information that is independently verified by third-party auditors. IRMA also manages that system as well of third-party audits against the IRMA standard. And we have a particular chapter not only on biodiversity, but also on free, prior, and informed consent that seeks to reflect the feedback of Indigenous peoples that participate in audits to better understand how the private sector, mining companies, purchasers, and investors as well are able to fulfill free, prior, and informed consent, something that's widely talked about, especially at this COP. The last point I want to make before answering the question is that we're also the only initiative with a diversified financial model. Over 50% of our funding comes directly from foundations that their main purpose is climate justice, which is truly unique and helps build that credibility with stakeholders that are very wary of any initiative that is just funded by the private sector. Now, to finally answer the question here, we're seeking to have the IRMA standard version 2.0 released next year alongside the chain of custody standard that aims to support traceability of the supply chain. And I can't obviously go into great depth about the chapter and every single requirement, but focusing on the part of no-go zones. A key aspect of the revision for this particular chapter, and it's also integrated in the other 26 chapters of the standard, is the integration of Indigenous knowledge systems when it comes to the management of biodiversity. And that is extremely important aspect that it continues to evolve because we've always talked about the demand of minerals, but without having a clear, comprehensive understanding of no-go zones on a community-by-community level, it is very difficult to understand exactly what is feasible. So that aspect of integrating indigenous knowledge systems puts indigenous rights in terms of self-governance at the center of a energy transition. So I'll leave it on there, and I'll pass it on to our moderator, which just disappeared. Yeah.
Apologies for this. So thanks very much, Adan. I'll be very happy to get some reflections from the first speakers to the contribution we just heard. So perhaps, Jasmine, could I invite you to perhaps reflect on Professor Young's contribution?
Yeah, probably. I will try to keep it short. Something that RFN would like really to see, and I think this is very important, is how to make sure every company will be willingly to do beyond the national legislation. Because for Indonesian context, free prior informed consent in mining sector is not mandatory. So we have to be able to kind of push the companies to be able to have beyond the national legislation, to have better standards in order for us to be able to do this energy transition in a just way, but also in order to make sure that we don't hamper the development, but also thriving with nature, make sure that the indigenous people have their rights. And I think there are some practices that can be done here when it comes to working together, companies, indigenous people, local communities, but on the other hand, really try to protect nature. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And could I invite Timur or Daryl to reflect on the IRMA standards?
Yeah, thanks. We welcome the no-go zone initiative, the no-go zone standard, and now I just adding a bit. Now we are setting a series of consultation with stakeholders also in this new standard, including the no-go zone. So I think it is a good one. It's quite, for me, it's quite shocking knowing that mining already tens of years, but no standard. Like in palm oil, we have RSPO. In timber, we have FSG. But now IRMA is kind of new one. So I think we need to move fast on this, because then we need it. Otherwise, then the nature and the local will be then hammered. So I think that's for China. Can I add a bit? Yeah. That's we know that for sure that in China, for example, there is a very good low and air pollution, for example, but then not applicable yet to the companies of China in overseas, because Indonesia, for example, we have a kind of lower standard of air pollution. So I think the point is we welcome this initiative, but also we need to push at least to make the standard of in China also applicable in overseas of the investment. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the IRMA standard is very critical to us. I mean, we come from a region where the domestic laws are not as stringent when it comes to mining. And because they think that there's a boom, everybody wants to take advantage of it. And that's why in my presentation, I highlighted some of the strategy the government takes. They practically set aside existing due diligence regulations and go ahead to grant concessions, sometimes actually telling communities that, look, your interest doesn't matter. So if we have a standard that the companies really respect and adhere to, then that is very, very critical. So I think for us, it is good that we see the standards see wider uptake, so that even before the companies start engaging locally, they are bound by certain international commitment, so that if at the local level the domestic laws are weak, it doesn't pose a problem at all. I think the higher laws will then regulate and ensure that the right thing is done. So I think we welcome the standards, and we want to make sure that there's a wider uptake. Then it can have the impact as is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there, from the audience, are there any questions to one of the panelists at this point? I'd like to give the floor to you. Sir, once more. Yes? Perhaps somebody can provide the microphone.
I can speak up.
Yes, but it's also important that the people in the live stream can follow it well.
Thank you. Sorry to take the floor again. This is a question to Mr. Olivares. Please could you share with us which are the incentives you have for the companies to be part and to comply with all the incentives, I mean to be in IRMA? Because, and I'm sorry to say this, we don't see that happening, at least in our region, in the lithium mining, the lithium triangle. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. A great one for sure, and it builds as well on the comments by the presenters. For us, engagement with mining companies in particular, without a doubt, has been a challenge when you're trying to change the status quo of any voluntary initiative and standards being directly driven by the industry. It definitely is a process that takes some time. Particularly in Chile, we've had 2 audits conducted of both the SQM and the Albemarle projects in the region, 2 of the largest lithium operations in the world, without a doubt. In an area, of course, in terms of biodiversity, that is extremely fragile. So we had an opportunity there to really learn and unpack the various issues related with measuring various aspects of mining impacts, in particular free, prior, and informed consent. So for us, that has been an opportunity, a humbling opportunity to really learn, especially when it comes to auditors and building their capabilities and capacities for truly understanding free, prior, and informed consent, which to date is something that still is something that everybody's trying to figure out. Of course, has not been perfect whatsoever. In terms of uptake, we've had over 100 mining operations and approximately 90 companies that are currently engaged in the IRMA system. Which of course the ambition is to do definitely more operations around the world. And for us, I think we've had the opportunity in these last 6 years to debunk the myth that IRMA is too hard to do for mining companies. Looking at the scores of the audit reports that we've made public to date, if we take a look at the scores, at the best scores from each of one of those operations for 21 out of the 26 chapters, we can clearly see that companies are already complying with at least a score of 90% in 21 of those 26 chapters. So, of course, we understand the ambition from mining companies to do as well as they can. But the reality is that this is a continuous improvement process. We have a series of achievement levels, and we haven't had a single mining operation as measured against the standard that has fully complied with over 400 requirements. But I think what's important, especially with the no-go zones, I'll wrap it up here, is that we're that part of being able to understand on that community by community basis of the no-go zones, mining companies are also able to have a greater understanding of the key variable of certainty. Certainty in terms of being able to understand what projects are actually feasible in order to do. So that again, I think it's a a value that we can provide, not just to mining companies, but again, in terms of de-risking for investors and purchasers as well.
Thank you very much. One more question from the audience, please.
Thank you. Thank you for such an important dialogue. This is a question to Timur and Daryl, if possible. Daryl, you were alluding to some of the shortcuts being taken by governments, and I just wanted to understand a little better what you thought would be strong enough to overcome short-term government and private sector greed, and the ability for this to maybe better itself, and similar to you, Timur, in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So in Ghana, the challenge we're having is that our government thinks that the way to economic development and emancipation is mining, which is very unfortunate. Ghana has for a long time been a country that produces a lot of cocoa. We depend on agriculture for a long time. Now you can't believe that because of mining, accelerated mining, our cocoa production is half its volume as a result of the increase in mining in the country. So for me, as to what can be done to address these issues and also cutting the shortcut, is more looking at how government can have a broader visioning of development rather than just focusing. Our minister has said that Ghana wants to become the mining hub of Africa, which is for us untenable, because if you look at the fact that a lot more Ghanaians are into agriculture and a lot of our water resources are connected to some of the forest reserves where a lot of these critical minerals can be found, we cannot continue with the business as usual. So we need to rather strengthen existing regulations and every law that is not favorable to protecting some of these hotspots or some of these ecosystem provisioning services. We need to strengthen them rather than losing some of these requirements. So for me, I think it's a matter of broader visioning as a country and looking beyond just mining as a way to generating revenue for the state, because there's more to the land than just the minerals that is there. Besides, the minerals are finite. When it's finished, what then are we going to do? So we need to take all of this into consideration so that we do not just focus on mining and do the shortcuts that we are doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing that to answer that is kind of implementing quota. At the moment, it's kind of it's kind of all investment. It's welcome. All smelter development is welcome Indonesia, and we even mining association already worried that once this all, because at the moment we have more 50 more smelters in pipeline. Even now, mining companies worry once this all smelters operate, the nickel already gone. So we need to have a kind of calculation how many years we want this nickel. We have this nickel, and then make the quota based on that. For example, how many per years. Otherwise, then we are worried that economy is collapse because, for example, we have in Weda Island in a small islands in North Molucca. Before it's about 10,000 inhabitants, people. Now it's almost 1 million people there, and this also nickel also now affecting the local fishing ground. It was traditional income from them. Now they cannot fish there. So then once this nickel gone, what happened with this economy? So I think it is not only in the Weda Island, but it's nationally we need that. So then quota is a must for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for the entire panel for this discussion. So please thank them again for this round. And the reason also to pause it here is because we also have the honor of a pre-recorded video message by Olivia Lazar. And Olivia Lazar is a fellow at Carnegie Europe. Her research focuses on geopolitics of climate, the transition, and she has a special focus on conflict and the environment. And some of you may know her from a widely often viewed TED Talk called The Blind Spots of the Energy Transition that was recorded in September 2023. So I'd like to show it takes a little bit over 10 minutes, and we'll come back to you at the end for the closing of this event.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to the IUCN for the chance to speak on this panel with really distinguished speakers, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you in person. My name is Olivier Lazard. I'm a researcher, policy influencer, and a planetary security analyst. I've spent the lion's share of my career in conflict zones over the last decade, and already then, a decade ago, I saw how vital, urgent the energy transition was in response to the climate collapse. If it was already clear to me in the last decade, it is even more so today. We've already crossed the 1.5 degree threshold compared to pre-industrial levels for all intents and purposes. Our world is on an exponential trajectory of catastrophe and geostrategic transformations that none of us really fully comprehend. Needless to say, the energy transition is one of the fundamental keys to a climate-safe future. But here is the thing. The transition itself raises its own risks. One of them is about the mining and the processing of different minerals and metals needed to build a global clean tech infrastructure. Good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to the IUCN for the chance to speak on this panel with really distinguished speakers, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there with you in person. My name is Olivier Lazard. I'm a researcher, policy influencer, and a planetary security analyst. I've spent the lion's share of my career in conflict zones over the last decade, and already then, a decade ago, I saw how vital, urgent the energy transition was in response to the climate collapse. If it was already clear to me in the last decade, it is even more so today. We've already crossed the 1.5 degree threshold compared to pre-industrial levels for all intents and purposes. Our world is on an exponential trajectory of catastrophe and geostrategic transformations that none of us really fully comprehend. Needless to say, the energy transition is one of the fundamental keys to a climate-safe future. But here is the thing. The transition itself raises its own risks. One of them is about the mining and the processing of different minerals and metals needed to build a global clean tech infrastructure. And this is what I'd like to talk to you about today with a little presentation that will sort of give a sense of the stakes, essentially, that we're about to face as a human collective. In order to build the clean tech infrastructure at a global level, we need to decouple our energy system from fossils and to recouple it with mineral resources. That means essentially that we will have to rely over the decades to come over a number of different supply chains, ranging from lithium to cobalt, rare earths, copper, etc., all the various minerals essentially that help us to build solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and electrical grids. And we know that obviously electrical clean tech infrastructure requires a lot more minerals and metals and materials in general and a lot more space than the fossil energy era. This is what the graph on the left-hand side shows, and the right-hand side shows a number of different minerals and metals that we will be needing over the next decades in order to build our climate-safe future. But obviously, the important question to ask is where exactly mines that we will extract metals and minerals from will be located. And this is particularly where we can try and picture essentially the future stakes of security from a planetary and international perspective. Because as it so happens, the most interesting deposits for metals and minerals that I just mentioned are very often located in countries of the global south. Over the last decades, we've exploited a lot of different resources in the likes of the US, Canada, Australia, Russia, China. Those will remain really important countries in the future. But when we look at the number of mines that we need to create, the clean tech infrastructure, if we only listen to the likes of Benchmark Minerals, for example, we need to build about 386 mines over the next decade in order to meet the demand for battery-related minerals. We will see essentially that there is a concentration of deposits and reserves in the likes of Latin American countries, Chile, Argentina, Peru, Bolivia, in African countries. For the moment, we're mostly talking about Southern African countries, but there are lots of geological researches happening in the Central African region and beyond. We also see a lot of interest going in regions such as Central Asia, the Western Balkans, Southeast Asia, particularly for certain resources like nickel. We've heard a lot, and we will keep on hearing a lot in the next decades about Indonesia's role, particularly. And we will be also talking about other places, particularly in the deep seas. What this map shows, which is a map that the International Institute for Sustainable Development developed in 2018, it overlays essentially the various reserves that we are aware of and which are, constantly updated. These are the green dots overlaid on indexes showing fragility and corruption in fragile or conflict-affected countries. What you will see is a fairly neat overlay, essentially, between the geological reserves that we need in order to build the global clean tech infrastructure in fragile and conflict-affected spaces. But that means something quite particular, because as a conflict resolution practitioner, I have observed essentially that predatory behaviors are quite central to the notion of fragility, multidimensional fragility. When there are very important industries, particularly energy-related and extraction-related industries that abound essentially in fragile countries, the economic gains tend to be poorly equally distributed, whilst the costs from an environmental and social perspective tend to be, quite widespread and diffuse. This is one of the key stakes that we will have to face essentially in the race towards a climate-safe future. This is even more important because a lot of the countries that are shown to be red and brown in the background are also, if you look at the map at the bottom of this slide, the most climate vulnerable countries. And this is particularly important because the IPCC tells us essentially that where there is already fragility today, where there is already issues of inequality, of misgovernance, of bad governance, then we have essentially a potential vicious cycle in the making when climate crises hit those countries, because a lot of the burden and the impacts will be borne by communities that tend to be quite that don't tend to have a lot of safety nets available to them, and where they have to cope essentially with a lot of negative coping mechanisms in order to face the impacts of this climate crisis. And we see a lot of these risks, particularly concentrated in the African continent and in the Southeast Asian region of the world. So the more essentially we, wait to address climate justice, the more there is a potential essentially for different types of fragility to feed into each other. And at the same time, the reality is also that mining is extremely resource intensive, depending on the technologies invested into the mine, particularly water intensive. And in some circumstances, mining will happen exactly where certain countries, certain communities encounter water stress and encounter certain types of disasters.
He was wanting to join this panel, but there are several agendas and plenary sessions that he has to attend. So unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He sends his excuses for this. And he was wanting also to share the initiative of the government of Colombia launched yesterday about a global commitment to work towards what we've been talking about, or what I've heard in these sessions. We consider from Colombia that it would be important to eventually have a binding agreement around these issues. We know that there are several traceability mechanisms, but they're not
widespread enough. We know there's lessons to be learned from the African experiences. Right now, we have a gold boom in the Amazon, which is threatening indigenous peoples, their territories, protected areas, and the ecosystems that are part of the Amazon basin, which are not only the rainforest, but also the wetlands, the tepuis, it's the whole biome, basically, and its people. So we would want to invite you to join this global commitment. We consider it has to be wide in terms of it should begin with nations, with countries, but also with organizations, communities, and it will have, of course, a lot of technical issues about what is already going on standards and how they need to be widespread and together to have more transnational work, international work. So we launched it yesterday. We will have a QR, maybe it's already available in Spanish in the webpage of the Ministry of Environment. We're inviting institutions, organizations to join. And eventually for COP30, we would want to have a more robust result. Like, could we have something written that could be presented in COP30, also in the region, in the Amazon region, in Belém do Pará, in Brazil next year? We also have COP29 coming up. So if it could be an opportunity to meet and to continue with this initiative, it would be great. So I'll leave it here. I don't know if there's time for questions or not. We will be around with the team and with the Vice Minister. His agenda is quite tight, but we might seek, like 10, 15 minutes bilateral meetings if possible, or just like corridor meetings if possible. So I remain available if anything is needed. Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And well, I think we applaud the Colombian government and the Vice Minister for his leadership internationally, and looking very much forward to the initiative and it growing and it being supported and the good example being followed by other nations. We have a few more minutes, quite briefly, if there's some questions about what has just been shared, or perhaps to any one of the panelists, one or two at the max, and then unfortunately we'll have to close. Who can I give the floor? Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much for the panel and the very critical issues you're raising. I'm from Mighty Earth in France, so I'm representing my colleagues and I'm speaking on behalf of them, working more on the nickel issues in Asia. So I had a question regarding the price of nickel, because so far the price of nickel is pretty low. It seems to be pretty low, but the production capacity continues to increase. So the question is about the oversupply, and how can we ensure that the extractive industry stays focused on mining responsibly rather than expanding endlessly. And the question is more about what should be the solution. Should it be maybe more through incentives or through regulation? So yeah, it's more a question to any of you working on nickel.
Any of the panelists?
Yeah.
I hear. Is
Thank
anyone? Jasmine, would you like to respond? Or Timur? Yes.
Yeah, I think since if you look at the data, actually the booming of nickel start with the booming of the euphoria of electric vehicle. So I think we should start with that because it's 2016 when the electric vehicle. So when the electric vehicle come to boom, and by that I think the solution is I can say in many layers, including from the market, making sure the market more follow more better standard like IRMA, etc. But also and in local level, in our cases is the government also to set not only about the providing no-go zones, quota, etc., but also post-mining, so restoration or revegetation, it should be there. In our case, in Indonesia case, at the moment, is only mining companies that paying for environmental recovery or kind of reforestation. But we saw in our study that actually because the driver is not the mining but is the demand, means that all supply chains should pay the environmental recovery as well, including smelters, because it is the one that make the exploitation is spiking. So I think we should also kind of push or kind of encourage these supply chain companies along supply chain to pay the environmental recovery. So again, kind of that in Indonesia. Thanks.
I'll be trying super quick. So you already mentioned quota. So I think capping is also important, but also on the other hand, when it comes to regulations at the international level, but also Indonesian level. For example, when it comes to this, you're probably aware of how smelters and nickel have this status of national project priorities. So it means that there are a lot of red carpets when it comes to these projects. I think having the very strong safeguards there, especially the external push from the international market also should be there. So in order for, in my case, how the investors would be able to push Indonesian government, but also having a dialogue, find a solution together to make sure that all the safeguards are followed. Because as for now, with the current status of like this national strategic projects, then it means it's with the red carpet and the easiness that would be catastrophe in the future. So putting regulation would be something that I think important internationally, nationally, but also subnationally.
Thank you very much, Timur and Jasmine. Looking at the audience. No, thanks. So, thanks very much for these leading international experts that have shared today here in Cali this morning at the COP16 their views and their experiences on this, what I called in the beginning, this wicked problem. Coming back to this main challenge, which is to how do we ensure that the absolutely necessary transition towards sustainable energy, a carbon-free energy supply, goes hand in hand with realizing what we're here for in the COP16, which is the targets for the Global Biodiversity Framework, or living in harmony with nature. And we have heard several very important messages here today. First of all, we have no time to lose. It is urgent. We are already seeing that biodiversity loss is speeding up because of the energy transition. And it has been predicted that the demand for these minerals may quadruple going towards 2030. So that's mind-blowing what is coming to us. And then I think this panel makes it very clear two things. First, it is absolutely necessary to have and implement minimum safeguards for responsible mining to safeguard the ecological integrity and the human rights associated with the mining activities. No-go zones are a part of these minimal standards, minimal safeguards that we need to have. Across the entire mining sector, we need these very strong safeguards. If you see this tremendous growth predicted in demand and the damage for a very long time being done at the mining site, we have seen that mining sites do not recover for years and years at all without specific help. And this is not just at the mining site that these standards need to be upheld, but also in the selection of where to mine and where not to mine. So again, coming back to the no-go zones. And it's also throughout the entire value chain crucial to embed and respect the right of indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as the universal right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Luckily, what we have heard also is there are good standards. They are there. They can be implemented. It is available. The solutions are there. It is now up to the mining sector, I would say, and individual mining companies and the sector as a whole, especially also their investors, the institutions that finance them, and the governments, the national governments, to take their responsibility together with civil society and experts in academia, as we have seen here today. And also, I would call upon the sector, having heard the facts merely, is to take these standards that we have heard to, those that are there, the international standards like IRMA, take them very seriously and apply them. They have such broad support by experts and in civil society. So it's a very sensible thing to start implementing and using them. Especially this is true for national government. And I think listening again to the facts and the expertise, it's a complete no-brainer, I would say, very sensible thing to do, to take these safeguards that are there, again, to ensure ecological integrity and the safeguarding of human rights in the national legal and regulatory frameworks and in national policies for development of land. With this, I would like to thank you all for this event. I thank you for participating. Special thanks for our wonderful international experts. Thank you for the Colombian government for sharing this initiative. Thanks to people back at the live stream. I'm sure there will be many more events at the different COPs on this fastly growing issue. Let us take action, let us make us use of the standards, and let's create no-go zones for mining. Thank you very much, and please stick around for some drinks.
Buenos días. Por favor, necesitamos avanzar con el siguiente evento. Quienes se quedan están muy bienvenidos y quienes no se quedan pueden salir. Si no- Buenos días. Buenos días. Les doy una cordial bienvenida a la casa de la IUCN. Hoy tenemos el evento de gobernanza ambiental por la Amazonía, catalizando alianzas público-privadas y financiamiento innovador en el camino hacia la justicia climática. Vamos a empezar con un video, así que les pido vean a las pantallas y seguimos. Gracias.
What if we could make conservation of the Amazon rainforest more financially attractive than exploitation, where protecting nature safeguards our planet and creates economic opportunities? As the world's largest and most diverse tropical rainforest, the Amazon is vital to our global ecosystem. Supporting millions of people and countless species while regulating the Earth's climate, it is truly the lungs of our planet. Yet it faces unprecedented destruction, and awareness and funding have fallen short. How can we value it more alive than any economic alternative? Welcome to One Amazon, where preservation What if we could make conservation of the Amazon rainforest more financially attractive than exploitation, where protecting nature safeguards our planet and creates economic opportunities? As the world's largest and most diverse tropical rainforest, the Amazon is vital to our global ecosystem. Supporting millions of people and countless species while regulating the Earth's climate, it is truly the lungs of our planet. Yet it faces unprecedented destruction, and awareness and funding have fallen short. How can we value it more alive than any economic alternative? Welcome to One Amazon, where preservation meets innovation. Our mission is to incentivize the conservation of the Amazon through a trusted financial regulated nature asset and reinvest proceeds into projects that advance energy transitions, preserve the natural environment, and support indigenous communities and local businesses. Introducing the One Amazon Coin, a secure nature-based asset backed by 1 hectare of Amazon rainforest preservation for each token minted, with a potential issuance of 750 million tokens, the size of the Amazon biome. The One Amazon Coin relies on 2 critical components. Firstly, blockchain technology provides regulatory security and transparency to investors. And secondly, through validated data gathered from a comprehensive Internet of Forest network that monitors the health and biome activity of the Amazon. Made possible by blockchain technologies, the One Amazon Coin is a secure digital real-world asset that is to be regulated by the SEC and backed by multi-decade land contracts. It is globally transactable, fully regulated, and transparent to protect investors and ensure market integrity. Investors in One Amazon Coin hold fungible digital tokens representing a share of our preservation efforts and benefit from token value appreciation and potential dividends from the One Amazon investment vehicle. Datafying nature enables the market to price each token accurately. The One Amazon Internet of Forests will be the first large-scale initiative to deploy an IoT mesh network with remote sensing and federated AI for real-time biodiversity monitoring and precise data-driven conservation. Each hectare will be equipped with multiple sensors, creating a comprehensive mesh network supported by drones and satellites that will monitor environmental conditions. Scientific data from our network is verified by federated artificial intelligence machine learning, then packaged and delivered directly to customers with real-time tiered access, keeping investors informed about the health of the Amazon rainforest and their investments. This unprecedented transparency fosters confidence, trust, and engagement. Insights from our Internet of Forests network will also allow rapid response to unauthorized activities and contribute extensively to global environmental databases for climate modeling and scientific initiatives in preservation and ecology. The roadmap for One Amazon begins in the Chiribikete National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and the largest national park in Colombia. The vehicle aims to lead in for-profit ESG impact investing without the greenwashing and political biases. 85% of the value of the sale of the token remains in the country where the security was originated. These funding initiatives deliver measurable environmental and social benefits, including investments in sustainable infrastructure, forest connectivity, reforestation, and many more. Investors may profit from potential price appreciation of the security digital asset and may receive dividends from the One Amazon investment vehicle that is owned by token holders. Through DAO voting, we empower the community to influence project and initiative selection, ensuring that every decision aligns with shared values and to make meaningful choices that help preserve the planet through financial markets. One Amazon, where profit meets purpose and what if becomes reality.
Muchísimas gracias. Pequeño problema técnico al comienzo, pero ahora quiero dar la bienvenida al embajador Daniel García Peña Jaramillo, embajador de Colombia en Estados Unidos.
Buenos días. Bueno, es un placer estar aquí en este evento. Nos reúne hoy una causa que creo que todos lo tenemos claro, que es la preservación del Amazonas, y después de ver este maravilloso video, pues que ratifica lo que todos sabemos de la importancia que tiene el Amazonas, pero también hoy queremos centrarnos en esos retos que significa esta realidad, esta dura realidad de lo que está sucediendo actualmente en el Amazonas, y por lo tanto invitar a pensar cómo los sectores y los mercados y el ámbito financiero y ambiental pueden ser un factor de transformación, y que cómo podemos asumir la crisis climática entendiendo estos retos. Yo me atrevo, para iniciar esa sesión hoy, plantear 3 aspectos o 3 elementos que creo que pueden ser útiles para animar nuestra discusión. Una primera idea es que la Amazonas la Amazonía la debemos ver como un paradigma de interdependencia global. por mucho que tengamos unas fronteras y unos países, hoy sabemos que efectivamente la Amazonía se debe ver o de redefinir más allá de las naciones, de los sectores, de las comunidades, y que está absolutamente, intrínsecamente ligado al ecosistema. Y por lo tanto esto implica o invita a una visión estratégica coordinada que impulse una diplomacia ambiental robusta en la cual la inversión y cada política y acción que se contemplen en este esfuerzo pues integre un concepto de justicia climática, de desarrollo económico y de soberanía ambiental. Un segundo mensaje es que la innovación financiera, como esto que acabamos de ver en el video, debe estar precisamente al servicio de la resiliencia local y el desarrollo global. Yo creo que aquí es esa combinación de cómo pensamos en los requerimientos del desarrollo a nivel global, pero también partiendo de lo local. Este panel reúne líderes muy diversos, de Goldman Sachs, de One Amazon, que queremos agradecer su participación este día, cuya capacidad para innovar en mecanismos de financiamiento pueden ayudar a redefinir nuestro impacto en la Amazonía. Debemos enfocarnos en cómo la innovación financiera no solamente moviliza capital importante, sino que cómo genera modelos que fortalezcan la resiliencia de las comunidades amazónicas y simultáneamente promuevan el desarrollo sostenible a escala global. Estos ejemplos que nos daban ahora de cómo los recursos se quedan en Colombia, cómo efectivamente se invierte en sentido estricto en la resiliencia local, puede ser un ejemplo. La implementación de instrumentos financieros modernos debe responder a un compromiso profundo de los derechos locales y la sostenibilidad a largo plazo, asegurando que la riqueza natural de la Amazonía impulse oportunidades económicas equitativas y sostenibles. Y un tercer mensaje tiene que ver con las alianzas que se requieren, alianzas estratégicas integrales para lograr una gobernanza ambiental que sea transformadora. Yo creo que eso es parte de lo que tenemos que pensarlo bien, porque efectivamente la manera en la cual asumimos la gobernanza pues permite que estas ideas o estos avances tecnológicos pues se aterricen en procesos reales. El reto climático y ambiental de la Amazonía requiere que estas alianzas se contemplen de manera integral, que se puedan trabajar rompiendo las barreras nacionales y sectoriales, que además se basan en la inclusión, en la equidad y la sostenibilidad como el centro de nuestras decisiones. En eso Colombia, pues nos sentimos muy orgullosos de estar liderando estos debates y juntos con otros aliados estratégicos han avanzado en construir mecanismos, ecosistemas de colaboración que busca proyectar un modelo de justicia climática para el mundo. Pensamos lo que se puede hacer, empezando a hacer en Chiribiquete, que eso entiendo, es de ayer o antier, que se instalaron estas antenas, pues está apenas iniciando, puede ser y debe ser un modelo que pueda servirles a otros en el mundo. Y por lo tanto pensamos que cómo se debe coordinar estas acciones juntando autoridades públicas, sector privado, comunidades, académicos, científicos. Es decir, aquí nadie tiene la solución, expertos en asuntos financieros, elementos que tienen que conversar, dialogar entre sí, porque efectivamente solamente en ese diálogo multidimensional que toma en cuenta los diferentes elementos y las diferentes personas, los stakeholders, los que están de alguna manera tienen que ver con esto, pues es fundamental y nos anima que este día de hoy, el panel que tenemos frente a nosotros nos pueda ayudar a avanzar en esa dirección. En conclusión, la tarea es inmensa, pero es posible. Y yo creo que es un mensaje que tenemos que también repetir muchas veces porque es con razón, y lo siento uno con los jóvenes, mi hija siempre me dice, el planeta que le entregamos a la nueva generación, eso ya está acabado, eso es apocalipsis, ¿no? Y efectivamente, el tiempo corre y las dimensiones de la tragedia que estamos viendo en la Amazonía y con el clima, pues llevan a que se entienda esa desesperación. Pero el mensaje que queremos que se pueda profundizar es como si es posible, como si tenemos herramientas, elementos que nos toca pensar distinto, nos toca salir de los esquemas actuales para imaginarnos herramientas nuevas, pero que sí es posible cambiar y introducir elementos distintos de enfrentar la situación. Yo lo que estamos viendo en este panel, lo invitamos a que lo veamos como una oportunidad para seguir mirando el cambio real, para ser parte de una transición hacia un futuro donde la prosperidad y la sostenibilidad convivan en armonía. Y que por lo tanto esta conversación marque, ojalá, un antes y después, no solamente lo que vamos a hablar aquí en este panel, sino esta maravillosa y espléndida reunión de países, de mentes, de ideas que ha significado esta maravillosa COP16, que sea realmente un antes y después en nuestra misión compartida para un planeta más justo y resiliente. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, embajador. Vamos a empezar con el panel, entonces voy a solicitar a nuestro director regional para la oficina de UICN América del Sur que nos acompañe. Gracias. Y le voy a pasar el micrófono para que pueda hacer.
Muchas gracias, Iván. Buenos días y muchas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy, sabiendo cómo está la COP y bueno, introduciendo el tema, sabiendo del costo de oportunidad que existe. Si están aquí no pueden estar escuchando otras cosas. Apreciamos que hayan escogido esta, ¿no? Y que la discusión que vamos a tener acá con un panel realmente de lujo cubra las expectativas que traen ustedes a esta discusión. Hace unas 3 semanas atrás me tocó estar acompañando al doctor Carlos Nobre, que es un sabio de los temas de la Amazonía. Él hizo una exposición en el evento anual que organiza la Red de Empresarios por el Desarrollo Sostenible en Perú, que es de donde yo soy. Y él hizo una exposición y claro, mostró todos los puntos de no retorno, y cuando terminó la discusión se me acercaron varias personas y me decían, pero el doctor es bien pesimista, ¿no? Y yo le decía, no, lo que pasa es que maneja mucha información, es un científico que sabe a ciencia cierta cuáles son todos los riesgos a los cuales estamos expuestos, ¿no? O sea, hablando sobre la Amazonía. Pero el cierre de él era positivo en términos de decir, sí, hay muchos riesgos, hay muchas cosas que están pasando en el ámbito amazónico que necesitamos cambiar. Pero, y lo que decía él era precisamente que hay mucho espacio para la participación de nuevas ideas, de ideas innovadoras, de alianzas entre el sector privado y el sector público, del rol de los pueblos indígenas asociados con empresas, o sea, de intervenciones nuevas, con mayor costo de transacción, por supuesto, porque implican poner de acuerdo a diferentes mentes y diferentes fines, pero que en definitiva había una posibilidad real. Y los miembros de este panel nos van a hablar sobre esas posibilidades reales, esas posibilidades concretas. Invito a Laura Sabogal, asesora senior de políticas para las finanzas para el desarrollo de 3G, a que nos acompañe, a Rodrigo Veloso, CEO de One Amazon. Hemos visto ya un video sobre el trabajo excelente que hacen. A Andrés Felipe Rodríguez, director de exportaciones a Estados Unidos de ProColombia, al general César Parra, ex general del ejército colombiano y ministro consejero en la Embajada de Colombia en los Estados Unidos, y a Jaime Andrés Niño, vicepresidente de América Latina de AECOM, que no sé, no. Ok, perfecto, sí se excusó. Y Wilmer, claro, que era nuestro ponente, pero ahora se ha convertido en panelista también, ¿no? Muchísimas gracias. La idea de este panel, como lo había conversado, es tener una discusión sobre modelos. ¿Cuáles son los modelos respecto, o sea, con los cuales vamos a responder al reto que tenemos delante, como les comentaba? O sea, frente a este panorama tan complicado y la preocupación que nos puede traer alguien como el doctor Nobre, ¿cómo respondemos? ¿Cómo cambiamos la forma, digamos, de hacer negocios o de involucrarnos con la Amazonía, con un foco particular en la Amazonía? ¿Y cómo lo hacemos además con ideas innovadoras, con ideas que permitan superar tal vez algunas cosas muy bien intencionadas, como la normatividad de la Unión Europea de cadenas productivas libres de deforestación, pero que, o sea, muy bien intencionada, pero ¿cuáles son las consecuencias reales que va a traer en el campo? ¿Cuáles son las consecuencias reales que va a traer este mensaje o esta decisión de decir la forma en que se ha producido café o se ha producido cacao históricamente ya no está permitida? Entonces tenemos que cambiar. ¿Cómo va a responder el sector público? ¿Cómo va a responder el sector privado a esos nuevos retos en concreto? Y vamos a empezar con algunas preguntas orientadoras. ¿Qué mecanismos innovadores están siendo más efectivos a partir de la experiencia de ustedes en la movilización de capital para proyectos de conservación y restauración ambiental en la Amazonía? Rodrigo, por favor.
Mil gracias, es un placer enorme estar aquí con ustedes. Me gustaría primeramente decir gracias al gobierno colombiano por el liderazgo en esta maravillosa COP16. Si me permiten, me gustaría de decir un poco sobre el vídeo de One Amazon que ustedes han venido y por qué estamos haciendo este proyecto. Aproximadamente 25 años atrás, yo tenía una empresa de cocos. Éramos verticalmente integrados y teníamos la más grande producción de cocos del mundo en Indonesia y Filipinas. Entonces me quedé casi 10 años en el sudeste asiático. Y durante este tiempo en el sudeste asiático, yo miré, infortunadamente, la destrucción de la segunda más grande selva del mundo, en partes de Malasia e Indonesia. Y esto ocurrió porque había una demanda enorme de aceite de palma. Y la selva ya era protegida por las leyes. Pero la demanda económica de este aceite ha hecho un desastre enorme. Campesinos estavam ilegalmente cortando a madeira, vendendo a madeira ilegalmente e depois plantando palma. E isto ocorreu em uma velocidade enorme. Então, quando depois de anos, nós vendemos esta empresa para PepsiCo, e pensamos a pensar como podemos ter a selva com mais valor que qualquer outra atividade econômica. Então, em partes da Amazônia, as madeireiras ilegais pagam menos de $1 por árvore. Como isto é possível? Em partes de Brasil, temos plantações ilegais de soja enormes para cattle feeding. Como pode esta soja ter mais valor que a selva? Então, em termos de inovação, é um momento incrível, pois agora com tecnologia de blockchain e também com esta nova categoria de assets, que se chama Security Digital Assets, então podemos valorar a Amazônia mais viva que qualquer outra atividade econômica. E só para terminar, uma coisa que estamos fazendo é quando hacemos la venta de este activo, 85% se queda en los países de origen de este activo. De esses 85, 70 para hacer inversiones en proyectos sostenibles. Pues nosotros sabemos que también que para tenermos sustentabilidad en la Amazonía es extremadamente importante que los humanos que viven en la Amazonía, nosotros que vivimos en la Amazonía, tienen acceso a empleos sostenibles. Gracias, señor.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Wilmer, a ver, Rodrigo ha introducido un poco el tema, ¿no? Siempre ha habido como una discusión, a la Amazonía no llegan suficientes recursos. Y eso no es cierto. Han llegado un montón de recursos, pero tal vez no para hacer las cosas o para hacer las cosas con quien hay que hacerlas. Y tú desde el Fondo de Colombia en Paz trabajas, digamos, con la base social que hay detrás del sostenimiento, de la conservación de la Amazonía o de otros ecosistemas, comunidades locales, organizaciones indígenas, pueblos afroamericanos. ¿Cómo hacemos para que esta oportunidad del reflector puesto sobre la Amazonía, del reflector puesto teniendo la COP aquí en Colombia, en Sudamérica, se pueda aprovechar?
Gabriel, muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos y todas. A nuestro embajador Daniel García, muchas gracias por este espacio. Para nosotros es muy importante, para el Fondo Colombia en Paz. Y antes de contestar, quisiera un poco de contexto. El Fondo Colombia en Paz es el vehículo más importante administrativo y financiero para la implementación del acuerdo de paz y todos sus retos. El primer reto y más importante es la reforma rural integral, que implica en cierta medida y en gran medida en los territorios que en Colombia llamamos municipios PEDED y municipios SOMAC, quiere decir los municipios más afectados por el conflicto, pero paradójicamente también los municipios con mayor potencial de protección de la biodiversidad y de la naturaleza, en los cuales tenemos acción. Este fondo lleva 8 años, ha recibido más o menos 8.5 billones de pesos colombianos, eso en dólares son más o menos 2.100 millones de dólares, de los cuales el 40% ha sido el enorme esfuerzo de el gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro. Esa es la introducción, ese es el fondo y el enorme reto que tenemos, está adscrito a presidencia y como lo ha dicho el presidente, la gran apuesta de nuestro gobierno tiene que ser la protección de la vida y ahí empieza pues nuestro trabajo. Por supuesto pareciera muchos recursos y ya entró Gabriel a contestar la pregunta, pero cuando uno va a territorio pues se da cuenta que no son suficientes y no son muchos como uno desearía. Entonces lo que hemos hecho como gobierno es intentar que las comunidades primero se den las discusiones que hace 30 años no se daban. Por ejemplo, en el Caquetá, y abro con este ejemplo. No sé si han escuchado de un pez que se llama el pirarucú. Varios han escuchado, para quienes no les cuento. Es un pez amazónico que llega a medir más o menos 3 metros, que, digamos, cuando las comunidades lo usan, es parecido al salmón, para que la gente que se haga una idea, no tiene muchas, de hecho no tiene ni lengua, la lengua es un hueso. Y ellos no tienen alas, su única ala es la cola, pero es ancestral y en las comunidades amazónicas este pescado, el pirarucú, se ha convertido en su alternativa económica en reemplazo de la coca y la deforestación. Eso lo hemos logrado en este gobierno como un ejemplo de transformación económica en el territorio, protegiendo y salvando la Amazonía. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos? Que la Amazonía se convierta no en un escenario para deforestar, sino que con sus mismas potencialidades permita a las comunidades un desarrollo económico en sus territorios. Muchas de las ocasiones que han pasado en Colombia de deforestación, de coca y demás, es porque no hay oportunidades o no hay transformación económica. Casi siempre es la única posibilidad la coca. El gran esfuerzo y la gran apuesta que tenemos como gobierno es intentar, Gabriel, que la transformación del territorio se dé desde sus potencialidades y que la gente misma sea la responsable de cuidar y conservar su biomasa o su ecosistema estratégico. Y ese, como muchos ejemplos, esos recursos, Gabriel, y termino, han sido escasos, por supuesto, y por eso el gran llamado de Colombia precisamente en esta COP. Tenemos que ser capaces como humanidad de inyectar los recursos pertinentes para salvar, no la Amazonía, es salvar la vida. Y muchos hemos visto lo que pasó nomás, un ejemplo reciente, ayer en Valencia, España. Ese es solo un ejemplo de que si uno quiere revisar el tiempo humano con el tiempo del planeta, estamos a milisegundos de tomar las decisiones pertinentes para salvar. Por eso desde el gobierno, nuestra acción más importante es entender que son las comunidades el centro de la protección de la Amazonía.
Muchísimas gracias, Wilmer. Y, o sea, sin duda, este esfuerzo por generar una nueva forma de acercarnos hacia la Amazonía, hacia los territorios, requiere esta integración de las poblaciones locales como actores principales, no como beneficiarios, como socios activos en los procesos de respuesta. A ver, ahora de este lado, Andrés Felipe, ¿qué lecciones pueden extraerse de la integración de tecnologías avanzadas como el monitoreo ambiental remoto en el financiamiento de esta nueva oleada o nueva generación de proyectos de conservación, de uso sostenible, de restauración?
Bueno, de nuevo, un saludo para todos y muchas gracias por haberse tomado el tiempo. Aprovecho para saludar a mis colegas de la embajada, al doctor Oscar, de nuevo hacer un reconocimiento público al embajador Daniel García Peña por permitir que este espacio sea posible, porque es una iniciativa que lo que busca es de una u otra manera imprimir parte del contenido de la relación bilateral de Colombia en Estados Unidos en el marco de la COP16 en función de la contribución a la gestión del conocimiento para la conservación de la Amazonía, como a todos mis colegas del panel. Hay 3 puntos claves. El primero es que estamos en un momento de la digitalización de la economía. La economía tiene rubros y esos rubros se dividen por colores. Tenemos la economía naranja, tenemos la economía verde, tenemos la economía violeta. Y en función de la economía verde hay unos desafíos que se están replanteando y uno es la digitalización y la trazabilidad precisamente para cumplir con los estándares, como lo mencionabas tú ahora, del Pacto Verde de la Unión Europea. Y eso tiene que ver con el monitoreo, tiene que ver con plataformas digitales, tiene que ver con la certificación de unas buenas prácticas para el desarrollo rural y agrícola, y mecanismos, por ejemplo, como el de One Amazon alrededor de la transferencia tecnológica le va a permitir a territorios que han tenido una brecha de conectividad, de acceso a la tecnología, de manera mucho más rápida ir cerrando la brecha e ir cumpliendo estándares para poder generar y penetrar y tener acceso al mercado. ProColombia es una agencia que tiene 3 ejes estratégicos: la inversión extranjera directa, el turismo y las exportaciones. Y lo que ha permitido la presidenta Carmen Caballero desde el área de las exportaciones en la oficina de los Estados Unidos es: hay que adoptar y hay que integrar toda la industria 4.0 con el sector de agroalimentos, fusionarlo, combinarlo, buscar modelos de intercompany y eso generarlo a través de atracción de inversión y mejorar y agregar valor agregado en la exportación. Activos digitales como el que permite One Amazon para la conservación, donde cada hectárea conservada se convierte en un activo de digitalización fuera de los mecanismos de deuda pública y que donde permite la mayor participación de las comunidades alrededor de la rentabilidad. Eso sí es una economía de bienestar con valor compartido. Y vemos, y lo quiero decir, yo creo que el acuerdo de paz y las apuestas y los esfuerzos de paz sustentadas en paz con la naturaleza, en búsqueda de una economía verde, en una economía basada en la digitalización de la dimensión de la conservación, va a permitir que Colombia sí pueda emerger como un país que pueda liderar la cadena de suministro de alimentos para las Américas, apropiándose de estas nuevas tecnologías.
Muchísimas gracias. Vemos, o sea, el rol fundamental que tiene el poder poner a disposición todo este desarrollo, ¿no?, tecnológico reciente que existe. Un desarrollo que permite en alguna medida, digamos, algún nivel de desmaterialización de las economías y el nivel de impacto que se históricamente, o sea, reducir el nivel de impacto que históricamente se generaba en el territorio y los recursos naturales. Laura, ¿cómo pueden las alianzas público-privadas acelerar la implementación de proyectos que integren desarrollo económico y conservación ambiental, incluyendo un componente necesarísimo de justicia ambiental, ¿no? Como se dice, no dejar a nadie atrás?
Muchísimas gracias. Y de nuevo, muchas gracias por la oportunidad de estar acá, al embajador García Peña, al equipo de la embajada, para una discusión que es absolutamente fundamental, en la que ha sido llamada la COP de la biodiversidad más grande en la historia. Esto es absolutamente crucial porque yo trabajo en el ámbito de finanzas climáticas y naturaleza, pero la discusión en financiamiento climático va mucho más avanzada que el de la naturaleza. Y eso lo vemos ahorita también en las negociaciones, ¿no? Vemos que hay una brecha de financiación de aproximadamente 700 billones de dólares anuales de aquí hasta el 2030. Y en el contexto de las negociaciones estamos hablando de volúmenes de 25 billones anuales. Entonces tenemos una brecha absolutamente enorme. Entonces ahí la pregunta viene, ¿cómo podemos lograr esas alianzas? ¿Qué rol tienen esas alianzas? La realidad es que no hay suficiente plata pública en el mundo para poder abordar esta crisis. No la hay. Además de eso, los gobiernos a nivel global están enfrentando el rezago de la pandemia, están enfrentando la crisis económica, la crisis de energía, la crisis de alimentos y muchas otras complejidades. Los mercados se han estado contrayendo. Ha sido un panorama económico global muy difícil, que además también demanda que los gobiernos puedan apostarle y puedan hacer la inversión social necesaria. Tenemos también una crisis de deuda que el gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro ha estado liderando en todos los espacios, elevando la importancia de crear un espacio fiscal necesario para que los países puedan tanto invertir en su desarrollo sostenible como también en el planeta. Entonces, eso es un poquito el contexto en el que nos ubicamos. Ahora la pregunta de las alianzas público-privadas. De nuevo, bajo el liderazgo del gobierno del presidente Gustavo Petro, del canciller, de la Cancillería, del embajador, en lo que se llama la diplomacia de la vida, se ha hecho un proceso muy importante, y lo digo como un ejemplo, de crear un portafolio de proyectos de la transición socioecológica. Es un portafolio que esencialmente traduce la visión de Colombia, que se ha comprometido a descarbonizarse, que se ha comprometido a proteger su naturaleza, y que con el apoyo de mecanismos como el Fondo para la Vida, como el Fondo para la Paz y tantas otras estructuras financieras, está precisamente desplegando y diseminando proyectos en el territorio, como nos comentaba Wilmer, en un formato que redefine cómo se dan esas alianzas que ya son de socios, ¿no?, con las comunidades. También se ha hecho un trabajo muy importante trayendo, bajo el liderazgo de la directora Laura Sarabia en el DAPRE, trayendo al sector privado, es decir, a los grandes empresarios del país, involucrándolos en este proceso y esencialmente dando ese espacio para que se pueda co-crear esos proyectos donde, como decimos, se entra en una sociedad, un acuerdo para poder lograr ese impacto en el territorio. Entonces, yo creo que eso es lo más fundamental. Esta crisis, como lo decía el embajador García Peña, es tan imponente, es tan importante y es tan urgente en términos de tiempo, que realmente se necesitan todas estas alianzas, y no solamente con el sector privado, con el sector científico, con los científicos, con sociedad civil, con las comunidades. Realmente es un enfoque que tiene que abarcar toda la sociedad y toda la economía.
Muchísimas gracias, Laura. Y ahora, al general Parra. La seguridad es una condición habilitante absolutamente indispensable para poder mover un modelo, crear un nuevo modelo de vinculación con la Amazonía. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando lleguen muchos de estos proyectos van a encontrar que ya hay algunos ocupantes haciendo negocios en la Amazonía y no son del equipo de los buenos, muchos de ellos, ¿no? Entonces, cuál es el rol, y es súper importante tener sentado aquí el general, porque normalmente no estaría él en un espacio como este, ¿no? O sea, cómo integrar la lógica de seguridad y la lógica en el sentido de generar las condiciones necesarias para que estos modelos innovadores nuevos tengan éxito.
Bueno, gracias, Gabriel. Un saludo para todos, a las personas que nos ven en las redes sociales, a mis compañeros de la embajada y a todos los colombianos. Es importante la pregunta y la inquietud que tenemos en este momento escuchando a mis compañeros, pero hay que centrarnos en el Plan Nacional de Desarrollo. En el Plan Nacional de Desarrollo hay un enfoque importante y ahí están las variables que se tienen en cuenta para recomponer el territorio. Ahí están las variables de la criminalidad, de todo lo que sucede con los delitos ambientales, de las dinámicas sociales. Cuando yo les hablo de las dinámicas sociales, les hablo de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, donde tenemos pobreza, donde se requiere la salud, pero también les hablo de los objetivos propuestos en Montreal 2030, las 23 metas. Todo esto hace que se integre un esquema importante con una estrategia Estado-comunidad. Y ahí, partiendo de esa estrategia, nos permite integrar a todos los actores en este territorio, porque no podemos estar dispersos. Nadie puede estar por un solo lado. Lo que ha hecho el señor presidente es alinear los esfuerzos, incluir la fuerza pública con sus capacidades instaladas, pero entender qué es el desarrollo humano y cómo podemos trascender fronteras, entendiendo el respeto por los derechos humanos, que hay que respetar a la persona. En ese sentido, la fuerza pública se integra a un aspecto multidimensional, de conocer todas las dinámicas. Y la fuerza pública juega un papel importante en la alineación de la gobernanza colaborativa, Gabriel. La gobernanza colaborativa nos permite a los estados que lleguen allí donde no puede llegar totalmente el gobierno nacional a apostarle a los territorios, a entender que hay que construir carreteras, que hay que construir vías, que hay que generar gobernanza ambiental y neutralizar la gobernanza criminal que hay en los territorios. Y allí la capacidad de la fuerza pública es esa, es integrar en este plan con todos los actores, es generar una línea estratégica, todos en beneficio de buscar el bienestar social de las personas, como dice la Constitución Nacional. Y como también hay que tener en cuenta lo que decía Kofi Annan, la seguridad de la mano con el desarrollo y el desarrollo con la seguridad. Por eso, esta actividad que se da ahí en la COP, un reconocimiento para todas las personas que han hecho tan importante este evento, lleva un eje importante de capacidad de la fuerza pública. La capacidad para estar en los territorios, para ser gestores ambientales, para permitir que llegue la cooperación y esa gobernanza colaborativa tenga objetivos claros, como sucedió en el Caquetá, donde la fuerza pública permite que llegue países como Portugal, Reino Unido, Alemania, Noruega, y allí es el desarrollo. Es lo que requiere el país, es pasar de la ilegalidad a la legalidad en esa transición que esperan todos los colombianos y que esperamos que nuestra gente pueda cada vez ser mejor. Así que esa relación es muy importante para en la Amazonía entender también la capacidad del resto de países de la Amazonía. Y aquí hay una articulación importante, o sea que la fuerza pública integrada va a cumplir los objetivos y los retos que nos deja esta COP16 y la alineación estratégica que nos va a permitir realmente evaluar el próximo año cómo vamos en el cumplimiento de las metas.
Muchísimas gracias, general. O sea, haciendo totalmente claro la necesidad de tener, digamos, este entorno, ¿no? O estas variables lo más controladas posibles en términos de poder generar que haya un espacio real, ¿no? Y con un potencial real de aprovechar estas potencialidades que hay en la Amazonía. De regreso contigo, Wilmer. Suena totalmente lógico que uno busque ver, bueno, cómo se integran las comunidades locales en estos procesos de desarrollo. Pero eso tiene un costo complicado. O sea, hay que lidiar con temas de interculturalidad, con temas de idiosincrasia compleja. Las organizaciones indígenas, por ejemplo, los pueblos indígenas tienen estos instrumentos de gestión, son los planes de vida, por ejemplo, ¿no? ¿Cómo conecta eso con, digamos, con la planificación más formal, con los instrumentos más formales que vienen, digamos, de organizaciones del Estado, y cómo, o sea, cómo se sobrepasa ese ruido que puede generarse y finalmente se construye, digamos, la bisagra entre esas visiones distintas del mundo para poder aprovechar las oportunidades.
Muy importante, Gabriel, la pregunta. Creo que ha sido el reto más importante y quizás de todas las comunidades y poblaciones en el mundo, si se quiere. Pero el caso de Colombia, todos saben, pues Colombia, sobre todo en los departamentos amazónicos, tiene una gran carga de comunidades indígenas y étnicas que valoran por sobre todo ni siquiera la tierra, sino la vida. Y en ese sentido, la entrada al territorio la hemos planificado de dos formas y ha sido un poco lo que nos ha dado resultados. Y perdónenme, insisto, de hablar con ejemplos territoriales, porque creo que es la mejor manera. Estamos desarrollando, por ejemplo, en el Caquetá. Caquetá es un departamento donde empieza la Amazonía. Allá ellos dicen Caquetá, puerta de oro de la Amazonía colombiana, donde el oro es verde. Entonces, de entrada ellos reconocen que su principal activo no es algo material. Su principal activo es la naturaleza. Ahí la entrada al territorio, ¿cómo la hicimos? Entonces, varias comunidades, su principal flagelo no era tanto la droga, sino tener una posibilidad económica diferente. Lo único que existía era la posibilidad, pues, de sembrar coca, porque era lo único que vendían, básicamente. Nuestra entrada a territorio, Gabriel, se dio de una manera diferente. No era llegar y decirle, comunidad, deje de sembrar coca y siembre esto. O comunidad, le vamos a hacer esta vía para que transite la ambulancia. Al contrario de eso, hicimos lo que llamamos nosotros las economías populares, y es la gente misma desde su territorio, con su ancestralidad, diciendo qué proyectos beneficiaban no solo a la tierra, sino a su economía familiar propia. Así nacieron proyectos de cacao, café, pero fuimos más allá, Gabriel. Entonces, la infraestructura. Actualmente, como gobierno, estamos desarrollando proyectos de infraestructura que la comunidad ejecuta directamente. Lo que nosotros hemos denominado la transición de los recursos directos del Estado a las comunidades para que sean parte integral de la transformación del territorio. Y lo maravilloso de esto, ¿qué es, Gabriel? No es la placahuella que nosotros conocemos o la vía pavimentada como nosotras las conocemos. Ellos las desarrollan y ejecutan permitiendo que la biodiversidad y la naturaleza de sus territorios se siga conservando y ellos mismos la cuidan. Creo que ese ha sido el avance, Gabriel, más importante, es poner en el centro de la solución a la misma población centro del conflicto, y es ese pues nuestro camino. Ha sido un proceso difícil porque pues ustedes saben un poco, ellos están entre el choque de la institucionalidad queriendo llegar, pero la ilegalidad también presionando para que no se acepte la institucionalidad. Y ese ha sido el centro de la solución. Sin embargo, hay mucho camino por recorrer, sobre todo más hacia abajo del Caquetá. Puedo hablarles de Baupés, no tanto la Amazonas, ya centrada en la Amazonas, sino la periferia del Amazonas, el Bichada, el mismo Meta, si se quiere, Nariño por el otro lado, pero ha sido la estrategia del gobierno y ha dado pues resultados que uno puede mostrar. Por ejemplo, hace 2 años ninguna comunidad ejecutaba proyectos. Hoy tenemos más de 3.000 proyectos de Colombia Sostenible, de Paisana, de infraestructura desarrollados por las mismas comunidades, y que ahora ellos no hablan de la protección del ser humano, sino de la protección de la vida misma.
Muchísimas gracias, Wilmer. O sea, volviendo a la idea de que la conservación tiene que estar centrada en las personas. Finalmente, o sea, la conservación que va a durar en el tiempo, la conservación que va a tener resultados, es aquella que considera cuál es el beneficio que las personas reciben por hacer el esfuerzo especial que hacen por conservar, por usar sosteniblemente, por restaurar los ecosistemas y sus servicios asociados. A ver, voy a preguntarles, ¿les podemos hacer preguntas difíciles e ingratas al panel? ¿Sí? Bueno, les voy a hacer a Rodrigo y a Laura una pregunta compleja. A ver, este año hemos tenido una situación complicada respecto a los mercados de carbono. ¿no? La situación con Berra, la situación con South Pole y todo este tema acerca del desarrollo de los mercados de servicios ecosistémicos, particularmente mercados de carbono. ¿Cuáles son las lecciones aprendidas buenas y malas para que no nos pase lo mismo en este nuevo esfuerzo? Ahora estamos hablando de créditos de biodiversidad, o sea, de todo el potencial que existe para atraer financiamiento grande del sector privado. Laura comentaba que el nivel de desarrollo en la discusión y la presencia del sector privado en la discusión de cambio climático es mucho más madura y mucho más grande, pero también tiene un nivel de exposición mucho más grande. Por favor.
Gabriel, esa es una pregunta bien difícil. A ver, el tema de la realidad del asunto es que por la necesidad financiera tan grande que tenemos, se deben evaluar diferentes soluciones. Entonces, digamos, el financiamiento climático de biodiversidad va a ser compuesto de un abanico de posibilidades. Entre esas está, obviamente, los mercados de carbono. Para aquellos que no saben, para dar un poquito de contexto, han habido algunos problemas porque estos mercados de carbono, esencialmente, empresas pueden comprar unos créditos y esos créditos, digamos, certifican que es un proyecto específico. Bajo ese proyecto ha conservado una cierta cantidad de territorio y, consecuentemente, eso ha llevado a una reducción o un proceso de mitigación. Entonces, esos mercados de carbono están anclados en el precio de la tonelada de dióxido de carbono que es capturado. Eso es más o menos la idea. En principio, lo que ha pasado, también para tener un poco de contexto, es que uno obviamente tiene que hacer una comparación, ¿no?, en el proyecto. Entonces, si uno empieza con un proyecto y uno dice, porque ese crédito certifica que efectivamente, debido a que ese proyecto se llevó a cabo y que, bueno, que se financió, hubo esa reducción en la emisión de gases de dióxido de carbono, pues uno tiene que tener una línea de base. Entonces uno tiene que poder decir, empezamos en A y fuimos en B, y la diferencia, ese delta, pues es lo que se logró. Entonces es un poquito el contexto. La idea, obviamente, suena muy bien, como les decía, pero es un tema muy complejo, y uno de el escándalo que tuvimos fue que en algunas empresas que se dedican a esto, la línea de base, digamos, no estaba muy clara. Entonces, es lo que se llama, hay un riesgo de greenwashing. Es decir, de que una empresa diga, soy carbono neutral, bueno, todas mis emisiones las compenso, y acá están mis créditos. Pero si esos créditos, al final de cuentas, no se traducen en una mitigación real en el territorio, no estamos haciendo nada. Y eso es, digamos, el contexto. Mi opinión personal, y hablo acá en título personal, los mercados de carbono no son nuevos. De hecho, es una pena porque acaba de entrar una persona que se llama Margarita Cabrera, de Miga del Banco Mundial, con la que tuve esta discusión hace 2 semanas en Washington, y Margarita me decía, nosotros llevamos en la misma discusión 20 años, son muchos recursos que se han gastado. Bajo la Convención de Cambio Climático de la ONU tenemos la negociación del artículo 6, que precisamente habla de los mercados de carbono, y las personas que siguen esa negociación, de verdad, mis condolencias, porque es demasiado difícil. Ahora, eso no significa que no valga la pena, pero para lograr que esto valga la pena, uno tiene que tener unas salvaguardas muy específicas. Se tiene que hacer un análisis de nuevo, de la línea de base, de qué es el ex post, el ex ante, y tiene que realmente ir de la mano con el gobierno. El gobierno nacional tiene que tener esa presencia y poder, digamos, contrastar esos datos. Ahí también lo que decía de pronto el general, que bueno, no es las fuerzas públicas, pero son las entidades del Estado. Por ejemplo, en Colombia tenemos el Instituto Agustín Codazzi, absolutamente fundamental. ¿Cuáles son los inventarios de carbono? ¿Qué es lo que está? Y si tenemos realmente todos esos datos, y tenemos diferentes fuentes de esos datos, y podemos asegurar que las salvaguardias se están siendo respetadas, vale la pena. Pero si no, la verdad es un riesgo que, además de ser muy costoso en tiempo y recursos, de mucha gente que está invirtiendo mucho tiempo en esto, puede llevar a una sensación de que estamos haciendo algo, cuando no lo estamos haciendo. Y tenemos que luchar contra eso porque no tenemos tiempo.
Gracias, yo concordo plenamente. Y me gustaría acrescentar algunas cosas y si me perdona me voy a decir en inglés. It's fascinating and almost unacceptable that the carbon credit coming from the Amazon rainforest trades exponentially at a lower value than, say, for instance, a German carbon credit coming from a solar farm. It's absolutely unacceptable. And what we believe that the challenge that we have is lack of data. And one of the key components of One Amazon is to datify nature itself. And by datifying nature, we are going to be able to have the true value of what the Amazon rainforest represents planetarily speaking. The Amazon is not only generating value in Colombia, in Brazil, in all the 8 Amazonian countries plus the French territory. It's generating a massive planetary value. But currently, the way we look at it, it is the most undervalued asset in the world. So by having data, transparency, traceability, we are going to be able to allow the market to value this incredible, most important biome. There are studies showing that if the Amazon ceased to exist overnight, the world economy would immediately collapse. The clock is ticking, as Wilmer mentioned. And as a note of optimism, I wanted to say we have what it takes. It is not a lack of financial resources. It is not a lack of technology. We turn on the TV and we see space exploration and these incredible rockets coming back to the Earth. We have LiDAR, we have blockchain, we have so many disruptive technologies that are at our disposal. And we fundamentally believe that also extremely important is the responsibility of the individuals. It's not only government, it's not only private companies, but the ability of the individuals to vote with their wallets, choosing the best products, choosing the best leaders, the best politicians to help to solve this equation. And just going back to carbon, I do believe that it's a beautiful mechanism, has its flaws, and with datification of nature, that's something that we believe would contribute to the solution. Perdón de responder en inglés.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo, porque además, o sea, nos traes el tema de la importancia de la información, de la investigación. Laura lo mencionaba también al mencionar el Instituto Agustín Codazzi. Y no nos faltan a nosotros centros de excelencia que producen datos y que producen investigación de punta. El INPE en Brasil, el Humboldt aquí, el SINCHI con mandato específico en la Amazonía, toda la fuerza de investigación que lamentablemente está siendo cuestionada por el gobierno actual en Argentina, ¿no? Donde ha habido una inversión histórica gigante en términos de la generación de investigación de punta. No nos falta, ¿no? O sea, somos países, los de Sudamérica, de renta media, con una capacidad de poner al servicio de nuestros países y del mundo un montón de información muy útil. Claro, hay que cambiar el chip, hay que ver, bueno, cómo los institutos de investigación conversan y ponen a disposición información, o sea, cambian algunas veces algunas culturas no, la información es poder, entonces no la suelto así tan fácilmente, ¿no? O sea, cómo se hace eso más accesible y cómo eso, o sea, cómo a partir de tener esa información se construyen iniciativas innovadoras. Ahora, aquí a este lado, para ver otra capa de este tema. Las embajadas. ¿Qué rol deben tener las embajadas en este nuevo escenario? ¿Y qué es lo que tienen que aprender nuevos las embajadas para poder vender este nuevo producto? Las embajadas y los promotores de comercio internacional en nuestros países, bueno, saben de cacao, de café, de hacer pitches sobre infraestructura, pero ¿cómo presentan esto para atraer a esos inversores nuevos que tenemos, ¿no? Andrés y el general también, por favor.
Gracias por la pregunta. Yo creo que Colombia, me atrevería a decir, puedo ser, digamos, osado al decirlo, pero lo hemos notado, mi colega y yo, el general, desarrollando juntos sinergias, combinando portafolios, aproximando y creando espacios, bajo el liderazgo del embajador Daniel García Peña y por supuesto también con algunas orientaciones que en algún momento nos dio el actual canciller. Y quiero resaltarlo, Colombia tiene en Estados Unidos un militar hablando de conservación, hablando de seguridad multidimensional e interactuando con todos los actores científicos, desde la diplomacia científica, la diplomacia pública y la diplomacia financiera, desde una perspectiva de un marco más global. ¿A qué tiene que ver esto? ¿O a qué punto voy? Que en el ámbito de la diplomacia el mundo está cambiando, los lenguajes están cambiando, la manera en la que se están interpretando, entendiendo, comprendiendo y acordando los intereses de los estados está cambiando también, así como el mercado presiona, el mercado de capitales, el mercado financiero, el mercado de seguros, sobre en un momento donde hay un sobreendeudamiento público y donde se necesita refinanciación, surgen entonces conceptos como la diplomacia verde en este caso para resolver la concurrencia de coyunturas alrededor del conflicto sobre el agua, la tierra, la energía. Y hay una paradoja, en este caso hay un cambio de paradigma más bien. Hablábamos primero de mitigación, ahora se habla de regeneración. Y entonces la mitigación tenía que ver con acciones de inversión de impacto y de reducción de riesgos para el mantenimiento de esos ecosistemas. Y ahora los mercados están presionando para que todos hablemos de economía regenerativa, agricultura regenerativa, que el solo hecho de hablar de regeneración ya habla de una trazabilidad y de un proceso desde que se incuba. ¿Y eso qué está permitiendo? Integración de economías, integración de tecnologías, integración de conocimiento, integración hemisférico, para responder desde soluciones locales a desafíos globales. Y eso ha llevado a que actores y sectores que nunca antes se habían encontrado en una esfera muy científica y académica se encuentren hoy dando respuestas, impactando y generando misiones, como lo ha llamado el presidente, misiones. Y voy a poner un caso en particular, el Pacífico. Y voy a mencionar algo en particular, el municipio de Andagoya. Hace aproximadamente un año, el general me corregirá, yo no sé si nos estamos excediendo, hubo una misión donde hubo una concurrencia alrededor de una apuesta de acciones integrales del Estado en función de un desarrollo multidimensional, teniendo como la base la gobernanza con la comunidad, atrayendo actores de la cooperación internacional, actores del sistema financiero, de la banca privada, de la banca pública, embajadas, y ahí estuvieron, por ejemplo, delegados de la Embajada de Noruega, estuvieron delegados de la Embajada de Estados Unidos, estuvimos nosotros haciendo presencia en la Embajada de Colombia en Washington DC, con una gran cantidad de diversidad de universidades, generando respuestas a sobrediagnósticos, porque eso es otra cosa, el país está sobrediagnosticado. Así como estamos hablando, como Laura lo aclaraba hoy, donde tenemos una discusión que hace 20 años se está dando, porque hasta ahora, digamos, esos intereses y esa presencia de esas élites globales permiten una reforma, una modernización y una democratización del mismo sistema para poder llevar a crear unas nuevas economías, sustentadas en ¿qué? En unos desafíos globales. Entonces las embajadas tienen hoy un rol fundamental porque se están convirtiendo en la primera línea de defensa de los intereses soberanos, en este caso sobre el agua, sobre el aire, sobre la tierra y sobre los bosques. Y ahí ya hay una nueva lógica de entendimiento. Y ahí es donde Colombia, sobre la lógica de su riqueza y su biodiversidad, tiene la posibilidad de reposicionarse en la región, en las Américas, sobre unos desafíos, por ejemplo, de unas cadenas resilientes. Entonces yo la verdad digo que las embajadas tienen un papel hoy fundamental de ganar, de conquistar terreno, de abrir espacio y de generar procesos de interconexión multisectorial.
So One Amazon is an American-based company, and one of the main reasons that we are here today in Colombia is due to this world-class team that the Colombian embassy in the United States has. Since the very first moment that we started interacting with the embassy, not only we felt extremely welcomed, but we literally, it's contagious, the enthusiasm and how the entire team is able to help the private sector to come and invest in Colombia. I just wanted to acknowledge one of the main reasons that we are here today. It's due to the incredible work that the embassy does with the private sector. So Colombia is open for business, and I invited everyone to reach out to the embassy because you're going to be incredibly well received.
Bueno, mi compañero Andrés Felipe pues ha sido muy claro en lo que ha dicho, pero yo quisiera contarles qué veo yo de las embajadas en esa transición de ser un general del ejército y pasar a integrar la diplomacia como diplomático en la embajada de Colombia en Estados Unidos. Considero que las embajadas vienen cumpliendo un papel muy importante, pero hay que entender realmente cómo las embajadas generan la diplomacia subnacional, o sea, cómo se llega a los territorios. Y ahí creo que Andrés fue claro, yo complemento como inicialmente con nuestro canciller en la actualidad, Luis Gilberto Murillo, y de la mano con ahora con nuestro embajador Daniel García, el enfoque ha sido integrar la cooperación, cómo podemos en esa relación bilateral, en este caso con Estados Unidos, entenderla, qué capacidad tiene Estados Unidos desde la parte pública, privada, pero cómo se lleva al territorio. Y eso es la diplomacia subnacional que ha generado victorias tempranas, que es lo que necesita la población. Son las victorias tempranas que necesita articulado de un enfoque multidimensional. Entender, por ejemplo, cómo en los últimos meses el diálogo de paz que hace nuestro embajador, el diálogo con las comunidades indígenas, con todo tipo de... Eso permite generar confianza. Las delegaciones que van de los departamentos que van a Estados Unidos tienen ese apoyo y ese respaldo, porque allí se genera esa relación entre las comunidades directamente y se facilita el apoyo. Aquí tenemos también al doctor Oscar Gamboa, que ha liderado ese aspecto, pero sí, en este momento la diplomacia subnacional, entendida desde la línea estratégica de la diplomacia con aquellos países, es muy importante. Y se han logrado, y por eso estar aquí, esas entidades de cooperación, las embajadas han jugado un papel importante, porque es entender en ese rol cómo recompongo el territorio con el apoyo de país. La relación Estados Unidos-Colombia permite que USAID tenga proyectos en el territorio. O sea, aquí no hay ningún tipo de política, que es azul, rojo, no. Es el tejido social en una recomposición social del territorio que permite entender que no se necesita política, sino es la diplomacia subnacional realmente apoyando a las comunidades. Eso es lo que genera. Y allí las embajadas, no solo las de Estados Unidos, cumplen un papel muy importante. Muy importante. Finalizo diciendo que la diplomacia subnacional cada vez es más fuerte. La línea estratégica que maneja la Embajada de Colombia en este momento es eso, es de puertas abiertas, es de entender a todos nuestros colombianos allá en Estados Unidos y también cómo se les ayuda en esta problemática de la migración, en todo lo que sucede. Creo que es un trabajo importante de las embajadas, que está alineada en la diplomacia subnacional, en estos programas como el tema de la generación de gobernanza ambiental, de cómo se genera también la gobernanza en las regiones, y esto facilita todo la articulación del Estado.
Muchísimas gracias, general. En vista del tiempo les voy a hacer una pregunta para todos, una sola. El 21 de octubre arrancó la COP aquí. Y de aquí nos vamos a Belén. Tenemos 13 meses, porque la COP de Belén va a arrancar el 21 de noviembre. 13 meses en los cuales la región de América Latina y en particular de Sudamérica va a estar bajo el reflector. A eso hay que añadir que el día de ayer finalmente se le dio el beneplácito al doctor Martín von Hildebrand y la OTCA tiene, después de muchos tiempo, de muchos meses de estar ahí, digamos, on hold, un nuevo secretario ejecutivo. Con lo cual, o sea, este escenario positivo que marca la organización de la COP aquí, seguida de una COP de cambio climático en Brasil, por primera vez en el ámbito amazónico, genera, digamos, un escenario positivo. Digamos, en términos surfísticos, una buena ola. Pero para aprovechar la buena ola se necesita buenos surfistas que sepan cómo aprovechar el impulso que va a venir. ¿Cómo hacemos eso? La pregunta para los 5.
Yo, bueno, ok. Creo que es el enorme reto que tenemos y un poco lo han dicho todas las delegaciones en medio de muchos de los espacios que hemos compartido. Yo creo que el punto de partida, y estoy seguro aquí lo hemos entendido, las comunidades en los territorios no solo lo han entendido, sino ya lo están haciendo, es entender que hay que actuar ya, no podemos seguir esperando. La Amazonía no puede seguir esperando, las ciudades no pueden seguir esperando, la humanidad no puede seguir esperando. Y creo que si partimos de esa conciencia colectiva, eso nos permitirá tomar las acciones concretas. Por eso yo pues quiero un poco agradecer que esté aquí One Amazon, con quien seguramente iremos a trabajar profundamente, los esfuerzos que ha hecho el DAPRE, ha hecho el presidente, todos los embajadores, los equipos, los gobiernos comprometidos que entienden la necesidad de actuar ya. Y creo que es desde donde debemos arrancar. ¿Cuál es nuestra tarea desde nuestros propios escenarios? Es seguir insistiendo en la necesidad de juntarnos por la vida. Y no importa si nuestro trabajo es como el del fondo en la Amazonía o como el del embajador en Estados Unidos. No importa nuestra ubicación geográfica, sino el entender que está en riesgo la vida misma, y ese debe ser nuestro punto de partida. Ahora, ¿qué creo yo? Y ya esto es también muy a título personal, es muy importante, digamos, la presión sana, y digo presión sana es entender que los mercados y lo privado tiene mucho que decir y aportar a la solución del problema en el que estamos, pero también los gobiernos, y sobre todo los gobiernos más poderosos del mundo también, pues ellos tienen mucho que decir, y pues que, digamos, no lo han dicho de alguna manera con lo que necesita la Amazonía y la naturaleza, y es los recursos, y recursos de toda índole.
Yo voy a complementar un poquito y también contextualizando otro punto importante. El 2024 y 2025 son 2 años muy especiales porque hay una serie de eventos internacionales que marcan hitos claves para ver qué tan lejos hemos llegado. En el 2000 vamos a tener la COP30, obviamente, Brasil, acá presente también en el panel. Brasil está finalizando su presidencia del G20, que ha hecho, la verdad, un trabajo fantástico. El próximo año también Brasil va a sostener la presidencia de los BRICS, además de la presidencia de la COP. Colombia ha liderado y está liderando la COP de Biodiversidad más grande del mundo. Bajo el liderazgo de la ministra Susana Muhammad y la ministra Marina Silva se han posicionado una perspectiva muy diferente de cómo abordamos la crisis climática y la relación con la naturaleza, porque hasta este momento hemos abordado estas discusiones separadas, y a pesar de que no las podemos mezclar, porque eso tiene riesgos también, hay que reconocer que son crisis paralelas y que se refuerzan una a la otra. Entonces, eso es algo que cuando abordemos tanto la crisis de naturaleza tenemos que considerar perspectivas climáticas y viceversa, pero además el próximo año también vamos a tener la conferencia de la ONU de financiamiento para el desarrollo que marca los 10 años desde que se lanzaron los objetivos para el desarrollo, que abarcan mucho más que temas de naturaleza, también miran temas sociales, económicos. Entonces, y también son 10 años, el último hito del Acuerdo de París. Entonces realmente estamos en un momento clave de cara al 2030 para decir, ok, ¿a dónde vamos? ¿Cómo vamos? ¿En qué vamos a lograr? ¿Qué nos falta hacer? Colombia y Brasil son países que bajo el liderazgo del presidente Petro y el presidente Lula, como decía Wilmer, han cambiado el discurso en escenarios internacionales. Escuchamos ayer el presidente Petro, ya no es el mismo orden mundial en que los países de pronto en vías de desarrollo ya no posicionan, digamos, su liderazgo, ni demandan, porque también como estamos hablando acá, el Amazonas lo tenemos nosotros y los demás países en el bioma amazónico, pero es un ecosistema estratégico para el mundo. Como lo decían acá, que en los modelos que se hacen, si el Amazonas dejara de existir, esto no es solamente un problema para nosotros, es un problema para todo el mundo. Entonces acá tenemos que ser muy claros y decir, en la reforma de la arquitectura financiera global hay que también entender que eso no es gratis y que nosotros también necesitamos inversión, prosperidad social en nuestros territorios, porque no puede ser que, digamos, a costas de ellos se brinde un ecosistema que no se ha evaluado, que es un poco el proceso que están haciendo también desde One Amazon. Entonces, ese es el contexto político de cara a lo que se puede lograr. Brasil y Colombia no solamente han posicionado un discurso en escenarios internacionales, sino que ambos países están desarrollando su portafolio de proyectos para la transición socioecológica con componentes de naturaleza y de cambio climático. Bajo el ministro Haddad, que se llama el Plan de la Transición Socioecológica y el Country Platform, la plataforma de país que fue lanzada la semana pasada en Washington. Colombia está haciendo exactamente el mismo proceso, ha desarrollado el portafolio que yo mencioné y de ahí se están derivando unas plataformas sectoriales donde Colombia y Brasil definen cuáles sus prioridades, cómo eso le va a brindar prosperidad a sus territorios y con base en eso vienen inversionistas, vienen donantes bilaterales, multilaterales para apoyar la materialización de esa visión que es del país y que es soberana. Y ahí vuelvo a recalcar lo que decía Andrés Felipe, el rol tan fundamental que juegan las embajadas, porque ellos son embajadores y el embajador García Peña acá ha estado liderando estos esfuerzos de cara a presentar esa visión. Entonces creo que, para resumir, perdón que me explayé un poco, es importante no solamente el posicionamiento de los discursos, que es absoluta, y de la narrativa, pero es también muy importante apoyar la ambición de países como Colombia y como Brasil, que están liderando esa discusión en escenarios y sobre todo aprovechar que para nuestra región son 2 años claves para elevar esta agenda.
Gracias. Todo el mundo está prestando atención en el sur global ahora. COP16 aquí en Colombia, ahora Brasil tiene la presidencia de G20, logo depois temos os eventos del BRICS e depois a COP30. O senhor Wilmer mencionou uma coisa que para mim foi incrível, que o mais grande ativo do incrível departamento de Caquetá é a natureza. E que me gostaria de em la COP30 é que o mundo, os indivíduos e os inversionistas, que colocamos valor para este incrível ativo que é a natureza.
Gracias. Gracias, Rodrigo. Por favor.
Hay una frase que yo quiero, que tiene 2 verbos, lo voy a cambiar, pero que hay que repetirlo. Alianzas público-populares y alianzas privado-comunitarias. Se necesitan. La lógica de la responsabilidad social empresarial está cambiando, está mutando desde la acción de la contribución a una lógica de asociación, encontrando en las comunidades socios de desarrollo. Y uno ve a grandes pensadores diciendo que a 50 años la gran mayoría de la población emergente va a tener una tendencia a ser autoempleada, derivado del acceso a la inteligencia artificial y la digitalización. Y si uno ve en términos por hectárea y cuántas personas se necesitan, digamos que hay una nueva frontera que permite el desarrollo de un nuevo workforce utilizando la economía digital de la conservación y haciendo nuevos acuerdos. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Diplomáticamente, producir más conversaciones como estas. El Fondo Colombia en Paz aquí representa territorio, implementación. Entonces usted en Wilmer ve implementación. En la obra encuentra la gestión del conocimiento, la ciencia, los datos y la interacción con los mercados de acuerdo a las necesidades de un desarrollo de unas dinámicas sociales para la implementación. En One Amazon, ¿qué encuentra? El desarrollo de unos nuevos activos que pueden generar unos flujos de capital a mayor velocidad, que pueden generar un valor compartido y nuevos estándares sobre la construcción de un nuevo marco de regulación en modelos de gobernanza para la priorización y la inversión. Situación que, por ejemplo, hay que ser honestos, la banca privada y comercial tiene que modernizarse para entender estas nuevas lógicas y generar mecanismos de financiación y de inversión. De este lado, encontramos entonces cómo la fuerza pública, en este caso los veteranos, el batallón de ingenieros, las fuerzas militares, que hacen puentes, hacen vías férreas, ahora acompañando a las comunidades en esta lógica del entendimiento financiero, del entendimiento técnico y de la implementación del proyecto para garantizar condiciones de orden público en el territorio. Y nosotros como agencia de promoción, que podríamos estar, yo no debería estar aquí, porque yo debería estar en un panel hablando de la balanza comercial, de índices de reciprocidad comercial del Tratado de Libre Comercio y cuáles son los desafíos de la diplomacia sanitaria y fitosanitaria para ayudarle a Wilmer a que sus productores exporten hacia Estados Unidos. Pero la lógica de hoy como agencia es entender esa multidimensionalidad para provocar en un mismo escenario desde la diplomacia comercial, desde la diplomacia verde, desde la diplomacia financiera y desde la diplomacia para la paz, acciones concretas para la implementación de estos acuerdos de la COP16.
Bueno, yo resumo en dos aspectos. Primero, ¿qué retos nos quedan? ¿Qué nos queda de esta COP16? Primero, indudablemente hay que reconocer el esfuerzo de Naciones Unidas y de Colombia, de nuestro presidente, nuestro canciller, la ministra de Medio Ambiente y los embajadores, todos los que tuvieron que ver en esto. Segundo, lógicamente hay retos importantes. Aquí hay compromisos que requieren, aquí estuvieron los alcaldes, los gobernadores, las organizaciones sociales, estuvieron todos o estuvimos todos acá. Cada uno en su nivel tiene que articular sus esfuerzos y entender cómo debe replantear sus planes para que realmente en los territorios se pueda llevar a cabo ese bienestar social para ayudarle a la gente a que pase, especialmente en esas áreas de conflicto, de lo ilegal a lo legal. O sea, hay valores importantes que quedan. Nombrar a Martín como el secretario de la OCA del tema es muy importante, porque él va a integrar los países de la Amazonía, va a permitir que allí se pueda generar cooperación y se hable como un todo con estos países de la Amazonía. Estratégicamente importante que ayer haya sido nombrado él y va a estar liderando esta importante entidad con todos los países, que es lo que necesitábamos. Segundo, esos retos de la integración de la cooperación colaborativa, no dispersa, es integrarla por donde realmente se requiere. O sea que los resultados de los resultados en la próxima cumbre de biodiversidad, pues vamos a mirar cómo todos, porque todos han contribuido a cumplir los objetivos de Montreal, las 23 metas, pero también cómo hemos avanzado en los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Esto tiene que ayudarnos a que se disminuya la pobreza, a que se reduzca la deforestación, a que haya gobernanza ambiental en los territorios y lógicamente una importante capacidad de la fuerza pública de neutralizar las amenazas que persisten contra la población. Eso no puede pasar. Entonces, es una integración de actores y esos retos se van a ver evaluados realmente en todos tenemos que ver en esto, y allí creo que esta cumbre ha dejado, yo creo que la más importante, porque se hizo con presencia de todos aquí, y los compromisos institucionales, gubernamentales de los países, los acuerdos, los vamos a ver en un año, diría yo, que van a ser resultados importantes. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, general. Muchas gracias a todos y a todas por su presencia aquí. Como habrán visto, una región megadiversa como la Amazonía requiere atender una diversidad casi tan grande de temas y de capas que están vinculadas. El rol del sector privado, el rol de las comunidades locales y cómo éstas están integradas a través de la política pública, ¿no? en estos procesos de aprovechamiento de las oportunidades. El rol de los generadores de la información básica, que es la que permite diseñar estos modelos, estos negocios potenciales. El rol de las embajadas, ¿no? Renovado o ayornado en términos de cómo entender estas nuevas oportunidades de atracción de inversiones, cómo construimos una mirada conjunta a nivel de cuenca, a nivel de espacio amazónico que genere un beneficio para todos en general. Y como ven, el reto es grande, ¿no? Hay mucho que hacer, pero también hemos visto que esta es una región que no necesita, es una región capaz. Es una región con los conocimientos, con la capacidad de movilización de recursos, con un acervo, con el acervo necesario como para entrar en negocios complejos, en negocios sofisticados como los que nos plantea Rodrigo o lo que vimos en el video. O sea, estamos listos. Es simplemente ver cómo alineamos a todos los que tienen que estar alineados en esta mirada, en esta visión conjunta, y podemos avanzar. Y permítanme robarles un minuto para felicitar a Colombia. A mí hace 10 años me tocó ser parte del equipo que organizó la COP de Perú de cambio climático, la COP20. Nosotros lo anunciamos con 2 años de anticipación y en el camino estuvimos 5 o 6 veces a tirar la toalla y decir no, esto no puede ser. Cuando Colombia anunció el año pasado que iba a hacerse esto, yo dije, están locos, están realmente locos. O sea, con un año por delante, ¿qué cosa saldrá? Y salió la COP más grande de diversidad biológica que tenemos hasta ahora, pero la más vibrante además. Haber estado el sábado caminando en la calle en Cali y ver a toda la ciudad movilizada en la zona verde, o sea, eso ya ya genera el éxito de la COP. Por más, o sea, no importa lo que salga de la negociación. El hecho de que la gente se haya apropiado de la COP y haya dicho, bueno, o sea, este es un espacio valioso, no solamente en términos de la discusión que genera, sino de la integración, de la potencialidad económica, del movimiento económico que genera en la ciudad, es fundamental. Mis más sinceras felicitaciones de verdad.
Hola, hola. Buenos días, Yairton 10 días de la Cancillería. Felicitaciones por el panel, de verdad que muy... No, ahorita Laura hizo mención del Agustín Codazzi, Instituto Geográfico Agustín Codazzi, es mi casa, mi escuela, y realmente su evolución ha sido grandísima. El año pasado Andrés y el general recibieron al director allá en Washington y lo reunieron con la NASA, con el coordinador de gestión del riesgo, y han venido evolucionando mucho también en la alineación institucional. Viendo el video con el tema de observación de la Tierra, se está trabajando en una alineación institucional para que todos tengamos acceso a toda la información satelital. Pero adicionalmente mencionaron el tema de los datos. Estaba leyendo ahí la noticia la semana pasada en Dubái, la ministra de Ciencia y Tecnología, Innovación y Tecnología, firmaron ya el memorando de entendimiento con Emiratos Árabes para construir el data center acá en Colombia. Va a ser en Barranquilla, donde va a alojar todo lo relacionado con inteligencia artificial. Pero que sea también pues más que manera, bueno, anoche nos llegó la confirmación de que va a estar la subsecretaria de Naciones Unidas, Amina Muhammad, abriendo el Foro Mundial de Datos en Medellín. Va a ser del 12 al 15. Anoche en una comida conversamos de hoy la importancia de los datos. Entonces, esto que está aquí concentrándose en toda esta información de datos es muy importante, como lo señalaba Laura. Sin eso, no hay... Entonces, quería hacer ese comentario. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Y gracias a todos nuevamente por su presencia aquí. Nos tomamos una foto. Sí.
Greetings from Abu Dhabi, where leaders of the IUCN Species Survival Commission have gathered here to plan the next 5 years in terms of saving species, strengthening ecosystems, and benefiting biodiversity. Greetings. Greetings from Abu Dhabi, where leaders of the IUCN Species Survival Commission have gathered here to plan the next 5 years in terms of saving species, strengthening ecosystems.
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our side event. My name is Francesca Vitali. I'm a wildlife veterinarian and research associate at the Smithsonian Institution Global Health Program in Kenya. And I'm a member of the IUCN Conservation Translocation Specialist Group. And I would like to introduce to you my colleague and co-organizer of the side event, Fidu.
Hi everyone, thank you so much. My name is Friederike Polin. I'm also wildlife veterinarian and researcher at the University of Veterinary Medicine, Vienna. And I'm really excited to be here today and see all of you to start this event.
Thank you. So first of all, we would like to express our gratitude to our many speakers and panelists. It's very important that our speaker and panelists are from different stakeholders groups, academia, government, intergovernmental organizations, and NGOs. This is important because the topic of today requires a true transdisciplinary approach. And the topic of today are conservation, translocations, and reintroductions. And they sit at the nexus between restoration, One Health, and conservation. But the real goal of today is to add a health perspective and to bring relevance to health within conservation translocations in the context of the CBD and the Global Biodiversity Framework targets. So today we have 3 speakers, 3 case studies, and 4 panelists. And I would introduce the event with a video from the chair of the IUCN Conservation Translocation Specialist Group, Dr. Axel Moerenschlager, who could not be here, but he recorded a welcoming video for us.
Greetings from Abu Dhabi, where leaders of the IUCN Species Survival Commission have gathered here to plan the next 5 years in terms of saving species, strengthening ecosystems, and benefiting biodiversity. My name is Axel Moerenschlager. I'm the chair of the IUCN Conservation Translocation Specialist Group. And I'm sorry that I can't be with you because of this conflict that we have in events, but I must say that I'm very proud of Dr. Francesca Vitali, who's a leader in our group and who's worked with many of you to put together this amazing session that you're about to have. Conservation translocations involve moving species from populations under human care, like from breeding facilities or propagation, into the wild, or in terms of moving species from one place in the wild to another. These types of activities have increased 30-fold in 30 years, having been used now for a minimum of 3,000 species, ranging from the oceans to the peaks of mountains. I can only guess why this increase has happened. I think it's because of 2 seemingly opposing forces. One of them is desperation, as more and more species are pushed to the brink regionally or even globally. The other one is confidence, as these types of activities have matured in terms of the techniques, the types of innovations, the types of actions which are taken. Several species, of course, have actually been saved, not just from regional, but global extinction. The mission of the Conservation Translocation Specialist Group is to empower responsible conservation translocations that save species, strengthen ecosystems, and benefit humanity. Note the emphasis on responsible. While successes have happened, conservation translocation failures also occur. Why is that? Because a conservation translocation, like many interventions, cannot actually happen without risk. Risk to individuals that might be moved, risk to ecosystems, risk to people. So what do? I believe that we should find what the risk factors are, embrace risk, because that will allow us to plan accordingly and to pursue success as diligently as possible. Risk actually crosses disciplines. Not only are there often differences of opinion within a discipline, but for example, something that might be the best for conservation genetics might be a poor outcome potentially for wildlife health. Something that's good for wildlife health perhaps competes with some other objectives. So it's a very tricky space to figure out what is the best thing to do, not just within a discipline, but actually across considerations. I imagine that all of you will be working together today to be creative and collaborative as you work towards activities that are not only responsible, but also courageous. The work you do today is not just about saving species. I think it's much bigger than that. In this field, the idea of bringing species back is about making ecosystems better again. It's about righting past wrongs. Ultimately, it is about one thing. It is about hope. There are few things that connect as well with the public, as well with children across cultures, as the idea of restoring species again, releasing them or planting them back into the wild. So the work that you're doing is incredibly important, not just for single species, not just for single places, but very much to scale the kind of impact that the world needs now that we can deliver by working together. Thank you for being in this session. I am so excited to see what comes out of it and the kinds of innovations, the collaborations, the actions that will come through your participation today. Thank you.
Thank you to Axel in the meantime. He has been very important to plan and build this side event. And it's sad that he could not be here. So as Axel explained very well in the video, translocations are very complex and extremely risky, but we would like to take the health lens approach today. Health has often been overlooked in translocation, maybe because wildlife health is a novel discipline, and maybe because traditionally translocations were more focusing on population objectives. But I think the goal of this event is to make people understand why health is important for the success of conservation translocations. And I would ask you to please imagine this scenario. You are walking in your city and an unfamiliar object gets close to you, you're worried, start running, and then you realize this object that looks like an alien spaceship is chasing you, and you start running more and more, you're exhausted, you want to stop, but you can't because you're running for life. Next thing, a dart hits you, you're feeling dizzy, anesthetized, you're put in a transport crate. You're hungry, exhausted again, and then they release you in a new environment. You don't know where is the food, where is the water, new species of animals. You have no idea if they're dangerous or not, and especially your family is not there. If it was me, I would probably have a heart attack or PTSD, and this would really stay with me for a long time. But what happens to wildlife? We don't know. What is the morbidity of translocations? What is the long-term effect on them, on their progeny? And what is the mortality? We are not sure because there are no central repository. Research studies in health and translocations are very few. And we also don't have success metrics for translocations. But translocations are becoming more and more important for the climate and the biodiversity agenda. So today is an opportunity to understand how to integrate health, because if we don't, it's not only an ethical problem, but it's also a conservation problem, a restoration problem, and potentially a public health problem.
Yes, but on a positive note, this also gives us a lot of space for opportunities. Opportunities in how to better integrate wildlife health into the biodiversity framework. So when we're looking at the global biodiversity framework, reintroductions are actually mentioned as a very important tool to halt species extinctions, to prove or promote genetic diversity, and also to work against human-wildlife conflict. So that means that reintroductions are important management technique that are even mentioned directly in Target 4 of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Even if all targets would be followed, about 1/3 of species that are currently threatened with extinctions would have no chance without Target 4. So Target 4 is a really important tool that we have here to protect our biodiversity. Here we see a photo of a very successful example of a reintroduction project. A species that was on the brink of extinction, and through captive breeding programs and through reintroduction, it got a chance. And we're very lucky to have one of our speakers here today who will talk a little bit more about this later. But reintroductions are not only important in Target 4, they also relate to other targets, for example, Target 2, which is about the restoration of degraded ecosystems, which again opens a big opportunity for collaborations and interdisciplinary work to better implement wild animal health into ecosystem restoration. So within the Global Action Framework, which interlinks the health and the biodiversity, it stresses very much the importance of sustainable management of wildlife. And this sustainable wildlife management needs to be effective in order to be successful. And that's a little bit about what we're going to talk about here today.
So with rising opportunities and clear interlinkages between health and One Health restoration conservation, we aim to launch a community of practice, a peer-to-peer network that will work in a transdisciplinary way to discuss possible holistic solutions to improve conservation, translocation, and health integration for shared biodiversity goals. So please join us. You can express your interest to join the community of practice, and you can also share insights after this panel on possible advices or ideas you might have. And on this, let's continue with our speakers in presence. The first speaker is Dr. Chris Walter, Executive Director of Health for Wildlife Conservation Society and member of the IUCN WCPA One Health Task Force.
All right. Thank you very much, Francesca and Fidu, for having me here. This is great. So we've been, what are we, 10 days in or 12 days in? We haven't talked too much really health on the ground. So it's nice to talk about some practical things. And I think I'd like to start out just showing you how these reintroduction programs work. So I'm the Executive Director for Health now at the Wildlife Conservation Society, but I have a long history of working in reintroduction. And as Fidu pointed out, I did actually spend more than 20 years of my life in Mongolia reintroducing Przewalski horses, which have been extinct in the wild at sometime in the 1960s. And today there's, 1,500 of them or something across the country. So that's been a big it's quite an important point in my career, actually, and seeing how difficult that was initially, and but also seeing the success at the end. Now, just a quick thing to WCS. WCS is probably one of the only large conservation NGOs that has an integrated and cross-cutting health program, right? That's rather rare, which already sort of highlights this problem about integrating health. And WCS is also a One Health founder with the Manhattan Principles, which, by the way, was in September 2014. It's 20 years ago. And it's quite extraordinary. If some of you have been here on the health days, we're still discussing the same things that were outlined 20 years ago, and there's still doubt that we need a holistic approach to One Health. So, reintroductions. I've done this before, yeah. So reintroductions can be quite stressful, as you can. They're really stressful for the veterinarians and everyone else that's doing them, right? There's a lot of planning that goes in them. But we also have to acknowledge they're pretty stressful for this ibex that's coming out of a dark box, charging out into an area where it had been had gone extinct 150 years prior to this time. one thing to think about, when you see that animal coming out, you have the animal, you want it to survive. You can see it has a collar on it. It's going to be monitored, and Peter will be talking more about this in the next presentation. But the other thing is that animal, like each and every one of us, is a package of pathogens and is also running out, right? It's like a suitcase full of pathogens. So you need to think about it, right? What are you releasing? What is it going to encounter? It also has an immune system. Is that immune system actually applicable or trained on the area and the things it's going to encounter? All right, so health is pretty important. It's not only about mammals, of course. We also talk about amphibians and reptiles. There's fish introduction. And then, of course, something I know very little about is plant translocations and reintroduction. I won't touch on those today. So there's this sort of, oh my God, only I am pressing. That was the last one. I keep forgetting that when I press my computer, it doesn't link to my left hand. Not yet. We're working on that. So it seems intuitive that if you're releasing living organisms into a new and novel environment, you would consider health, right? I think some of you probably, before you came here to Cali, thought about, what do I need to think about when I go to Cali? COVID. Probably good if I had a vaccination before I got here. Oh, they have dengue, so if I'm going to wander around in the forest, I'm going to find out about that as well, and so on and so forth, right? But we've been really reluctant to think about it when we release animals into the wild. What's in the environment where they get there, and what are they potentially bringing? So it's really quite underexplored, which is extraordinary. So I'm going to just walk you through here. This is some work we've been doing where WCS provides technical support, the reintroduction of Asiatic wild ass in Kazakhstan. So at the top, it sort of runs from the top left to the bottom right. You get the kulan, you got to find them first of all, which is, sounds easy, not always that easy, especially once they've sort of caught on to the fact that you want to catch them. They get more difficult. You got to build a capture facility, right? You see some nice bomas there. You then drive these animals with vehicles in the middle of the night and try to get them into that boma. That's the way it's done with these equids. I can tell you that's a stressful moment for everyone, for the drivers, for the animals, and so on. Once they're in that boma, they actually come down quite quickly. They relax. You got to get them out of that boma. You got to get them into a box. You got to pack them back into a helicopter. Just for your interest, because it's a long time, you've been here for a long time. That's the largest single rotor helicopter in the world. We put it in there. 2 minutes? 3 minutes. Okay, I'll still tell you about the helicopter because it's quite impressive. As we got on to the helicopter, the pilot said, "Oh, thank you so much for doing this. We haven't flown this thing for 4 years." So it was quite exciting as well. And then you release the animals, of course. At the same time, in parallel, you're doing health assessments, okay? And modern technology, Starlink and all these things allow you to get a diagnosis before those animals are ever released at their site. We actually did some selection process before they were packaged onto the helicopter. So always need to think about that. There are guidelines, of course. Some of them are really old, and I think this event here also emphasized that we need to work on some new guidelines. There are national guidelines, and for those of you who haven't seen this, the UK government brought out some guidelines on translocations, which are excellent. That's a really quite a good document. That's would be my go-to if you need to look at something. There is quite a bit of literature, so that's some starting point for you. Always look at that. Peer-reviewed literature is good. Remember, a lot of these reports are also in the grey literature, and you will have to look for those. Most of them got an ISBN number, DOI, and so on. You will find them, and they contain some of the more interesting things, things that went wrong, the problems, and so on. I just want to finish with one last thing about, we talk about pathogens and diseases and immune system and so on, but there's another health component, and that's one related to monitoring. Sometimes in some species, you do actually need health expertise to develop monitoring. These orangs have been released for decades without any kind of monitoring of the individuals. But health experts can develop monitoring methods, in this case, small implants that allow you to monitor the animal. And I'm not going to go into this much longer because I know Peter's going to be talking about this in his next talk. But monitoring, post-release monitoring is important. Many of these animals were literally starving to death and no one knew until we started monitoring them. All right, and then just in summary, to end up, reducing disease risks to other animals and humans when you release them, safeguarding the health of the individuals that you translocated, resilience and adaptive capacity of the animals, multi-generational impacts of stress. Don't think it's only the first generation. And then, of course, the health professional support, post-release monitoring as well. So that's important, and that's the summary. Thank you very much, Francesca. I hope I didn't go over too much. And they are the best, by the way. The Kulon are just amazing.
Thank you so much, Chris, for this amazing presentation. We have a question for you. And we have the same question for all the speakers after their presentation. And then the panelists will comment on this question. So please remember, take notes in case. We will also remember. So the question is, what is the feasible action that we could take today to better integrate health objectives and foster knowledge sharing across conservation translocations, reintroductions, and restoration efforts?
Yeah, so I think we have the framework. We have a very good framework. We have a IUCN translocation group, and Axel heads that. I think we can really increase the communication and data sharing within that group, or an expanded version of that group. I think we really need to foster this transparency and honesty, and a good database as well. It's practically impossible to look up who's done what, where at this point in time, and what the outcomes were, unless the authors published a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for your insights. We'll discuss on this later. Our next speaker is Dr. Peter Lame-Gruber. He's the Director of Conservation and Science for the Smithsonian National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you for inviting me to the organizers. Hello, everyone. As Francesca said, I'm Peter Lame-Gruber. I'm the Director for Conservation and Science at the Smithsonian National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. Do I have to? Oops. Okay. The mission for the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute is to save species and their habitats through science and conservation action on the ground. We're kind of a one-stop shop for species conservation, all the way going from captive breeding with assisted reproductive techniques all the way to integrating species back into the wild and doing ecosystem restoration, ecosystem-related work. So we are actually involved in, I think last count was 20 species that we're helping at various stages in reintroduction efforts. And it's actually a very, very complex thing to do. I would consider it it's not a project where you can say mission accomplished, especially when you're dealing with species that will be dependent on conservation forever, which is true for many of the species we're dealing with. Doing the same thing as Chris, I'm pushing the wrong button. There was already quite a bit of an introduction on what conservation translocations are. I like to separate them out. For me, translocations often are management measures to either rehabilitate individual animals or deal with conflict animals or to augment populations. Reintroductions to me are really efforts to re-establish populations that went locally or even nationally or globally extinct. And rewilding usually includes reintroductions but doesn't have to. That really has to do with restoring ecosystem function, and if there are critical species missing, then they need to be included in that. There's a lot of work that happens. A lot of it is concentrated in North America and Oceania, which I think is a reflection of access to resources and technology, and that needs to change. It's absolutely essential to systematically think through what you want to achieve when you do a reintroduction. or translocation. And that's often not done. Often it's like, oh, we want to help, we have these animals, let's release them. And that's probably a really bad starting point. I think common goals are, working to have adaptive management for species conservation and management. That often means releasing animals and observing them. Achieving other objectives such as developing self-sustained viable populations, restoring ecosystem function. It's very difficult to measure some of these things, so you have to think about them beforehand, and you really need to think about what science do we need. And that leads to this point that reintroductions usually are multi-institutional, multidisciplinary. If they're not, you have to start worrying. I would like to focus a bit on the role of technology, specifically tracking technology. Modern tracking technology allows us to actually follow the individual fates of animals that we're releasing. And it allows us to do a lot of things. The simplest one is you can use tracking to find the animal in the field again and observe it, where you can maybe see whether it's injured or how it's doing. You potentially could also recapture it and check whether it's disease-free, those kinds of things. You get data without going out in the field on movement and dispersals. This is really important to understand how well the animal integrates into the environment. You can learn about reproduction and adaptation. If you don't track animals and they disappear, you don't know whether they died or they just dispersed. I want to show you a few really simple, they're actually old examples where tracking was really critical in better understanding what happens. Elephants, Asian elephants are often engaged in a lot of human-elephant conflict. This is an elephant we called Homi. He lived in a dump site outside a little village in Sri Lanka. He was translocated 3 times and came back every time to these places. And we actually started a whole project in Sri Lanka where we asked the government to be able to put a tracking device on every elephant that was relocated. This is Homi for you. He was, it's this little cartoon a Sri Lankan friend of mine did. He was relocated back into this national park. This is about 50 kilometers. The first night he was kind of still recovering from the anesthesia. Then he walked up to the fence. There is actually a fence. The second night he figured out where to get through the fence. Sorry, I'll let him move. And he got through, and then very soon he was back. And this is very common. So this is an old study, but we tracked 16 of these translocated elephants. They were all put into a national park to move them away from people. They all left the national parks within days. Many of them returned back home if they could figure out how to navigate there. Almost all of them engaged in conflict afterwards, and many of them were shot and killed as a result of the conflict with people. So a huge investment, poorly monitored, terrible outcome. Elephant is dead. Conflict continues. So that's an example where if we don't monitor, we wouldn't even know. You would not know that an elephant came back. So very critical. Another example is the Simatahund Oryx. This is a collaborative project. 3 minutes, okay. There's a collaborative project with many partners. In Chad, we jointly released over 500 animals. And we were able to convince the partner and the funder that we should put a tracking device on every single adult animal that was released. So I think we have over 200 tracked individuals. With this, you can actually do dispersal, establishment of home ranges, and look at seasonal activities. For example, we could show that animals that were kept in pens before release versus animals that were kept in wildlife farms had very different adaptability to the wild. So the top is actually the animals that were in free-ranging areas before they were released, and the bottom ones are the ones that were penned. And this is the home range size, or the seasonal movement. And you can tell the ones that were actually in better conditions were much better adapted to the desert environment. The same thing. I can tell you that the ones in the pens had bigger home ranges that they achieved in much shorter period of time. They were also able to adapt to drought conditions by moving better and moving at night instead of during the day, and the penned ones didn't. So the management before release is critical. And kind of to start closing out, I think there's a lot of technology now that we can use to not just combine the tracking with physiological measurements, actually what's happening with the animal, how is it doing, and its fitness. An example for this is this is a human implantable heart rate monitor that's commercially produced. You can buy it off the shelf. It's relatively non-invasive. It just gets injected under the skin. There's no surgery needed. And it records heart rate and activity. And we are starting to use these in wildlife. This is a Brazilian maned wolf released by On Safari and Isimbio in Brazil. And you can get heart rate before release, during release, and after. So this is for a female. And you can see that the release is the striped line, the striated line. And you can see how the stress level goes up, and then it starts kind of balancing out later on. And that's exactly the kind of thing we would want to know for these released animals. So it's done with a lot of partners. I'm going to skip this. That's my question, and just say thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for your amazing presentation. We also have same question for you. Which is the feasible action could we take today to better integrate health objectives and foster knowledge sharing across conservation, translocations, reintroductions, and restoration efforts?
Does that work? Yeah. Yeah. So if I had to just say one, then it would be to track as many individual animals for as long as you can to get data on survival, reproduction, mortality.
Thank you. So now we go to our second session with case studies.
Thank you. Great. So I'm happy to ask Prishani Vengetas to the stage. She's a conservation veterinarian for WWF International.
I'll just wait for this slide deck. Amazing. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Prashani Vengetas. I'm a conservation veterinarian with WWF, and I'm going to share with you just some of the highlights, the processes, and the learnings from our translocation conservation efforts. I think, echoing what was said in the welcome speech, the reality is that conserving biodiversity and halting extinction is becoming ever more challenging in this face of climate change and habitat fragmentation, and it's sometimes necessary to perform translocations to improve a species' chance for survival. You might move them to areas less prone to human predation or improve genetic diversity, or to reestablish locally extinct species necessary for health in that ecosystem. However, any handling or movement of animals brings that added layer of risk. Like has already been said, every country has their own national and state policies on how to deal with this, but they vary greatly across the globe. And in an effort to create just the best possible conservation outcomes for wildlife and ensure just the highest standard of care that we can provide for animal welfare, WWF developed an internal translocation and animal handling standard. And it was important for us that this isn't just a bureaucratic hurdle, but it's a useful exchange of knowledge and ideas to strengthen projects and programs. And all proposed translocations that handle threatened IUCN Red List species are submitted to an animal handling and compliance committee within WWF. And it's made up of various disciplines that include ecologists, veterinarians, and paraprofessionals in the veterinary space. And the first step of that assessment is to determine the conservation need. There has to be a substantial potential benefit for long-term conservation of that respective species that can't be achieved with less invasive measures. And then the rest of the standard goes on to deal with the logistics of the translocation, and that includes the habitat availability, its suitability and the conditions, and then monitoring and evaluation, legal and contractual compliance, and then of course risks and safeguards. And I think a great way to understand this is the translocation of a critically endangered brush-tailed bettong. Bettongs once occupied more than 70% of Australia's mainland, and now they're down to less than 1% of their original distribution. We're talking about keystone species here. They're seed dispersers, they're ecosystem engineers. They have the ability to move more than 4.5 tons of soil per individual and influence rainfall penetration and soils and nutrient cycles. And they're this small. Like, they're tiny and they're magnificent. And so far, 193 of these animals have been translocated from 3 source sites over 4 years. And most recently, in 2023, there was a translocation from Western Australia to South Australia. And vet checks were performed by either state zoo veterinarians or a WWF vet, myself, for every single individual at the site of the capture and then at the release site as well. And various monitoring was and continues to be conducted with progressive scaling down of radiotelemetry monitoring on selected individuals over the first 12 months post-release. Part of this is VHF trackers that can, when they work well, tell us, if there's mortality, and hopefully within a time frame that we can get to the animal and do a substantial necropsy. And then there's ongoing genetic monitoring of the reintroduced population. So every 5 years, we do a detection to see if there's any genetic deterioration. And there's trapping for general monitoring biannually at the release and dispersal sites. And you can see a little update on the Betong's process. Oh, can we have the video?
The health indicators were all positive, which is a fantastic sign that they're healthy in the landscape. The Betongs are spreading out, are dispersing and finding their own homes and their own home ranges. It was really fantastic to see those animals, check their health because they were in really good condition.
Thanks. Can we go back to the slide? So clearly the rewards are great, and it's really great to have a story like that where you go back and you see that there's pouch young, but there's still room for improvement, and there always is. So what we learned was that it's really important to have complete and informed discussions at all stages of the translocation process with veterinary input and integration all along the way, and really acknowledge also the value of para-veterinary professionals who bring their own exceptional knowledge, and Indigenous peoples and local communities. And also accurate long-term monitoring and regulation and data collection also is very important, but does come down to funding a lot of the time. And lastly, in an effort to embed these learnings, WWF began a conservation veterinary group to connect veterinarians and colleagues who work closely with veterinarians across our global offices. And the aim was to improve this collaboration, promote wildlife health and knowledge sharing. And a minimum of 2 vets from this group should always be in the Animal Handling Compliance Committee. And so hopefully together we can ensure wildlife movement is managed responsibly, and maybe, just maybe, we can prevent endangered species from becoming extinct. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Prishani. Can I pass on the question to you? What do you recommend? What do you think would be a step to do now to better integrate wildlife health in reintroductions?
I think that a lot of what's been said about monitoring is exceptional, and as I said, the use of veterinarians is exceptionally important. Sometimes in the conservation space, these translocations are done by ecologists, and although wonderful, I think veterinarians bring their own knowledge and expertise and skill to these movements, and also Indigenous people and local communities have a deep understanding and connection with these animals in a lot of these cases, and they bring a new insight for us on how these animals should be moved and how their success post-translocation will work out and the best way to assess that.
Thank you. I love that. I hope we're going to talk more about this later. Our next speaker will be Pragyan Pokel. He's a Senior Program Officer for Forests and Grasslands at the IUCN. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll start with a disclaimer. I don't work with species. I work with landscapes. But my first job ever was a program officer for biodiversity at the IUCN country office in Nepal, where I was working with species. So I would like to acknowledge the support of my colleagues who are back in Kathmandu, who kindly helped me gather some data on translocation and then present some bleak results of our past 3 decades of translocation experience. From the 1980s, when Nepal was in the midst of desertification, we've turned it around from 23% of land vegetation cover. We're close to 40% as of the 2020 Forest Resource Assessment report. And we do have a lot of national parks, conservation areas, 1 wildlife reserve and 1 hunting reserve. So Nepal does have 12 national parks at the moment, 6 conservation areas, 1 wildlife reserve and 1 hunting reserve. So if you sum it all up, it's almost, it's 20%. We still have 10% more to go. We'll have to see how we get there. There are some strategies and some good things on the horizon. But I'm not here to talk about how well we're doing in protected areas. I'm here to talk about this. In the past 36 years, Nepal has translocated 120 rhinos, so one-horned rhinos, from Chitwan National Park. So let's see if I can go. Okay, there's no... So from Chitwan National Park to Badia National Park in the west. And the results are not that good. Out of the 120, we've only recorded 38 that remain as of 2022. Similarly, in 2016, when I just started at IUCN in Nepal, this was one of our first projects with WCS, WWF. We supported the Department of National Park in translocating 15 wild buffaloes. ZSL. Sorry, sorry about that. And as of 2020, none remain, none survived. There's this really nice conspiracy theory that because 11 carcasses were found and there's this missing one. And so there are a lot of these jokes going around where the missing one could be. But everything is not very bleak. There have been successful stories as well in rhino translocation. In 2017, we translocated 10 rhinos to another national park, and then as of 2022, 17 rhinos were recorded. So what is missing? There's been a lot of debate recently, especially with the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and translocation, and then species reintroduction under Target 2 that has come up again in the National Conservation Dialogue, is why are we doing translocation in the first place? Is it really for species recovery, species diversity, or is there this underlying lobby of tourism industry that is very prevalent in Nepal? And trust me, there's a really nice benefit-sharing ecotourism model in Nepal. But what we've realized, like slowly with the rhino example and rhino experience, is that not enough research went into habitat suitability. There's also a clear lack of data and monitoring data that the previous speakers have also talked about. Not all of the rhinos that are missing are dead. Some of them have moved to India, but we don't know how many. We share some common shared protected areas between Nepal and India in the south. There are also a lot of research gaps into the suitability of habitats for these endangered species. And then I'm here to maybe just call, and so this was some of the conversations I've had with our experts from the wildlife department who are also present here and who couldn't join us unfortunately today. That we need to take some urgent action because these species are declining. We have a lot of success in our tiger population where we've successfully managed to double the number of tigers and a bit more. But then we need to look into the whole ecosystem or the landscape and then see which species need urgent attention as well. just to conclude as well, so when we're looking into the goal A, I would say, of the KMGBF targets 1, 2, 3, 4, if I may say so, we at IUCN, at least my job involves a lot of restoration planning. But until I met Francesca in SAPSTA earlier this year, I realized we've never talked about species within that restoration planning. So that is a missing component that for us, it was a good learning as well. The current collaboration must be scaled up as well. And then I would also like to point out that all of the data that you just saw was spread across 3 different departments in the same ministry who didn't even share data amongst themselves. So maybe that is one thing when we talk about data sharing, it's not only data sharing internationally, but even within the same ministry in different departments as well, because forest is treated as a livelihood component within the Ministry of Environment, whereas species and protected areas are looked into in a different department. And there's little to no collaboration sometimes when we talk about species translocation, species recovery and monitoring, when at the end of the day, it's the same shared landscape that the 3 departments work in. And so I'd like to close with that, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just gonna let you take a seat. Thank you very much for awesome data sharing, information sharing here. I know you already touched a little bit on this, but if you just summarize what you have said in one sentence, what would your recommendation be? What can we do better?
Well, I think I concluded with that, like just data sharing. When we talk about data sharing, also thinking about data sharing domestically. I've not even touched upon the land use side of it, because the land use is with the Ministry of Agriculture and Land. So if I start unpacking, maybe there's more need for data sharing between agencies and between ministries within the national context as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is now a case series today is Maria Jimena Avella Valderrama. She's a wildlife veterinarian at the Fundación Omacha, a National Geographic explorer, and a member of the Operation Grace.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much for being here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Fido and Francesca, for making this side event possible. So I'm going to tell you about our work. We work in Omacha Foundation. We are based in the Amazon and the Orinoco here in Colombia, and we have different efforts for conservation of different dangerous species. So I want to talk to you about how was our project and how connect with all of this. So. First of all, we work with river dolphins. They are sentinels of the aquatic ecosystems, and we have been doing a lot of expedition for estimation of the density of this population of dolphins in different basins, in the Orinoco and the Amazonian, and in different countries. It's an effort of transboundary project because we work with Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, and Colombia. And we are part of initiative of conservation of river dolphins who are based in all of these countries with different institutions like WWF, Omacha Foundation, and other 3 ones. So we do health assessment in these dolphins for know how is the health of the ecosystem. So we work together in partnership with the local communities for building capacity of these people and try to work with these communities for be like local scientists in the territory. And we are part of IUCN effort with endangered species with with 7 different cetaceans and with different organizations, and we are part of Operation Grace, who wants to know how is the health of the most endangered cetaceans in the world, and we work together with a lot of veterinarians for still doing these health assessments. The next example is we worked with rehabilitation and reintroduction of manatees, with Amazonian manatees and Caribbean manatees. And this is an example of one manatee we released the last year. And this manatee has 7 years of rehabilitation. And when we release this animal, we work with the local community for involved in this process, and the local community of this site, who is a Ramsar site, Tarapoto Lake, are the monitoring of these manatees. So they follow the manatee with a VHF yes, transmitter. So this is amazing because we are doing capacity building with these communities and have alternative economics for them for doing something different for conservation efforts for this territory. And the last one is we are part of restoration of the flood forest in the Amazonian, and we work too with the local communities for plant these trees. And why this special ecosystem? Because these trees has the food for the fish, for the dolphins, and give us food security for the community, and involve all of this in the health of this community. So we try to work with the effort of conservation of endangered species with the community, and with the health of the ecosystem, because these species are like ambassadors for conserve all the ecosystem and all the trees we have in the Amazonian. And yes, in the last 4 years we planted more than 20,000 trees in this project, and we are doing an effort with the Forest Library, who is a project who wants to rescue the knowledge of the grandmas and grandpas for these communities to the young indigenous communities. So this talk was to connect everything, all of this reintroduction, translocation, and the importance of the conservation efforts, and to see the big picture in the ecosystems. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for sharing a little bit of the work you're doing. It's absolutely amazing. What would your recommendation be to, like, what are steps that we can take to better integrate health in reintroduction projects?
Well, in this moment, I forgot, but we do this satellite telemetry with the river dolphins. So I think it's good to have all of this information in a big database. So we have here in Colombia a good example, who is SIB Colombia, or SIB Colombia, who is a information system about all the biodiversity from Colombia, from different research institutions, universities, NGOs. So they have some guidelines for put this data in the by-side data. So I think we need to follow with these important efforts, because we need to share the data we have, and this data is free for all the Colombians. So I think it's a good effort to share all we're doing for have a best practice with that.
Well, thank you very much. Great. So with this, we are good in time. We're moving to the next section, to the panel discussion. So,
since we are in time, if you have any question for our speakers, I think this is a good moment. There's a question.
Thank you. Culman O'Creadown with WWF International. To what extent are alien invasive species an issue when you do reintroductions? I just ask because I'm coming from doing a media interview on invasive alien species, and I can see that as being an issue. So thank you.
of course, it depends on the system, but it can be a huge issue. I mean, we see this mostly for island birds or island species, and where invasives like snakes or rats, domestic species, cause huge havoc. I think there are some good examples on how to deal with it, but it's often difficult because it often involves the large-scale killing of invasive animals, which can cause, of course, ethical concerns. But for several of these species that are being reintroduced, that's the only chance to actually bringing them back to the wild. So I had a picture of a Guam kingfisher in one of my slides. If you notice that, that's one of these species. We were just releasing them, not in Guam because we cannot get rid of the pests there, but on other islands where we don't have them. So that's kind of the intermediate step. Can we get them back? Can they breed in the wild? Can they reestablish? And if that works in that model system, then we can try and bring them back to an island. So it's an example.
Yeah, I mean, another example is there's been numerous reintroductions, mammal species reintroductions, where you also reintroduced a novel gastrointestinal parasite, which then became widespread. Is it invasive? You know, that's always the problem, but it does establish in the local populations. So that's something that's been reported multiple times.
Okay, we have time for one quick question, and then we should go to the panel.
Thanks. In the case you noted from Australia, it looked like it was a very long-range location. How do you encompass genetic diversity and genetic differences between populations where there may be local adaptation, and what thresholds or approaches do you use to decide if it's too much variation within a species and may hinder things like adaptation to local conditions or adaptability? And that's a question to anyone who wants to take it.
Well, I can speak to the project that was presented. I'm not sure if you meant long range in terms of Western Australia is very far from Southern Australia. The area that the bettongs for that project were moved to was Lake Eyre Peninsula, and there were no bettongs there. So I guess a new introduction, so a new understanding of genetics in the area that then would be monitored quite well. I say every 5 years. It's still quite close, I imagine, based on the life cycles and reproduction as well. I'm going to hand that one to Chris.
Yeah. I've actually never done anything like that. I've never been involved in a reinforcement like that. And, the Przewalski horses are easy, extinct in the wild, 12 founders. And basically you're trying to make sure that every founder is represented. That's it. So it's a cop-out I appreciate.
I think from our end, we're starting, at the base sometimes, and you just try to make sure they're not too closely connected, so that we don't reach a bottleneck. I know it's not ideal, but that's sometimes where we're at with conservation.
It's not directly related, but I think that it's really important to keep in mind that we're going to make mistakes, and so the key again, it comes back to monitoring, right? There's no way of doing any of these projects without going wrong. The key is to then step back and say, yeah, this doesn't work, or this is wrong, and adjust and do it better. I think the case you describe obviously would require the input from many experts that understand the species evolution, ecology, and genomicists. That's the best we can do.
Thank you so much for the questions and our speakers. A big applause. And I invite the speakers to stay here and to please be active in the panel, because of course if you can stay here and be active in the panel. No, sorry, stay in the room. We don't have enough seats, but stay in the room and be active in the panel. And I will invite our panelists, Mr. Kabaka Watai-Mokoni, Deputy Director for Research, Innovation and Policy, State Department for Wildlife, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Thank you, Mr. Kabaka. Dr. Susan Lieberman, Vice President for International Policy Wildlife Conservation Society and member of the IUCN Councils. Thank you, Dr. Sue, for being here. Dawn Gunyen, Senior Program Manager, Conservation Action, IUCN Species Conservation Action. Thank you, Dawn. And Paula Priest, Principal Scientist for Conservation and Health from EcoHealth Alliance, and lead of the IUCN Commission of Ecosystem Management Human Health Thematic Group. So thank you all for being here. So first of all, I will ask to all of you, starting from Mr. Kabaka, to please briefly introduce yourself and provide insights on how your work relates to conservation, translocations, and reintroductions, or more broadly to wildlife management and health. And please be brief on this, because then we have more exciting questions later.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invite to participate in this important event. I'm Konyi Kabaka Watai. I work for State Department for Wildlife. I'm a Deputy Director handling matters of research, innovation, and policy. And briefly, I've worked for Kenya Wildlife Service, then worked for Wildlife Research and Training Institute. Currently, the work I'm handling mostly involves in matters of policy, legislative frameworks related to all this that you are doing, so that whatever the researchers, whatever you do, you package and bring now. We inform the authorities for action. That is what happens. But in our State Department for Wildlife, we are in charge, based on the mandate, we are in charge of managing wildlife resources in the country. They are in management on various aspects of the wildlife. That is what we do. And we have the implementing agents, where we have 2 state agencies. We have the Kenya Wildlife Service and the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. So as it relates to this, we have the country, actually, we have had various initiatives on this One Health approach, and the aspect of involving actually translocation in all this that takes place. And we have had success stories where we do translocation for management and translocation for, that is for species restoration, and also for human wildlife conflict, which is one of the key things. And we have also where we have mapped the country corridors, so that we see how do we manage species, restore the species. That is what is happening. And in addition to that, we do the continuous wildlife centers, provide data so that we see what can happen. So these are some of the things that are being done. We have success stories where we have had like the mountain bongo breeding program reintroduction, and the continuous, what I've talked about, translocation. We have had success stories when it comes to like rhinos and some risks here and there, but no more that happens. As he said, yes, we have. But also what is happening is management of data that is so key, where now the Wildlife Research and Training Institute under the Target 21 is the one now in the country charged with management of all data that comes from wildlife, including this. And also at the country level, we are leading in Target 4 on species extinction and this human-wildlife coexistence. So these are the things that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kabaka. I'll pass the microphone to Sue. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, you already introduced me. Sue Lieberman, Vice President for International Policy with the Wildlife Conservation Society. I will not give you my entire CV. I am not a veterinarian. So to me, wildlife are more than packages of pathogens, but it's always interesting to look at them that way. I observed one of those Nepal translocations of rhinos probably 20 years ago, so interesting to hear the statistics and sobering on that. My engagement at WCS is with international policy fora such as CBD, CITES, CMS, WHO, and a whole lot else, and looking at how what we all do on the ground from conservation can influence policy-making decisions made by governments at this level, but also how decisions here can influence what is done on the ground. Very interested from the perspective here, looking at the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan, which hopefully will be adopted tomorrow or Friday. There's a few little glitches holding it up, but I think it's really important for governments to look with a One Health approach when they look at issues such as translocation, relocations, to also consider the One Health aspects. From my perspective, the best solution to endangered species in the wild is to keep them in the wild and never need to do translocations or relocations, but occasionally it's absolutely critical from a conservation perspective. So I have some additional comments which I will reserve until you ask the next questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So I'm trying to do what Sue is and has been doing, what smaller section. So I also engage with international policy. I'm not a vet, and my dad is a vet. But I try to promote, my job is more to promote, sorry, I'm downwind. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Species Conservation Action for IUCN headquarters in Switzerland. So my job involves also CMS, CBD engagement to promote species conservation action, and of course integrate One Health into species conservation action and broader biodiversity conservation action. And the other job that I am currently working on is Nature for Health partnership with other partners, but I'm the focal point for that and promote the same, reduce spillover risk and also prevention, primary prevention from zoonotic spillovers. So the whole idea of the talk today is very much what we're trying to promote, and a lot of it is promoting guidance and guidelines from IUCN and other partners to help implementation on the ground.
So hi, I'm also not a vet. I am an ecologist. I'm a landscape and community ecologist. So what we're trying to do at EcoHealth is really look at the ecosystem health, which is something that is normally missing from the One Health approach. So how we make sure that we have a healthy ecosystem for those new species, translocated species, be able to thrive and survive. So we're really trying to evaluate thresholds and how we can make sure that those species, they will have a healthy place to be able to, for this translocation to be successful, but also how can we integrate this into all those protocols? Just one example, we do have a forest restoration project in Brazil where we are evaluating in which context forest restoration can be successful in real wild fauna communities, as it was mentioned before, which I really love it because just a few studies are really looking how and we can really rewild those new forest areas. And then after that, if we need to do some interventions, we can assure that the ecosystem will have this capacity to support that. So I'm really looking into this ecosystem health side, which is really complicated, but also the drivers. We really need to understand what are the drivers and why we need to translocate those animals. If we don't act on the drivers, we won't solve the problem. So how do we do that? It's really complex, it's really complicated. However, it's something that we need to also work together. It's not just one piece, it's everything together. And this is also something that we're trying to understand. What are the drivers and how we can really work to try to solve those drivers to make sure that we'll have a One Health approach being successful.
Okay, so our first question will go to Sue.
Oh.
You have perfect, keep the microphone. You have mentioned it already a little bit, but how does the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health connect to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and what opportunities does this create to integrate wildlife health considerations into reintroductions? And maybe also keeping in mind a little bit what our speakers have commented on before, what they think should be done.
Yeah, I mean, my first comment on what the speakers said, what I was struck with is the absolute need for better information sharing. Whatever it is, create a platform, create a community or something. It's actually surprising to me, as one who I've not done an actual translocation, that there isn't a system set up for that kind of information sharing and lessons learned. And I really think we always learn more from failure than we learn from success. And we're always afraid to talk about failure because we don't want to tell our donors, oh, thank you for the money that failed. But in reality, that itself is really important information. So I was really struck by all the speakers saying we need to figure out a way of improving and creating a system for information sharing on translocation, on reintroduction, on assisted reintroduction, etc. It's extremely important. There's a lot of discussion on that. We talk about that with the media. We're saving endangered species, etc. But people engaging in it everyone shouldn't start from zero. Everyone needs to stand on the shoulders of those who've come before, and learn from the Przewalski horse's successes or from the rhino situation in Nepal. In terms of the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan, it provides really useful guidance. It's voluntary. Those of you who are here with governments, it's voluntary. Just adopt it. Don't get bent out of shape of some of the words. Nobody's going to say you didn't do what's on page 37. But I think it's important it provides guidance for each of the targets, each of the 23 targets, how to fully integrate a One Health approach and have health considerations, whether in Target 1 on spatial planning, Target 3, Target 18, everything. So I think it's really important that it's adopted here, but just adopting an action plan does nothing. But those governments and NGOs and scientists, when we go back to countries, to work together to make sure it's funded and it's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue, for this insight. And building on that thought, I would like to hear the opinion of Mr. Kabaka from a government perspective, and especially keeping in mind that Kenya has a very unique wildlife department. It's centralized, and it was the Kenya Wildlife Service, now are two. One is more on research and training. So I would like you to give us your insight from a government perspective and keeping in mind the opportunities of having centralized data.
Thank you very much. Kenya is one of the leading countries in the world in matters of wildlife conservation. And based on this, it has been improving its management with time. And that is how, based on reviewing the legislations and also the institutional arrangement, that is how the Kenya Wildlife Service was split in two to create Wildlife Research and Training Institute so that it can more focus on research, provide what is required in research. And based on what we have discussed, there are many aspects, and one of it from the experience, which include element of capacity. This is a capacity both in human and infrastructure. That is what we have found out when it comes like in translocation and related to this, so that we have proper translocation quite involving infrastructure and establishing proper vet for health monitoring and related, so that we have success in that, and also the skills, so that we have proper skills for people handling that. That is what we have found out. Then the need to have also proper policies and best practices. That is how we have best policies in place, guidelines, how this can be done, because based on the experiences, various policies have been put in place and they are being improved. So we can learn from what has come, so that how do we now, whatever you do, your research, how do you package, so that now we have the policy outcome of that, make appropriate laws, so that unless we have proper laws, whatever we do may not be useful. So that is how linking now the research and policy, so that we have proper actions in line to this. And as I had mentioned, Now the country is moving, actually, it was even before this, but aspect of data, which is quite key. Now, like matters of wildlife census is coordinated by the wildlife research on all aspect of, regardless of that, when it comes to the GPF target 21, is the Wildlife Research and Training Institute that has been charged to put in mechanisms that all the targets so that we have proper data. Now this one comes in. So these are how do we, all of us, partner, resource mobilization, and develop appropriate processes that require so that we can have proper data to inform and so that we can conserve our wildlife well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kabaka. It was very interesting to hear more about Kenya. The next question is for Paula. With your experience in ecology and One Health, what do you see as the key gaps in linking restoration, reintroduction, and health objectives? And what do you think are the initial steps that you would recommend to take today for integrating these objectives and sharing monitoring efforts for the future COPs?
I will start talking about forest restoration because it's what we are working on, but I think there is a huge knowledge gap about how we can really create what we are calling healthy landscapes or healthy forests. So we know that we have the UN Decade on Restoration. We have a huge commitment of all the governments to really restore millions and millions of hectares. And sometimes they're doing an amazing job doing that, but they are not paying attention on how this restoration is being implemented. And what we're seeing is that sometimes you really just need to change a little bit of the management, where you're going to do, in which way you're going to do, where you're going to plant those trees, especially, or just left this landscape to restore naturally to make sure that you have low transmission risks for some diseases. And this is something that people normally don't think about. We just hear that, oh, forest restoration is the future for a world without pandemics. However, when we talk about health, it's a highly complex topic. It's way more complex than we are talking like here. It involves several mechanisms, different things that we don't know yet. And also, when we talk about One Health, we are talking about ecosystem, animal, and human health. And we need to make those links. We need to better integrate those links. We're not doing that yet. We are talking about animal health a lot. We're talking about sometimes ecosystem health and human health, but we're not really seeing how those different aspects are cascading into each other and can really affect each other. So I think we are like far away of really understanding that, but we really to start acknowledging that this is highly complex, and sometimes we have all the best intentions, and we are going to do an amazing forest restoration project that is going to rewild a lot of rodents. This is what we're seeing. Depending on the context that you do, you're going to bring a lot of rodents that can transmit diseases, and you're going to have a negative health, human health outcome. So how we solve this? I think the first thing is just increase the knowledge. We really need to increase the knowledge for everyone to understand those links that they are complex and start looking at this. We really need science-based solutions that are really going to give guidelines of how to really do that. So I think we are really missing the human health part. And I really focus on human health because I really believe that we are defining the financial structure of humans. We are doing that. So if we don't focus on human health, we are going to lose a huge opportunity to bring more funding and more research intention to this side. And I think we really need to start integrating all of this.
Thank you. I think it's very important. I agree.
Yeah, and thanks also for bringing the research component in and pointing out how important that is. It's absolutely agree. I've got a question for Dao. Given your experience in species conservation, what do you see as main opportunities to align emerging health monitoring solutions in conservation translocations with the broader objectives of the Global Species Action Plan? And what specific steps would you recommend to ensure this alignment supports sustainable species recovery?
Thank you. That's a very big question. So we, with a lot of our IUCN, with a lot of our members at WCS as well as WWF and other members, we have developed this global species action plan. but it actually look at all the GBF target and identify what action, all of them, all the GBF global Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets, and identify what actions needed to be done to achieve species outcomes for each of those GBF targets. So in terms of, so I really recommend you to download and have a look, and this will be very helpful for identify actions for national biodiversity strategy and action plan, and especially your, if you are NGO and local organization, you can also implement those actions to support the implementation of your NBSAPs and the GBF. But the integration of animal health, One Health in those actions we have integrated in here to guide, like Sue said, we and Mr. Sorry, I can't remember your name. From
Kabaka.
Kabaka from Kenya said about we need guidance and guidelines. So IUCN have a lot of guidance and guidelines already on, for example, disease risk analysis. And we also have recently came out with a few other guidance guidelines on protected area management to reduce zoonotics risk spillover and pathogens spillover. So these guidelines have these kind of actions, recommended actions for pre-release and post-release monitoring. It relates to One Health. So like Paula said, and actually previous panels have discussed about whether the habitat's ready for those animals, but those animals, whether they have any disease risk in themselves that can pass on to the existing populations and other populations. So we're trying to do that, and I heard from today, like Sue just said about data sharing, of course, previous panel. So what our role is to get to IUCN and IUCN commissions, like the SSC, maybe the translocation specialist group or other specialist groups, and IUCN SSC committee, conservation in committees, for example, to look at what are the gaps that we don't still need to develop our guidance and guidelines on, especially with the emerging climate change and infectious disease and so on and so forth, and much more multi-sectoral. For example, we also have wildlife health specialist group, IUCN SSC wildlife health specialist group, can look across invasive species specialist group. Maybe we could call on those cross-cutting groups to sit together with our members, with experienced members, to develop these guidelines that still needed that to fulfill the gaps. Yeah, so that's what we're trying to do. And what we are trying to do is to promote all of your success stories. So we also link to solutions. So the other part of it is the panorama panorama platform for solutions. So we're bringing already quite a lot of One Health solutions to reduce risk, zoonotic risk spillovers and prevention. So I recommend you to look at this. And we also have turned this into an online knowledge platform that you can look at, because the book, it has what action to do, what actors can help you to do those things, and the technical guidance and guidelines. But that knowledge platform, we can actually link to the solution and case studies. Actually, some of the previous panels, I'm going to connect with you to bring your case studies on to that. So if we were talking about One Health, first for prevention of zoonotic spillover, we link those solutions so that people can see that, oh, actually WCS has quite a few solutions already, and then others we're trying to recruit. So for my job is more promoting all of your solutions, promoting your guidance and guidelines to help doing it better.
Thank you, Dao. I think that will be definitely a great space where to share emerging tools and more solutions, and I like that we should connect more between IUCN commissions. We are a bit short on time. We have last 5 minutes, so I will ask our panelists to tell us what they think based on their experience to what's next, what's the next step, and comment briefly on the insights of the speakers before on what should be an actionable, feasible action to start with. I'll start with Mr. Kabaka. You have 50 seconds each.
Thank you. I think we need to get the outcome of this and see how we develop partnership as we move on. I think that would be fine.
50 seconds. I'm sitting here in the IUCN Pavilion, so I think about 11 months from now, or 11 and a half months, the IUCN Congress. But I think everyone should think about something in the forum as well as in the motions to really promote a lot of what we're talking about here, a lot of the issue on translocations, relocations, and One Health, as well as if you're an IUCN member, take a look at the
I'm the leader of the Biodiversity practice for WWF International, and I'm delighted to welcome you here to this event on One Health. We do have interpretation today, so please do, you know the drill by now, scan the QR code that you see on the screen. There is also a notice at the back where you can scan the QR code as well. Use your own device and the meeting code IUCN 30. If you need any assistance, do engage the team at the back. They're very ready to help you. So we can move to the next slide now. So I am really delighted to be here today opening this session. We have known for literally decades that the health of ourselves, of the environment, and of animals, both wild animals and domestic animals, that they're intrinsically linked. But it takes a real shock for us to actually move into the action that is needed. COVID-19 was a great example of one of those shocks. I think we all felt extremely, it was a very visceral change to all of our lives in 2020 when COVID-19 happened. And that's the kind of shock that wakes us up and creates the action that we need. But now 2020 seems a little long ago, right? We've already forgotten somewhat the shock that gave us. And I think this is now the time when the reverberations from that shock are starting to dissipate. That's exactly the time when we need to keep up the momentum. We need to continue to strive together to address the One Health that is so important for us all. So the title of this event was carefully considered. It's implementing a One Health approach, implementing a One Health approach between conservation and health organizations, and also framing this event around One Health as a nature-based solution. Why was this carefully framed? Well, I think firstly, it's important to remember that nature-based solutions are not just for climate, right? I think NBS has become a bit of a catch-all term for NBS, for climate mitigation and adaptation, because that's where a lot of the finance is and a lot of the momentum is. But nature-based solutions are just as critical for other societal challenges, and health is one of those. So I think what we're going to hear a lot today about is NBS beyond climate, but addressing health as well. And we're talking about integrating approaches between conservation and health organizations. That's so crucial. And I think it's difficult, right, when you come from completely different worlds to think about how to come together. But I think the first thing for that collaboration to happen is the recognition that this work we're talking about is not all totally new. For a conservation organization, a lot of what organizations already do is very crucial as part of a One Health approach, whether that's reducing fragmentation that can really increase the human-wildlife interface and the risk of disease spillover, or working on wildlife trade. Those things are all important parts of the One Health approach. But if we build those into a more holistic and integrated approach with other sectors like health, we really have the opportunity to deliver broader benefits for all. And the last word in this title of this event that's really important is implementation, right? Let's get the work done on the ground, and we'll hear some great examples of how to do that. But that's enough from me. I am delighted to be able to get to the right page and turn it over to our first presenter, who is a very close colleague of mine, Prashani Vengatas, who's going to talk to us about the presentation. She's going to present a new report from WWF. This is our approach, what we've come up with in terms of how we can do One Health as a conservation organization. And I hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed putting it together. Over to you, Prashani.
Hi, everybody. And to those lingering in the back, I know you like to be near the food, but there's plenty of seats in the front. Please sit, join us. All right. Buenos tardes. My name is Prashani Vangelis, and I'm the conservation veterinarian for WWF. I'm also our global One Health lead, and I'm so pleased to be talking to you today about the interdependence of human, animal, and environmental health, and to be launching our amazing report. Many sleepless hours have gone into it. It's about integrating a One Health approach to conservation. And it's a really important time to be launching this report, you know. We're hopefully on the verge of adopting the Global Action Plan on Biodiversity and Health. But in order to address health challenges equitably and sustainably, it's necessary to understand that every form of environmental degradation has direct or indirect consequences for human and animal health, which can be prevented or mitigated with a One Health approach. So the One Health approach is not a new concept, you know, but with COVID-19 fresh in our minds, WWF established a Landscape One Health task force in 2021, and we brought together 32 members of various disciplines and offices from across the globe. The task force developed the information contained in this report through an interactive internal process with expert external consultation. And then the approach was trialed in a various number of landscapes, and lessons learned were then fed back into the design of the report. But with such a broad topic before us and the current state of global health, with rising emerging infectious disease, this first report focuses on infectious disease in terrestrial and freshwater environments. And it details WWF's approach to address the anthropogenic and nature-based drivers of infectious disease through guidance on implementing 6 key strategies that you see here. And they are landscape immunity, wildlife trade, preventive medicine, pathogen early warning and monitoring systems, sustainable livestock management, and behavioral change and education. And now each strategy offers practical guidance on applying a One Health approach, the risks associated with a lack of implementation, then there's case studies and guiding questions and additional resources. And so we're going to take a quick look at an example. So preventive medicine. This strategy discusses the links between preventive medicine and One Health and outlines, for example, veterinary and medical activities that can support health and well-being of an individual or a population with the aim to prevent disease, disability, and death. Key interventions might include vaccination, health screening, and parasite control, all guided by appropriate risk assessment. And case studies within it discuss not just the efficacy for one individual, but also outlines the importance for determining perhaps the level of vaccination required to confer immunity to a whole population. Meanwhile, the strategy on sustainable livestock management highlights that livestock are often the predominant and most culturally embedded form of land use in grasslands and natural savannas, where that One Health triad is most intertwined with herders, wildlife, and livestock all living together and sharing the same resources in the natural ecosystem. And without these sustainable management practices, such as predator-proof fencing and separation of water sources, it can lead to epidemics. It can lead to reduced ecosystem services and inadequate nutrition for communities. Now, these strategies are not designed to be complete dissertations on the subject, but they are a broad overview to help guide implementation and bring together key knowledge and resources. So often I'm asked by local NGOs and communities, what can I do to improve the health of my community, of my suburb or my state or my region? And this report is just a great way to start considering which strategy is most aligned to local needs. And to support this further, we also have some additional resources and guidance on mainstreaming gender in One Health and monitoring guidelines with some example indicators. Also very important. So it's a brief overview, and I'm really excited to launch this report. So please get your phones out, scan the QR code, and download it. And while you do so, I mean, also just enjoy that picture of a tiger. But remember that One Health is about understanding this really powerful connection that exists between humans and animals in this environment that we share. It's our home, and we need to find a way to, coexist and live in this healthy space together. And by investing in conservation at this intersection, maybe we can create the healthier, more resilient world for all of us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Prashani, and glad to see all the QR code scannings going on. I hope the interpretation is working okay. For anyone who's new, please do note there is French and Spanish interpretation. The QR code to access that is at the back. Now, for something totally different. I'm delighted to welcome Jeremy Vayad from the World Bank, who's going to talk to us a bit about the role of the bank in supporting responses to the nexus of biodiversity and health. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for your introduction. And I'll be reading the report. Congratulations. No, listen, I really wanted to take the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about what an organization like the World Bank is doing to support, the nexus of, planetary health, human health, and animal health, and talk a little bit about the progress that we've been making over the last several years. So maybe I should start by explaining a little bit, and some of you might know what the World Bank is doing and what it is. Some of you might not, but that was created, at the end of the Second World War, together with the IMF in Bretton Woods, with two separate missions. The IMF has been very focused on the short-term, monetary policies to ensure monetary stability around the world, when the World Bank, really was created to rebuild Europe, and later on started focusing a lot more on long-term economic development. The mission of the World Bank is relatively simple. It's to eliminate poverty around the world in a livable planet. Now, in a livable planet, something that's relatively recent, right? It's been added to our mission about 2 years ago, and it's not only a slogan. I think we've been really trying to use a lot of the instruments that we have at our disposal to advance, or to help countries advance their goals, especially around, climate change and One Health. So how does it work? We do three things, basically. We're a financier, so obviously, our capital comes from governments, and we use this capital to reinvest, in projects that will foster poverty reduction, inclusive economic growth, and will help with mitigation and adaptation of climate change. We're very country-driven, so we don't tell countries what to do. We really try to support them in their policies. But at the same time, obviously, we can influence conversations to try to prioritize some topics over some others. And obviously, together with our 191 member states, we define global priorities and global agendas. Now, we're a bank, so what we do is that we have capital that we can invest in countries. To give you a sense of the scope of the financing that we can provide to the world, every year we provide about $80 billion of financing to 120 countries, and we have a stock of close to $1/3 of $1 trillion. Now, what's very interesting and important for our conversation is that we've been trying to shift a lot more of those resources towards climate change. And last year we committed to invest 45% of this financing towards projects that have an impact and co-benefit for climate change. Now, when it comes to health, so I'm leading our health agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. When it comes to health, we've been trying to do the same thing. Obviously, a lot of the work that we've been doing related to infrastructure, energy, and so on has a lot to do with mitigation. We have a challenge to do a lot more on adaptation. The health system requires a lot of adaptation solutions, even though we need to be engaged also in a mitigation agenda. But basically, over the last 3 years, what we've been able is to contribute from about 10% of our yearly financing, which year over year can be between $2 and $4 billion, towards more than a third last year. So it's a pretty big shift for us. What we try to do as well is to make sure that not only do we advance on climate change, but that we keep on pushing the issue of the intersection between planetary health, human health, and biodiversity. And we do that through multiple entry points. One of them is the work that we are doing on pandemic preparedness. Everybody has heard about the cycle, and you started there, the cycle of panic and neglect. Well, I got bad news, we're going back into neglect. But we are using our financial instruments to really try to make sure that governments keep on investing in better preparedness and response. What that means is that we've set aside a fund of concessional financing or grant financing that's about $2 billion that help incentivize countries to invest more in pandemic preparedness and response. As we do that, there are some priority agendas that we're trying to push. Antimicrobial resistance, One Health, biodiversity. We're at the beginning of that journey. I'm not going to tell you that we are where we want to be, but I just want to take one example, which is Colombia, to explain a little bit how that works in practice. So in Colombia, we have built together with the national government a very large project. So it's a program for results. So the government advances the money, achieve the results, and we reimburse them upon achievement of results. Mostly it's a loan to the government, but there are some concessional and grant resources that actually give access to additional financing. Climate change and health is one priority. We've been working with the ministry to do two things really. The first thing we did is that we really developed a bit of a diagnostic of climate change and health. And for the first time in all the work we've done in 120 countries, we have actually a chapter on biodiversity, climate change, and human health. On that basis, the government has made a number of commitments, and that includes developing plans for departments at sub-national level in about half of the country by 2026 that relate to One Health, and that will include biodiversity. So, we're moving in that direction. I think it's very important to say that as a bank, it's not only the financing, it's also all the knowledge, and it's also working with countries so that we see more leadership emerge. When Colombia does this type of work, other countries take notice, and other countries start doing the same thing. So we're really trying to align the financing, the knowledge, the leadership, and really make sure that those issues really stay on top of the agenda, as I was trying to explain, so that we can really get a lot greater impact with the resources we have. And the last thing I would say is that those numbers seem like a lot of money. It's actually very little money if we compare to the size of the issues, but they can really try to push some of these issues and really get some signals and some commitments from governments, which is what we need globally to move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually find that quite inspiring. One Health, collaboration is not easy. No, it takes effort, and it takes time, and it takes energy, and it takes financing. But I think with a whole of society approach, with all actors driving in the same direction, we can get there. So thank you so much. And please forgive Jeremy, he does have to leave for another appointment, so he will slip quietly at the back. Okay, super. So I'm delighted now to introduce our next speaker, who really is a fountain of all knowledge on this subject. Paula Prist is the IUCN SEM Human Health and Ecosystem Management Thematic Group lead. Delighted to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just... So hi everyone, I'm going to talk a little bit about those links between nature-based solutions and human health. And I'm sorry IUCN, because I'm not talking about the nature-based solutions standards, because I would talk about nature-based solutions in a more holistic way. I think everyone, when you think about nature-based solutions, you think about nature, conservation, restoration, and this is what I'm going to talk about. And everyone is making those links that nature-based solutions can really bring positive human health outcomes. And we have a few studies that are really showing that. So this one is an amazing study that was made in Singapore, that showed that when you have those green roofs, you actually have a lower abundance of mosquitoes that can transmit diseases if you compare with those regular roofs. And this is amazing. However, when you really try to look for evidence, and I'm a scientist, so I will talk a lot about evidence, of what studies are really evaluating how nature-based solutions are affecting human health. When I tried to do that, I found two, and one of them was this one, and another one was from the same author, also evaluating green roofs, and also in Singapore. So we don't really have a lot of evidence, and what I just want to bring your attention is that as nature-based solution, and when we think about nature-based solution, again, we are talking about conservation and forest restoration, and this relationship between nature and human health is highly complex. It's full of non-linearities, and is highly dependent on the context, on the human health aspect evaluated. So I'll just give you one example about deforestation. We all know that deforestation is one of the main drivers of disease emergency, of zoonotic disease risk. However, when I ask you, or when I'm talking to someone that is trying to make decisions, and I say that, they always ask me back, okay, we know that deforestation is a driver, but vegetation suppression is legally, and it happens all the time. So how much can I allow for this suppression to happen to make sure that we have a low transmission risk? And this is something that we don't know how to answer yet. So in here, this is just a hypothetical model that we are trying to understand and really try to prove, is that depending on how much we're going to the forest, and in the context, how much forest cover do you have, when you are the forest, you can have different health outcomes. So for example, if I'm going to the forest 30%, and I already have 100% of forest cover, the risk is not going to be too high, because I already have a lot of forest cover to keep this ecosystem functioning happening. However, if I lose the same 30% in a different context, I already lost 30%, so I only have 60%, then I'm going to increase even more the risks if I compare to the first scenario. And if I deforest the same 30% in a much lower forest cover context, then I'm going to have a peak of risk, and then potentially I can decrease it again, because I won't have suitable habitats for those animals to survive. So what I want to show you that is really, really, really complex, and we really need to start understanding those complexities to make sure that we can really implement nature-based solutions that can really, really, really bring positive health outcomes. And the same thing happens when you talk about conservation. We have one study where we're trying to evaluate how the protection of indigenous lands in Brazil could affect fire-related diseases. I think everyone knows that every time the forest burns, people get sick with a lot of different health aspects, mostly cardiovascular and respiratory infections. And we saw, when we just look at the Brazilian Amazon, that if we protect those indigenous territories, we could potentially avoid 15 million cases of those fire-related diseases. And because all those cases, they go to the public health system to get treatment, this is going to save almost $2 billion for the Brazilian government. And this is great, it's a huge evidence. And this happens because those forest areas, they can absorb the pollutants that can make us sick. However, when we start looking at the entire Amazon, and we zoom out a little bit and we look at the general pattern, we see that this is way more complex than just protecting is good. Protecting, it is very, very, very important. However, the place where this protection is happening is also going to determine those health outcomes. So in here, for example, when you look at the entire Amazon, what this very complex graphic is saying, don't try to understand that, is that if I have a highly fragmented landscape, I need at least 40% of that municipality cover with indigenous land to make sure that I will start bringing the health positive outcomes. This means that I will need way more conservation measures if the context where I am implementing this is highly degraded and fragmented. And this is for fire-related disease, but we found a very similar result for zoonotic and vector-borne disease. We are evaluating 21 health aspects, and they all show that this is really highly complex. And the same happened when we talk about forest restoration. We are always listening that forest restoration it is a very positive thing and that is going to save the world from pandemics. And I agree with that. Just let me say that I also agree. I think we need to conserve as much as we can and we need to restore as much as we can. What I just want to say here is that we just need to be careful and really understand in which context we need to do that. So for forest restoration, for example, what we are seeing, and we have a project where we are trying to understand those relationships, is that if you restore in a landscape that already have a low amount of forest cover, you need to restore a lot to make sure that we are going to bring positive health outcomes. And when I say a lot, it's going to be 30 or 40% of this landscape. But if I restore a landscape that already have almost 25 to 40%, then I can potentially bring only positive health outcomes depending on the spatial configuration that I'm going to do this forest restoration. So it's not only planting trees, it's not only increasing the amount of forest covers, it's also how I'm going to do it to make sure that those species and those fauna communities can really thrive and can really bring all those ecosystem services back. And if I have a high amount of forest cover, I would suggest for you to really focus on the 30% landscape, because then you can make sure that you are going to have positive health outcomes and win-win benefits for both conservation and human health. And this is what we are seeing in this project. We are, for now, just evaluating rodent-borne diseases, and this is very preliminary because our team is still on the field. They are still collecting data. But we saw that, first, that when we look at only the amount of forest cover in an area, we have one response. When we look at the forest configuration, how those areas are being really planted, we have a different response. So we really need to evaluate this together. And what we are seeing is that apparently the 40% forest cover increases the abundance of species that can transmit diseases. And potentially the 20%, if you do like respecting the connectivity of the landscape, you can decrease that. So this shows that this is really complex. And when we start looking at tick data, we are also collecting ticks to make sure that we're going to evaluate how tick-borne disease are responding to this forest restoration. We see that there are several trade-offs. And what we say that is a good or a healthy landscape for one disease is going to be different for other disease. So for example, we are seeing that for rodent-borne diseases, doesn't matter. What is really important is just to increase the amount of forest cover that the rodents are going to the rodent community is going to return. When you talk about yellow fever virus, if you have a highly fragmented, full of connectivity, we always talk about connectivity corridors that are really important for fauna movement, but they are also really important for vector movements. So when we increase connectivity and those corridors, they are too small, too narrow, we also increase yellow fever transmission risk. So this means that we need to have corridors that have at least 200 meters width to make sure that we are going to increase connectivity, but also keep those transmission risks low. And when we start putting other health aspects like fire-related diseases or mental health, then we have a different outcome. And this is highly complex, and we really need to start understanding this, because we need to be prepared if you do a forest restoration. And by accident, I just increase tick-borne diseases. And that way I can make sure that I'm going to try to avoid exposure and try to bring other preventive and mitigation measures to make sure that people won't be infected. And this is highly complex. So how do we solve this? I really think we need more science-based solutions. We really need to start integrating all those aspects into the science, in more a nexus applied science, not only looking at rodents or forests or human health. We really need to look at everything together. But I also believe that we need to increase collaboration and just spread the knowledge that those relationships are complex. And sometimes if you just change a little bit how we're doing, we are going to have very positive health outcomes. And one thing that we are doing in our IUCN CM group is to try to bring awareness. So we developed those 10 educational videos that shows those links between biodiversity and health. So the first one is about the general links between biodiversity and health. The second one is about wildlife trade, and the third one is about nature-based solutions. And they are available in 10 languages, so please feel free to scan and download and use as much as you want, because what we really believe is that we need to start educating, and this is for kids mostly, but we really believe that we need to start educating the new generation about those really complex links, so we can really try to make the difference in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's complex, right? But let's not be afraid of complexity. Complexity can also be our friend when we understand it, when we spend the time to understand it. And with the One Health approach, when we collaborate across sectors, that gives us the best possible chance of delivering that understanding. Thank you so much. I also, I think my key takeaway from your presentation is it's not always what you do, but how you do it. And that is so key in this topic in particular. Okay, I'm delighted to hand over now to our next speaker, Crizia Vieri, who's going to talk to us about the practical application of this approach in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Hi everyone, I'm Kritsa, so I'm One Health Advisor for Doctor of the World Belgium, and I'm really happy to be here today to present on behalf of the consortium actually with Veterinary Without Border and Action for the Development of Rural Area to present our project. So first actually I would like all of you to imagine standing there in the heart of the Kahuzi-Biega National Park, a vibrant biodiversity hotspot in the South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This region is a global ecological treasure, home to gorilla, lush rainforests, home to rare bird species, and countless other endangered fauna and flora. Yet, it faces significant threats from deforestation, human activities, land conflict, and of course, all of this impacts and make even worse the consequences of climate change. Confronted by these challenges, our consortium, in close collaboration with local community, initiated a pilot participatory action research under One Health approach. Together, we are combining local knowledges and shared expertise to protect both the environment and the community well-being. So you might all be familiar with One Health approach. So we just talked about it. The understanding that the health of human, animal, and their ecosystem are deeply and strongly interconnected. Working across different sectors, and here I insist about the 3 different health sectors, it's not just a theory, it's really the foundation of our project. With Veterinary Without Border being the lead expert on animal health, Doctor of the World, the lead expert on human health, and the local NGO, ADMR, being the lead expert on environment, we are covering the 3 dimensions of health. And this is actually supported by local communities, the local health sector, but also, and really important to mention, the local government entities. And all of this allow us to address the root causes of health and environmental crisis through this holistic and sustainable strategies. Our strength lies in community-driven approach. So rather than just imposing external solution, we work side by side with community members and we co-create solutions based on their local knowledge their local resources, which is really important, their lived experience, and all of this is supported by scientific insights. This approach is not only then about protecting biodiversity and protecting the community well-being, but it's also about decentralizing power and balance. And it's about to place community knowledge in the center of decision-making. Considering, for instance, a cattle herder in the Cauzi-Biega National Park, he's facing multiple challenges. Shrinking grazes lands, conflicts with farmers over limited resources, and constant threats of deforestation and climate change. With less land for his cattle, he's forced to choose in between leaving them starving or risking crop destruction on farmland. And then this exacerbating, of course, food insecurity. Climate change adds a challenge with extreme weather events. Also, the fact that men get closer from wildlife, of deforestation, this brings a higher risk of zoonotic spillover, making cattle and livestock having disease, increasing even more food insecurity. As families struggle to survive, children leave school to help with herding, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. This complex reality shows why a community-centered One Health approach is so essential. Because communities are aware, actually, of the risks they are taking and the interaction of their environments, but they just don't have the choice to act and to take a risk for their health and the health of the environments. A core element of our project is the formation of One Health communities, bringing together all kinds of community members, women, elder, youth, cattle herder, agriculture, local health system, community leader, and so more. So they are in the center of our approach. They are co-working with us in this participatory action research to find solutions and to work on behavior change of the community. If we continue with this example of the cattle herder, he has like cattle that might just die of an unknown death. And this livestock will still be sold on the market or consumed. This is not just because they are not aware of the risk, but this is also because it's the only sources of protein that they have. And so the aim of the project is to find a solution where they can still get their sources of protein, for instance, and still protect their health. To address the interconnected challenges, we also developed a community-based early warning system on human, animal, and environmental health. We train local communities, including women and youth, to recognize signs of disease in human, animal, but also signs of environmental destruction. Capacity building is central to our efforts. The consortium is equipping local professional, community worker, veterinarian, healthcare worker, and eco-guard to monitor and manage the threats. Just before to conclude, I wanted to address the recent Mpox epidemic, which is actually in our health zone is the hotspot of the current epidemic. As you all may know, Mpox is a zoonotic disease, now spreading from human to human, with serious health and social consequences. Stigma related to Mpox have keep away people from seeking the care that they need. And the pandemic of 2022 show it, and the new outbreak in the Democratic Republic show it even more. While actually the main person affected by the virus are kids under 5. But what's really interesting also being in the core of this epidemic right now, is that cattle herder noticed that cattle or pork were affecting themselves by Mpox-like syndrome. Right now, we cannot yet say that Mpox, but however, this shows how our community-based system is effective on vehiculate the information about diseases in animals. To finally conclude, I would like to emphasize that the One Health approach is far more from just than a concept. is a crucial strategy for addressing the interconnected crisis of biodiversity loss, human and animal health, and climate change. Each tree lost, each species pushed closer to extinction, and each outbreak that escaped containment highlight the urgent needs of this integrated approach. For us, the solution doesn't begin with international or national level, but it starts directly with the involvement of all kinds of organizations of the tree health sector in direct collaboration with local communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That really brought to life, I think, what this means for people. And you told that really as a story. And I think we have to remember that when we talk about One Health, it's a term, it's jargon perhaps, but at the heart of it are the people that need health and the benefits One Health provides. So that's all our presentations. I am delighted now to open it for questions. We don't have Jeremy for the World Bank, but we do have all our other speakers. So does anyone have a question for our speakers? Yes, over to you.
So thank you very much, very interesting. But I do have one question for World Bank. Does it went out or go out already? The World Bank. He go out already?
Unfortunately, he had to run.
I see. One question to the research on the green roof. You published in the Elsevier journal. Can we access that article freely, or you bring some hard copy?
Sorry, you were asking if...
Can we access your article published in Elsevier?
If yeah, sure. So if you send me your email, I can share with you. Okay.
Great. There's a question over here. Lady in red.
Sorry. Thank you. Well, this is a question for all of you. There is enough evidence that the human health is affected by the environmental degradation. So the deforestation and environmental degradation is growing, and the numbers in the world are increasing. I mean, this year is increasing versus the last year, the environmental degradation. And that is because the drivers of deforestation are winning this competition between conservation and degradation. And it's because, for example, the unsustainable agriculture is profitable, is easier, is accessible, and doesn't require large investments, doesn't require organizations. Instead, the nature-based solutions requires usually a large organization. As far as I know, if I am wrong, please correct me, but that is not accessible unless there is a organization that connects community with a project. But per se, I mean itself, the farmers itself, they don't have access to any kind of nature-based solutions. And usually requires some years, requires designing a project, look for finance, maybe 2 to 5 years to develop a project and start to receive an income. But in this way, this competition cannot be equal. And I think we should focus on really solutions that can compete with the agriculture and the drivers of deforestation. And we have in the world accessible technology to everyone. The satellite technology is able now to provide almost in real time data about the carbon capturing, the characteristics of land, and we can connect through blockchains to carbon credits, but this is a lot of restrictions, obstacles to create a base solution accessible. It requires certifications, verifications, even it's a lot of obstacles. So even in our organizations, we have found different different source of income for the same piece of land, like carbon credits, payment for environmental services, ecotourism, philanthropy, forest management certifications, and many more that can be integrated and can be more accessible for any farmer and more profitable. But we need to focus on these kind of solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. It's not easy. I mean, I don't know if there was a question there for a specific panelist, but we need to make it easier to get the funding and the action with the people who are the stewards of nature directly. 100% agree.
Can I just add to that, Wendy?
Yes.
It's just that you mentioned about agriculture and the drivers. Yeah, exactly, and sustainable. But I really believe I am a landscape ecologist, that we can really build multifunctional landscapes. So we can really understand those thresholds and how. Like, the answer is not if, it's how we can do that to make sure that we're going to have win-win benefits for everyone, for production, sustainably, and also for people. So I think there is a way. We know that we cannot fight legally vegetation suppression. This happens, and this is how a lot of countries, they just the hugest commodities sometimes is from that. So we need to find a way to not only nature-based solutions, but also how we can do that in a way that we can make sure that it's sustainable and can also bring positive health outcomes. And I think we are close to, like, in getting that and start answering those questions.
Yeah, and I would direct you also to there's an action in the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan that's being negotiated here about land use planning and thinking about land use planning in the context of health risks. And I think there is still going to be conversion, right? But how can we channel it in ways spatially that have less risk? I will. Over to you for the next question. I have just been, the interpreters have asked us to speak a little slower. So if we could adhere to that so they can more easily translate, that would be good. Yes, he's on the panel in just a minute. Yeah.
Thanks. First, a comment of thanks for the presentation. I think it's useful to have this perspective of ecosystem health, which is usually the most difficult to assess. We know what is animal health. We know what is wildlife health, domestic animal health, human health. But what is ecosystem health? And I think we've had some interesting insight on that, and also where we can act, because when we look at the international organizations, they are very embarrassed, each one in their silo, you know, human health, animal health, agriculture development. So this perspective of, you know, working at community level to try to reconcile and landscape level those different dimensions, I think is useful. What I didn't hear much is the link to NBS. I'm senior agriculture expert in IUCN, and IUCN has developed, as you know, a global standard for nature-based solutions. I would have liked to hear a bit more about this, and how do you see the use of the standard, this nature-based solution standard, in what you are doing? And just to make a bit of publicity, we are working on an adaptation of the standard to assessing specific agriculture projects and interventions. Yeah, last point, and it's important, nature-based solutions. We are talking about interventions, not about practices. So it's a dynamic process from one state to another, which is driven and assessed through a set of different criteria and parameters. Let me stop here. Thanks.
Yeah, so that's exactly why I said that we're not using the NBS standards from IUCN, because we just don't have research about that linking with human health. But I spent 2 weeks ago a week with Emmanuel, and we are sashenkoing, and we are trying to do something together to really bring the nature-based solution using the IUCN standard with human health. But the way I see, there is a huge potential to really bring positive health outcomes, especially between especially because of the nexus between climate change mitigation, human health, and biodiversity. So I think if you really understand how to implement and where, I think we can only have win-win benefits.
So, in short, it's coming. I'd like to really thank all of our presenters. You've done such a good job of bringing this topic to life. Thank you so much. And we're now moving into the next... Yes, good, excellent. We're now moving to the next phase of the session, which is a panel discussion. And I'm delighted to welcome some fantastic panelists. So we have Urias Gol, who is the Conservation and Policy Law Advisor for the Society of the Conservation of Nature in Liberia. Urias, welcome. We have Joseph Itongwa, who is the co-leader of the Global Alliance for Territorial Communities in the Democratic Republic of Congo. You'd like to join us up here. Sunita Chaudhry, who is from the International Center on Integrated Mountain Development, Nepal. Thank you. Is Natalia here? Okay. We adapt, just like you need to do with a One Health approach. And last but not least, Christian Walzer. He's the Executive Director for Health at the Wildlife Conservation Society. Okay. Does he want to just say something? Okay, we are adapting as we move, just like you need to with a One Health approach. Let me hand the mic to Joseph.
So, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I have privilege to be with Coimbra, my friend closely, who can now help me to translate. Ok. Je pense que c'est bien. Justement, oui, parce que je dois aller dans un autre événement à 15h30 qui commence. En fait, merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité et je remercie sincèrement les panélistes qui sont passés parce que le fait de démontrer réellement qu'il y a un lien entre la destruction des forêts et des écosystèmes et aussi l'impact sur les maladies, c'est très important. Et ce qui m'a aussi beaucoup intéressé et qu'il y a des évidences, par exemple l'étude qui a été menée en Amazonie, que les forêts gérées, gouvernées sur les territoires des peuples autochtones ont la capacité de pouvoir emmagasiner tous les restes des déchets. Alors la question se pose, si nous n'avons pas, en tant que peuple autochtone, le pouvoir de sécuriser nos territoires, c'est un risque. Donc c'est là où il y a vraiment besoin de sécuriser nos territoires pour gagner les bénéfices de la conservation. Parce que en Afrique centrale, par exemple, s'il y a la déforestation, ce qui veut dire que vous lâchez les zones et les habitats de ces espèces qui seront directement, par manque d'abri, qui seront directement contactés avec les gens. Donc, c'est ça le besoin qu'on doit faire. On doit démontrer comment protéger les forêts intactes. C'est très, très important pour nous. Et c'est là où je lance un appel de comment est-ce que on peut sécuriser les territoires et les forêts des peuples autochtones. Et c'est important, nous sommes en train de travailler sur ça avec l'IUCN dans les projets qu'on appelle Initiative pour la conservation inclusive. Et ça, c'est déjà, nous sommes en train de travailler sur les aires communautaires. Donc, c'est important. Mais aussi, l'étude qui a été menée dans les Kaouzi-Biega, moi je suis des Kaouzi de l'Est, la RDC, je viens de basse altitude du parc national de Kaouzi-Biega, à Itebero, et je vous dis que les hautes altitudes de Kaouzi-Biega, les autochtones n'ont plus des espaces. Ils ont été en dehors. Comment est-ce qu'on peut bénéficier et comment on gère cet espace que le peuple autochtone a perdu et qu'ils ont perdu les cultures et qui ne sont plus capables encore de générer les ressources. Donc, c'est un appel que je lance. Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire les liens entre la sécurisation des territoires des peuples autochtones et la lutte contre les maladies zoonotiques?
Merci beaucoup pour ces commentaires. Vraiment, I'm sorry, it's a busy day, and unfortunately Joseph has to leave, but we really appreciate your comments, and I very much support the emphasis you have brought on the protection of forests and really benefiting the autonomous people of the Central African region on that basis. Thank you. And securing their land rights. And tying that to human health. Better translation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. And now we have, you may not have noticed, but we have a sneaky arrival on the panel. Natiela de Oliveira, thank you so much for joining us. Natiela is the One Health focal point from the government of Brazil. Okay, so I'm going to start with Urias. Urias, can you give us some lessons learned about the One Health and conservation approach used in Liberia? What is missing and what do we need to improve?
Thank you very much. So in Liberia, we implemented a project called Conservation Works, which is a project where we're promoting biodiversity conservation, but also through a One Health approach. So the first thing that we've learned is that there's a huge need for capacity building on the ground. And that is, there is a link, strong link, is irrefutable with the science between conservation and human health. But if you go on the ground, people are very oblivious. Community members don't even know that if they see a dead animal, they'll just rush to it and think, I found my meal for the day. They don't know what has happened to the dead animal. So that level of capacity is very important. If you see an animal that is distressed or wildlife that runs through the town, people think, there's an opportunity to grab, a meal of the day. So one of the things we started doing is that, Liberia is a country that went through the Ebola, and also went through COVID like any other country. But that message of on the ground, nationally you have a strong network of One Health approach, but if you go in the rural areas, people are really not aware. So one of the things we started doing is that building that capacity, telling people, about how you need to protect yourself and also you need to protect wildlife. Because if you don't, there's a tendency of, sparking the next pandemic within your communities. I think most of you, if you're not aware, there's this, a documentary that shows that Ebola, the one that came in West Africa, started from a village where, a bat ate a fruit and somebody ate the fruit, and then people started living in denial, but that spread out. The second thing we've learned is that interagency coordination is important. If you, nationally, like I said, there's a strong One Health platform where all the ministers, the deputy ministers, and the directors go to meet and discuss. When you leave from that platform, you go in the communities where you have a ranger of a protected area, where you have a community, you find out that the health officer of a local city, of a local town, is not even talking to the ranger of the Parks Authority, of the Forestry Development Authority. So that if a ranger, bumps into, say, a distressed animal, or he saw an animal that is bleeding, do you report that to the local health authority or do you report that to a local health officer? That connection is not there. But nationally, the ministers are talking. But in a few, we realized they're not. So what we did was that to make sure that there are, members of the rangers and the fellows who are protecting the protected areas, they're on the local committees where, One Health has been discussed. So that if they find out there is, an animal that was dead, they didn't know why, they can report that, situation to the local health committee, and then samples can be taken, from the animal and evaluated and find out if this particular animal died from a particular disease, with a potential spark in the next, pandemic. But that wasn't there. That's one of the things we learned. The third thing I want to talk about is using data to sort of inform, decision making in the country. I don't know how much you're familiar, but there's a technology called SMART that the rangers use to sort of run their patrols to collect information. We realized that in the SMART there was no option for people to report any One Health related incidents when they go on their patrols. For example, even environmental health, there was no way to report a pollution within the park. They were just reporting law enforcement instances where somebody's illegal into the park, or somebody's in the park, doing poaching. Somebody, there's a snare, a trap, we call it in Liberia, in the park. So one of the things we did was we worked with the government and said, look, can we update the SMART technology to include if a ranger sees a dead animal, he can report that, and that data comes to the central command, and we know how many cases of dead animals are seen within the park. Or if he sees an animal that is bleeding, you can't just assume that maybe somebody has attacked this animal. Some animals may be bleeding because they're sick, all right? And then you can report that. If you see a polluted, area within the park, you can report that. So that information was very important to inform decision at the national level. And coming to the second question of what is missing, I mean, I really feel that if you can build capacity on the ground, not necessarily in the cities, but if you go in the rural communities where you have forests, where you have wildlife, where you have people living and interacting with wildlife, that is where, like, the lady who presented from DRC, that is where you need to build the capacity. And the last thing I will say is that in every place you go, don't just put ministries, agencies and committees nationally. As that particular committee has been, created subnationally, you need to ensure that the same representation that you have nationally is reflected in the subnational committee, so that all actors that are working towards protecting biodiversity and health can come together and share information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. No, I think sometimes when we think of One Health, we think of labs and microscopes and very complicated technology. But actually, some of the most important health information is just people reporting what they see and sharing it. I mean, this is so valuable. So I really appreciate those comments. We are really delighted to have Natiela here from Brazil. As I said, One Health is all about adaptive management, so absolutely. Okay, we are going to move from Africa to the mountains of Nepal. Sunita, can you tell us a little bit about how to integrate indigenous knowledge into the One Health approach?
Thank you so much, and sorry that I have to rush. So exactly what Liberia said, and then also agreeing with other previous speakers, what I want to reflect and reiterate that, like, if we see across the world, only maybe the whole population, 6% of the population are composed of indigenous people. But when we see when they are their contribution to biodiversity conservation, it's more than around 80% of the biodiversity are being conserved by these indigenous people. So you can really see how indigenous people are contributing to conservation. And when we talk about One Health approach, trying to be at the nexus between food, animal health, environment health, I think indigenous people, their knowledge is already at the nexus between environment health, people, culture. So we have been adopting this since generations, because I'm also one of the indigenous community. And if we reflect back my life and my grandmother's life, maybe around like 100+ species we have been using for our health itself, but not only about our health, also about the domestic animals that we are dependent on. And then when we try to see, we are integrated into freshwater system, in our mountains, in our soil. So one indigenous knowledge is we have been living sustainably at the nexus between all these components. But what is lacking and what we can do is, like, first one, we see a lot of technology advancements in science has been done, But there is a gap between indigenous knowledge science and then the modern science technology. I think there is very limited documentation when I see from my perspective from the mountains, because just to do one research you have to spend like 3-4 months there. So there is very limited documentation of how these indigenous people are living in the at the core of Amazon or at the heart of the Himalayas. We need to bring these practices on board and then bringing this science into the global policy like here CBD. So now there is a strong advocacy on IPLC's concept science into the global policy, but still we need to push this a little bit ahead. And this One Health approach really came after the COVID, but we are there since millennium and our solutions are there already in the nature. It's just that we need to have that sustainable line between sustainable consumption and then production. So we have that practice. So science, policy, and also when it comes into policy, we need to go back and then implement into the practice. So we need to bring, and then the CBD really focuses on whole society approach. So we really need to focus on the justice. Justice not to the people only, bringing all the marginalized community on board, but justice to our nature for more than human world. So justice should be at the core of this One Health approach and also our indigenous society. So I think with this, if we come with this one, I think we'll be able to achieve and then our goals of Kunming Montreal biodiversity, but also we'd be able to have a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Justice is so important, and it's really great that you are reminding us to keep that front and center in everything that we do. You are free to disappear. Okay. Oh no, that's mine. That's mine. That's mine. Yeah. Don't give my phone away. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Natiela. I'm really excited to hear a bit more about this context from Brazil. So can you tell us a little bit about how Brazil is integrating this approach into its policies and programming?
Good afternoon, everyone. Eu me vou falar em portunhol, porque disseram que podia falar em portunhol, então vou tentar falar. Puedo?
Sí? I think we only have Spanish translation. Yeah.
¿Ah? ¿Puedo? Tranquilo? Eu vou tentar falar em espanhol.
Yes. Spanish is great. If you can do in Spanish, yeah.
Sí. Portunhol é português com espanhol, porque eu mix de both.
Yeah.
So, en el Brasil, nosotros tenemos un comité de una sola salud que intentamos agregar todas las instituciones que temos allá. Temos son 20 instituciones que estão inseridas neste grupo. Nós empezamos os trabalhos por volta de 2022 e hoje temos solamente os técnicos trabalhavam lá. Então, começamos discutindo as ações de uma sola salud em el plano de ação de uma sola salud nacional de uma sola salud. Pero nosotros tenemos una dificultad para tener la posición de la gestión de nuestro país. Entonces, empezamos en trabajar en un decreto para termos uma oficialização de nosso grupo. E estamos com o lançamento, tivemos o lançamento em agosto deste mês, deste ano. E em la casa de nossa presidência, em palácio de nossa presidência. Então, temos este aumento para a gestão, conseguimos sensibilizar a gestão, e o comitê passou cambió de los técnicos para los gestores. Y hoy, quem estão do Ministério de Saúde que estás en el comité son los secretário executivo do Ministério de Saúde e a secretária de Saúde Ambiental, secretária de Vigilância de Saúde Ambiental, que estás do Ministério de Saúde neste comitê. Nós temos também a necessidade, o objetivo de fazer nosso plano nacional de ação de uma sola saúde. Temos também nossa possibilidade de fazer a implementação deste plano para todos os níveis de país, de la federação. E temos também dois objetivos a mais, que são a inserção de las pesquisas, de las investigações neste tema, e também temos a competência de assessorar nosso governo quanto à agenda de uma sola saúde. Tudo isto começou porque temos a necessidade de trabalhar a biodiversidade, as zoonoses e a questão de mudança climática, e todas as outras questões como resistência aos antimicrobianos e outros temas que são trazidos. Então, nós estamos trabalhando em la elaboração com base de documento de la quadripartito, que se chama, que temos a possibilidade de inserir todas as questões de la sociedade. Então, estamos invitando os grupos de la sociedade, os representantes, tanto acadêmicos quanto comunidade, para estar junto conosco e falando junto conosco para escrever este plano de ação. Nós estamos identificando as ações, os problemas para então del Brasil para fazer este trabalho conjunto, e também estamos pensando, elaborando as ações com base nestes problemas e em la quadripartite. Estou misturando tudo. Isto, pero temos muito trabalho, temos muitas coisas, estamos juntos e temos muito envolvimento de todos os setores nesse tema, porque eles estão entendendo que não podemos mais trabalhar separados. Não conseguimos mais. Estamos sempre fazendo os mesmos e não se cambia nada. Então, temos que trabalhar em conjunto para fazer as questões que entendemos que necessitamos para avançar e cambiar todo o processo que temos hoje. Nós estamos entendendo que isso é prioritário, por isso, estas 20 instituições em conjunto, trabalhando em conjunto com a alta gestão. Então, precisamos estar todos juntos em uma única sala, falando o mesmo, dizendo tudo e pensando como podemos cambiar nossos processos. É isto. Graças. Obrigada a todos e todas.
Thank you so much for doing that in Spanish so effectively. Do you want to listen to the translation as we move forward? You just need to change it to... you have it. Okay, super. I don't want to listen to myself. Thank you. And now I'm delighted to hand it over to Christian Walzer. From our good friends at the Wildlife Conservation Society, how can disease surveillance best contribute to the One Health approach?
Yeah, thanks very much for having me here today. And a lot of it's been touched on already by my colleague from Liberia here. Now, I just want to make this one point, because we're sort of getting pigeonholed always into infectious diseases and diseases. And I'm sure everyone has said this, but I just want to reiterate, One Health is not only about infectious diseases, right? And just put that out there, and then I'll go ahead and answer the question. So, on the flip side, WCS has a long history of working on infectious diseases at various interphases. We have decades long of experience. And the main thing to understand is that the surveillance of animal diseases, the surveillance of wildlife, and the surveillance of human diseases exist in separate silos. And a lot of the work is about unifying these silos. And one of the way we approach it at WCS, at least, and many of our colleagues as well, is through data sharing, data reporting. And I have a bit of a surprise for you now, because years ago we developed Smart for Health. So there is a special module along the Commons approach, of course, available to everyone, with training materials in Spanish, in French, and Lao, and I can't remember the other languages, and the entire training modules as well, that integrates into SMART at various levels. So the idea of using a tool that's widely used at the front lines of spillover, for example, SMART, integrating health modules into that has really helped us scale up an integrated surveillance system very, very quickly. And the point is, you are already using SMART in the country. The staff on these front lines are used to using this tool. The training required to get them up to speed on the health is very, very small. And so that's one thing, and I'm sure we'll have a nice discussion afterwards on how to do this better. But this is a great thing, practical things happening on a panel, so I love that. I think what we always underestimate, on the one hand, we have the pathogens. So we're focused on pathogens. We like pathogens, new coronaviruses, new influenza viruses. But what it's really about is the practices, the behaviors, and the policies that are occurring on these interfaces between the various sectors. It's what we do. It's the deforestation was brought up. The colleague from the DRC was talking about deforestation, the importance of deforestation. Land use change, as Paula was talking about before. But there's also some really, really silly things we do, right? We bring wildlife from the entire world alive into large urban centers, let them poop on each other, slaughter them, mix them up with domestic animals. Honestly, gain of function in a public space. You would never get a permit to do that in a BSL 4 lab. Not a chance. Biosecurity level 4 lab, you would not get a permit. But at multiple locations around the world, we're doing this in a public space with tens of thousands of people walking through there. Just imagine, if you can remember the film Spillover, do that scenario and let tens of thousands of people walk in and out of your central quarantine area. That's what we're doing. So it's pathogens, it's interfaces, it's our practices, our behaviors and policies. So we need the integrated, cross-sectoral sharing of data. We need the chief veterinary officer to at least have the WhatsApp number of the chief medical officer. I often say we hold workshops. We get everyone together. We always work with governments to do this. We get everyone in the room. I don't know how much money we have to spend to get them all together. But if at the end of 3 days of workshop, the chief veterinary officer and the chief medical officer have shook hands and exchanged the WhatsApp number, that's a success. That's how bad it is sometimes, right? So we're moving on. And by the way, One Health is not since the pandemic, right? Someone said that at first. That's not the case, right? It's actually 20 years today that the Manhattan Principles were drafted for the first time. And of course, there's, from a Western perspective, you can go back to Hippocrates, right? There's an understanding of One Health. We lost it, unfortunately. And now we look to indigenous communities to reacquire and bounce back from that loss. That's all good, but it's not like it's something new. So, in summary, integrated data sharing, harmonized data, and that data translated in a way that policymakers can actually make decisions. No point telling there's a new virus which is 99% related to the last COVID, to SARS-CoV-2. That doesn't help anyone. We need to translate that data to inform policy. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very important reminder that One Health is more than infectious disease, and an important direction. It's about data and people behind that data, but ensuring that data is usable for decision making. That's critical. Okay, do we have questions from the audience to our panel? If we don't, I have one. So we've been following closely the negotiations on the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan here. I personally think it's a really positive document. I really hope it gets through. If it does get through, what for you would be the first key action from that plan that you hope parties will take forward? Let's start with you, Christian.
I think you brought it up. My Spanish is really pretty rubbish, to put it, but I think I always believe I understand it quite a bit. So you were talking about national One Health strategy plans, which you're formalizing. So I think when that gets adopted, first of all, the integration in the MBSAPs is going to be important. Integrating health in the MBSAPs, that's the most obvious and easiest tool. But then in the next step, developing these national One Health action plans, which have to be cross-ministerial. There's no point writing it just because you got a grant. You actually got to get everyone there to sign off on it. And there are some good examples. Just about all of them come from Africa. We can learn so much from our colleagues in Africa, right? I love always we talk about global north, global south. No one looks to see how great the plans are. Zambia, Liberia, others, great plans. That's what we need to do, and I think that's number one.
Excellent. I totally agree. Rwanda also has an excellent One Health action plan.
And, I'll take up from where Chris stopped and say that we've already in Liberia moved a step ahead. So I think looking at the other MBSAPs from West Africa particularly, people have submitted targets for the revision process. Liberia is one of the few countries that has created a target on One Health in the MBSAP revision process. So we've already jumped one step on how we're going to integrate, the Global Biodiversity Action Plan on Health. Because our plan is that all of the work we've done, the best way to progress on implementing or integrating health is to put it in the MBSAP, like you said. And once you do that, funding is going to come a lot for MBSAP than any other policy or strategy for biodiversity. So once you put that there, you have created an idea and a vision for going forward.
Thank you so much. Liberia leading the way. I think let's try and get a wave of other parties following your lead. Congratulations, Natalia.
Eu penso que para termos todo o processo de uma sola saúde, nós temos que ter o objetivo de agregar, de juntar todos os planos de ação que temos que fazer. Relacionado com todas as questões que hacen parte da interface de humano, animal, plantas e ambiente. Então, não há a possibilidade. Hoje estamos trabalhando em muitos planos, pero nós não temos como juntar isto. E eu penso que uma só saúde está aqui para isto, para agregar, para juntar todas as ações. Então, o que temos aqui com o Plano Global de Biodiversidade é uma situação que temos que colocar em nosso plano de ação nacional de uma só saúde Lo mismo com outros planos de nutrição, segurança alimentar, de resistência aos antimicrobianos, outros temas que temos que trabalhar juntos, porque cada está fazendo só o seu e não temos a agregação. Penso que este é nosso caminho.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you to this great panel. I really appreciate your flexibility here. We are at time, so I am going to just close this out by saying thank you for coming. We've had a whistle-stop tour through One Health. We've heard about new strategic approaches. We've had deep dives into how we are degrading and converting habitats and what that means from a health perspective. We've really had some great stories from DRC, Liberia, Nepal, Brazil. And I think my takeaway is it's possible. We can do it. Let's not try and have all the solutions at once, but let's just act and adapt and measure and bring the science to help us refine the approach as we go. But ultimately, there's no time to lose in securing a healthy planet for all. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying just to take out the... Yeah. I'm too short, maybe. Good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to the IUCN Pavilion. So, we do have an event right now. We're going to discuss the effectiveness of protected and conserved areas. So, the title of the event now is Advancing Target 3 with the IUCN Green List Standard. But also, we're going to show examples and case studies on the financing initiative for protected and conserved areas effectiveness as well. So we are now on the 30th of October. I know it's almost a final day for COP16, all the negotiations, discussions, presentations, networking, dialogues, so all of us all together since a couple of weeks now, a couple of days. So I hope that everyone still have a little bit of energy for this session going towards the end of the COP16 as well. So we've been discussing the immense importance of biodiversity at this COP16, but again, to achieve the positive outcomes of biodiversity, we cannot not focus on the areas that protect and also conserve those biodiversity outcomes. So today's event highlights the essential role of protected and conserved areas because when the protected and conserved areas are effectively managed, so those areas can become really living examples of the biodiversity outcomes and biodiversity success as well. So we're also here to address how the IUCN Green List Standard that will be introduced later for the protected and conserved areas to advance the target 3 of the global biodiversity framework. So the ambitious goal of conserving at least 30% of land and seas areas by 2030. So this goal not only seeks to expand the coverage, but prioritize really the quality of those areas. And also is not only about the what counts anymore. It's not only about the coverage of 30%, but it's all about the quality of those protected and conserved areas. So without further delay, I'm pleased to hand the floor to Thierry Lefebvre, my colleague, to give an opening speech on how the IUCN Green List Standard can support countries advancing 30 by 30 target. But now I forgot to introduce myself, so my name is Siska Sihombing. I'm based in the IUCN Global Protected and Conserved Areas Program in the IUCN Head Office, Switzerland. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm very pleased to moderate and facilitate the event today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Thierry Lefebvre. I'm coordinating the Green List program with all colleagues at IUCN HQ. So it's my pleasure to introduce this side event and how the IUCN Green List can support the target 3 of GBF to implement it, to monitor implementation, but also to assess the protected and conserved areas as a whole. Yeah. As we all know, the Target 3 has a great focus on expanding protected and conserved areas, but we are quite still far from these objectives to be completed. So ahead of us, we have 6 years, but we need to double the coverage of terrestrial protected areas and triple the coverage of marine protected areas. But it's just not about increasing numbers. Target 3 is, as you mentioned, Target 3 is also about the quality, and the idea is to have performance and conservation efforts. Yeah. So to protect biodiversity, what we need exactly is protected areas systems in key locations, effectively managed, equitably managed also with regards to the local communities and stakeholders. Yeah. We need also well-connected system of protected areas and integration into landscape and seascapes. So that's a wide approach. It's not only focused on coverage and quantity, but really all these quality elements are as well important to consider. So the IUCN Green List Standard sets the bar, in fact, for conservation quality and performance because it puts the focus on 4 main important considerations. The first one being the good governance, and we have an opportunity just after this presentation to go deeper into the green standard. So the first component is about the good governance, and then we consider also the sound design and planning, the effective management, and achieving conservation outcomes for biodiversity and people. So that's a complete comprehensive approach of how effective are the protected and conserved areas. So that aligns perfectly with the quality element of a target 3. The green standards has been recognized and even promoted by the CBD since 2016 with a decision taken during the COP16. You can see just a summary of this decision. The idea was to consider it as a tool to help the countries, to the state parties to the convention, to monitor and to guide the implementation of the GBF here, because it's recognized as an indicator for the target 3 implementation and monitoring. So countries can use the green standard as a framework to really improve the sites, any sites, whatever the category, the ICN category, the type of governance can be assessed and benchmarked with a green standard. It's also an opportunity for them to foster collaboration, to improve the management and governance effectiveness and equity, and to work towards certification, which is the end goal of the greenest process. Yeah. That's the model for the well-managed areas. And just last Sunday, we had an interesting ceremony to celebrate the achievement of 28 sites on the green list. It was quite intense, with more than 200 participants from different countries here, celebrating achievement and success in conservation outcomes. And we want to promote this emotion, this aspiration towards more quality of protected and conserved areas. So today we'll have an opportunity to have many examples and presentation on how the green list can contribute concretely to implement the target 3, but also at the same time how we can strengthen the alignment of the green list with the target 3 to ensure that the sets party to the convention, the CBD, can really monitor progress towards these global commitments, including obviously consideration for financing mechanisms, which are so important to ensure that protected areas are effectively managed. So I will hand over now to Stephen Woodley for the first presentation. Yeah, thanks.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to go through what the green list is, but more importantly, where it came from, kind of scientifically. So the literature on protected area effectiveness is vast and confusing. If you've been into it, it's very confusing. So I'll just introduce myself. I'm the chair of the standards committee of the green list. So that is the group that maintains the standard itself. And we're in the process of reviewing the standard. I'm going to talk about that review, but I'm going to talk about where the standard came from in the first place from a scientific perspective. I want to start with this paper. I was part of this paper that came out in Science just recently, a few months ago, and it looks at conservation impact, and it looked at a whole lot of things that we all do in conservation, and whether or not they worked or not. And that included protected areas, but it also included a range of other things like invasive species and habitat management, etc. And we can have a range of impacts. You can have a positive impact, or you can have a relative impact, depending on its comparison with a counterfactual. Okay, so something where you didn't do the intervention, and we scanned the entire literature in a systematic review and looked at the levels of impact and actually calculated an impact score for each of these things. It looks like this. I won't go into the details, but basically anything above 0 has a positive conservation impact. The good news is that protected areas indeed do work. The ones that we looked at showed a positive conservation impact, but they all don't. Okay, there's a whole lot in the literature that don't have counterfactuals, and you'll see all kinds of things in the literature. We developed the green list standard around these 4 pillars: good governance, sound design and planning, effective management, and successful conservation outcomes. And why did we choose these groupings, and why did we choose the criteria that go in to these things? Another way to look at it is this: there's really 3 pillars which support successful conservation outcomes, and you really need them all in order to be successful. If you look at the literature, this is our a systematic review of the literature and all the things that are reported for what are drivers of protected area outcomes. And sometimes the same kind of driver is a negative influence, and sometimes it's a positive influence. So it's highly contextual. So what we did is took all this literature and we grouped it into these generalized elements of success that really make up the green list. Another way to look at it is like this. Here's the outcomes: ecological outcomes, management, ecological design, and governance. The ecological outcomes are things like ecological integrity. You may want a particular species or an ecosystem as your goal for a protected area, or even ecosystem services. Under management, there's things like restoration, enforcement, monitoring, capacity, and planning. And under governance, it's really who decides, who benefits, what's the level of corruption, etc. We published a global paper that may be interesting to you, that we could actually predict protected area success by a country's corruption index at the national level. So it's the governance thing is pretty critical. Under ecological design, it's really about size, location, connectivity. So in the literature, you'll see papers that report great ecological outcomes with low management and low governance. Okay, we will see kind of weak outcomes on all levels. Sometimes we will see. Why isn't that working? Excuse me. And what we want is this: we want to have really all of these 4 elements, and when you meet these 4 elements, you're green listed. So a graph like this maybe helps explain it. If you look at the x-axis as being a cumulative level of threat that these places are under, and the y-axis being the relative importance of the factor. Lots of places which are highly isolated, really doesn't matter if you have good management and governance. If they're highly isolated and there's no threat, it never becomes a factor. But as soon as you raise the threat level, then good governance becomes really critical right from the start. You have to have a rule of law, good governance, benefit sharing, etc., to be successful. And after that, effective management is absolutely fundamental. You can make up for a lot of problems with good management if you have the resources to do it. And then finally, ecological design comes in and drives the system. So what drives protected area success? They all work, but we certainly know from our research that protected area categories and governance types all work. Doesn't matter whether it's managed by government or indigenous peoples or private, they can all work. It never came out as a statistically significant factor. So what we really need is all of these 4 factors to be in place to be successful. And this is built into this green list standard, which is the performance standard for the 21st century. That's basically the bottom line of the 2-minute version of the green list and why we developed it that way. And we continue to test it. Like all good standards, we are reviewing this standard. Every standard should be reviewed, and it's in our ISIL certification that we will review this standard. So we're in a process of doing that now, asking these questions: what needs to be changed, what's missing, what are the impediments to using this standard, does it really apply to protected areas and OECMs, does it apply to networks? We just gone through our first network in California, and we learned lessons there. So we're asking these kind of questions. we're asking, here's the methods. We're about to launch a global survey in a bunch of languages from experts in this area who've used the green list to see if it works or doesn't work. We're going to have structured interviews and a whole lot of things to come up with a new standard or a revised standard, which will be launched at the World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi next October. So what I would like to conclude this talk with is we're headed towards this version 2. I want to instill some confidence in the user group of the Green List that we're trying to take all precautions to keep this as current as possible. We're doing another structured literature review to make sure that there's nothing new in the protected area or conserved area literature that we've missed. And if any of you would like to be part of this review process, we would love to interview, so come see me after this session. Thanks very much. Teddy.
Thank you, Stephen. We will have a panel discussion later, so I will be happy to invite you again into the panel if we have some questions. But maybe just to check in first, I know some familiar faces, but I just would like to know if any of us here have never really heard about the Green List before Thierry and Stephen explained. James Hardcastle, okay. Okay, so only 1, 2, 3 persons. So that's perfect, actually. Yeah. So almost all of us are familiar about the Green List. So yeah, thanks so much, Stephen, again, of the explanation and the process of potential review of the IUCN Green List standard that we're sure that it will be very, very helpful for certain case studies. So that's why for the next session, I would really like to invite Mr. Belal Kutaishat from Ministry of Environment in Jordan to share with us their case studies about the Green List process on some candidate sites and participating sites in Jordan. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. No, not need the slides. We can talk from head to head, as said. Thank you for hosting us. This is very important issue regarding for Jordan. But give me a few minutes just to explain the process we're working in it in Jordan. We manage our protected area, all network, through local communities. Government don't have any work, just to monitoring and support. And we arrive to a point now, the operational cost for all network of protected area is around $3 million per year. The government not pay any benefit from it. All protected area cover these operational costs by themselves. And we have many activities in protected area support local communities. So by this way, I think we keep rights for all local communities on them lands and create opportunities or new jobs for all people around the protected area. By this way, the local communities feel the ownership of protected area and they help us in protect it. Additionally, we start updating and revising our MBSAP directly after Common Montreal Framework adoption in COP15. So we now was the first party in the region submit the MBSAP and national targets. Thank you very much. One of main topics we talking about it, the contribution from Jordan on 30 by 30 in cooperation with IUCN. So we arrive to make agreement to increase our area from 5.4 to 10. So now our target, national targets by 2030 the protected area should cover 10% of Jordan. So this is the first commitment. We're working on it to support 30 by 30 by IUCN. In addition, that lead us to working on a green list. For green list, Jordan now have 2 protected area under green list, which have this award in COP 14 in 2018. This protected area, one of is Azraq protected area reserve or Azraq reserve. It is a wetland, and it is the first wetland announced in region. So this is give this area or protected area high opportunity to work more with local community, enhance more in many activities, especially this is a wetland, it is in desert. So it is a rest area for migratory birds. Most of watchers of birds come to this area to see that birds. So it is go have a new award as the most sustainable area for tourism. This is coming from engagement, all local community activities, and conservation procedure which follow up under green list. The second area is forest area. It's a protected area. It is Ajloon. This area is like Amazon for this region. This is area is long for Jordan. So the green list help us to announce or increasing capacity for all peoples around this protected area to know what's protected area mean and how we create new things, new jobs for other peoples to can enhance. And in addition, we have natural or organic farm using all that products to support a restaurant on protected area. For that, we're creating new jobs in tourism, and we take so many people to work on these activities. Now, we're thinking to working on 2 other protected areas. The VISIS is, I think, complete and the process to announce it, I think, by COP29. We hope to have it. So this is our efforts. And in addition, in 2020, during pandemic, Jordan worked to announce the first marine protected area. This protected area now is working under effectiveness of management in cooperation with IUCN and going soon to prepare the file for this protected area to announce in a green list, so, inshallah. So we hope this is a good advance to share this knowledge, this experience, and this is open invitation for all to visit Jordan and see how much our protected area is welcoming with local community, with nice people, and safe places. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really inspiring stories. And especially we noted all the commitments that you have now in Jordan, and especially how the green list can really help improve the livelihood. So I know exactly what does it mean, because I'm from Indonesia with probably one of the largest intact tropical rainforest in the world. So and at the same time, it's highly populated. So a lot of local communities really depend on it. So I see also some Indonesian friends here. So thanks so much also for coming. And so yeah, it's really a great story. So we really hope to continue cooperation with you, especially, and talking about improving livelihood, but also to create new jobs and new things. Again, it's all about financial sustainability of the protected and conserved areas. And that's why the next panel session we will be talking about the case studies of the Sustainable Financing Initiative for 30 by 30 pathway for protected and conserved areas. So we have 4 speakers today who will present the case studies from their work, their program in their organization or in their countries. So just a little bit maybe of statistic of this, because as we know, during this COP16 weeks, we have just been discussing a lot about the financing, because this is really the main enabling condition. Of course, we can have beautiful ambition, 30 by 30 and other ambitions regarding to the species, for example. But if we do not have the financial sustainability, we don't have any enabling conditions to do so, to do the job, to do the work, it is actually very challenging. So that's why just a little bit of data, meaning that some research shows that the financial flows for the biodiversity conservation, it's now a little bit more than 100 billions, but the annual needs of for this work to happen is almost more than $700 billion. So there is really important funding gap in terms of the biodiversity work and efforts. So another research from Code Research, so related to the protected and conserved areas, again, less than 25% of protected areas and conserved areas in the world have good financial capacity, have appropriate financial governance in order for them to manage their site, their areas. So that's why I'm really happy just to invite our speakers here. So the first one is from the Ministry of Marine Affairs of Indonesia. I'm not sure if Mas Yoga is actually right now, but he's coming. So then the second speaker, Dr. Frank Griffin from Coral Triangle Initiative, CFF, Executive Director. Please, I will invite you to the panel session. So just a give of applause. And then the third speaker will be Mr. Tiago Beraldo, so from IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, Tourism and Protected Areas Specialist Group of TAPAS. Tiago, please take your seat. And the last one, while waiting also from Hadi Yoga, so we have Craig Bennett from the Wildlife Trust, Chief Executive of the Wildlife Trust. So please take your seat, Craig. Thank you. It's over here. Okay, so while we're waiting for my friend Hadi Yoga Dewanto from Ministry of Marine Affairs of Indonesia, so maybe then I can just start with, let me check, yeah. So maybe we can start with Tiago. Yeah, so it's about the effectiveness and the use of how the effective protected and conserved areas are really supporting for sustainable tourism, but I can imagine that this is also two ways of, the sustainable tourism is also very beneficial for protected and conserved areas effectiveness. So the floor is yours, Tiago. It's as you prefer. You can also sit if you like, but if you want to to see the slides. Okay, good. Thank you.
I have just one slide, so if you please. I'm the chair of the Tourism and Protected Area Specialist Group. We are a very well-established group in WCPA with more than 1,000 specialists all over the globe. And we are not just scientists. We have also park and protected area managers, rangers, some people who run companies, ecologists, and some activities also. So it's a very interesting group. Our object of study is different from all the other groups. The species that we study is people. So how they behave, what they eat, how they reproduce in nature. So it's a nice group, it's important to understand about visitation and recreation in outdoors recreation, because one study from 2015 showed that we had in that year, just in terrestrial protected areas, more than 5 billion visits. It's not visitors, but visits, because one person can visit a protected area many times in 1 year. I go very often to do biking or running in a protected area, so 5 billion visits, but it's a lot, and hundreds of billions of dollars the movement of tourism in protected areas. And it's important because it's something that creates revenues for the protected area, but also for the destination and the community. Recreation and tourism, it creates a social, besides of the ecological values of the areas, also creates a social and economic value for the area. And this is really important for sustainability when our protected areas, they have social and economic value, because the communities start to understanding more the importance of those areas. So we have a lot of we've been doing a lot of research in the countries over the years. The protected areas were created in the beginning for the enjoyment of the people in the United States and other places as well. So we have a lot of research in this subject and are willing to support the green list areas and other OSCMs that are interested in doing a very good visitation management with quality that doesn't create less possible negative impact in the areas and a lot of increase the level of benefits. The first manual I'm showing in the slide is the manual for visitation management, tourism management in protected areas. You have a lot of information on how to manage the tourists in the areas, community tourism, large groups, and how to do the spatial planning and the services in this area. All those manuals you can download in our website. We have a page in IUCN. The second manual is about delegations, service delegations and concessions. There are many ways to do that. It's really important to bring the community and the private sector to work with visitation. We have concessions that can be done with private companies and the government, or with the government and local communities, with private sector, the government and local communities together, joint ventures. There are many different possibilities that can be done, and this guideline helps a lot to guide the protected areas who are interested. And the third one is the visitors count. This one was done with UNESCO, and for the protected areas who are interested in how to count or estimate number of visitors, that we have different methodologies for that, how to understand, to survey visitors' behavior and the quality of the experience, and also how to measure economic impacts. So it's also, we have other resources available also. I'm available to talk to anyone who is interested in having more guidance to how to do this work. And we are really interested also in supporting the review of the standards in the part of visitation also as the TAPAS group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiago. Very helpful. As we know that sustainable tourism has really important and key role, especially when it comes to the regeneration revenues of the local communities in and around protected and conserved areas as well. So thanks so much for the information. We will also open the floor later for the questions if you might have. So let me just change the slide. So I'm very happy right now to welcome our friend and really a dearest partner from Coral Triangle Initiative Executive Director, Dr. Frank Griffin, to explain a little bit to us one of these financing solutions that they have been implementing in the Coral Triangle countries, which are 6 countries, and Dr. Frank will explain more about the initiative. So I'll hand over to Dr. Frank Griffin.
Thank you, Siska. Good afternoon, everyone. I was asked to prepare 1 or 2 slides to talk about this fund, and I said it's impossible. Yeah, I had 25 slides. I had to cut all of that down. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, but the Coral Triangle Conservation Fund is something that is in its infancy. We haven't actually started it yet, but This slide over here. The slide over here shows the area in which we are working in, the Coral Triangle area, often referred to as the Amazon of the marine environment. And the reason for that is that that triangle, something that looks like a triangle, the triangle that you see over there is the home to 76% of the world's coral species. You don't find that anywhere else in the world. It is worth protecting and managing. And the reason for that is that in other meetings this week and last week, we had the SPREP director, Mr. Stefanaya Nawandra, boasting about the tuna stocks that they have in the Pacific Ocean as being the healthiest in the world. They start over here. This is where it all starts, and then they go out to the ocean. So on one side, on the right-hand side, you have the Pacific Ocean. On the left-hand side, you have the Indian Ocean, and the fish stocks start from here. So it is of great importance to the global supply for tuna meat, sashimis, and what have you. So it is worth protecting. The initiative itself is a multilateral but partnership of 6 countries. Indonesia, the flags on the right-hand side. Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. It was established in 2009. If I can also add, in addition to it being the home to 76% of the coral reef species in the world, it is also home to 31% of the global reef fish in the world. So quite a significant place to be. We've had all throughout the week, all throughout this COP, of how the coral reefs are threatened by climate change, sedimentation, harmful, all other anthropogenic activities. So there is a great need for their protection. And in order for us to do that, there is an urgent need to ensure that there is essential natural resources, for these essential resources to have sustainable and adequate funding. About 6 years ago, our governing body, recognizing that there was insufficient funds that were in place to support this treasure that we live in, so they decided to establish what is now referred to as the Coral Triangle Conservation Fund. It's taken a bit of time, but we're on the verge of properly putting in place the registration process to make sure that it is officially and formally established so that we can start receiving funds to start helping to implement the activities that are contained in our regional plan of action. So in terms of its structure, it will be an independent conservation trust fund. And all throughout last week, I was, Chris, who is my deputy director for program services, both Chris and I have been frequenting all the side events on conservation funds. We haven't had anything new. We're pretty much aware of what needs to be done. The difference is that they've got money in their kitty. We don't. So we're at the very initial stage of establishing it. It will have, like all the others, have a transparent financial mechanism to help in the distribution of the funds to all the recipients. It will focus on projects that will benefit the CT6 region, or the Coral Triangle 6, the countries that I read out. It will concentrate on national and local projects with regional impacts, and many of them will be transboundary by nature. It will also concentrate heavily on coastal, marine, and/or terrestrial projects with measurable impacts to current and future or planned MPCAs, and they will all be they will all have their long-term projections in sight. Our target partners, we've already started talking to governments and other public entities. We learned quite a lot this last week and a half on how the multilateral systems also support conservation funds such as GBF, the GEF, GCRF, so many acronyms. We've also reached out to the philanthropic community with some good responses. Businesses and private sector. Our region is a sizable region. The 6 countries, although 6 small in number, very big in population. Indonesia alone already has 270 million people. And when you throw in Malaysia and Philippines in there, we're getting very close to 400 million that rely on this very unique structure that we have. So we are going to be going out there aggressively talking to our potential partners to come in and help in funding the conservation fund for the benefit not only of the people who live in the CTI region, but also its extended environmental services that it provides to the globe. In terms of the types of projects that it will fund, they will have Coral Triangle Priority Seascapes, and there are 3 of them, and I'll talk a little bit more about that this evening when we launch the Somoko project. It will also focus on current and future marine protected and conservation areas, multi-year projects, not one-off short, but multi-year projects long term. And as I said earlier on, they will have a regional or transboundary impact associated with it. The fund itself has works on this principle that it will protect, restore, and then transform the areas in which we work in. So that in a nutshell is what the Coral Triangle Conservation Fund is all about. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pat Frank. Very clear, and this really shows the efforts of the Coral Triangle Initiative countries. So just maybe a kind of reminder that the CTI-CFF is intergovernmental, let's say, what can we call it? Organization, exactly, from 6 countries that has just been presented by Pat Frank. So really looking forward to working with CTI-CFF as well, because we do have a new project right now, a new program. It's called Somakor, and we will actually launch this evening at 7 p.m. So 7:30. So if you're still around, we are happy to welcome everyone. Okay, so maybe next one is another type of mechanism how we can support basically the nature conservation efforts. Pleased to welcome Craig Bennett from Wildlife Trust, and thanks and give applause once again to Craig.
Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to be here this afternoon. I'm going to start off by just telling you, first of all, a few things about the wildlife trusts, which you'll be very familiar with if you live or have worked in the United Kingdom, but probably less so outside the UK, because we're very well known as a conservation NGO in the UK, but we don't do so much work internationally, so we're less well known there. But it's worth saying we were actually one of the 5 founding members of IUCN in the late 1940s, early 1950s, and we've been a very proud member of IUCN ever since, so delighted to be here. We're actually a federation of locally run wildlife charities across the UK, so 46 local wildlife trusts in total. Many of them are individual English counties or Welsh counties or towns like London Wildlife Trust or Birmingham Wildlife Trust, or counties like Dorset Wildlife Trust or Cornwall Wildlife Trust, and so on. We also have the Scottish Wildlife Trusts and Ulster Wildlife as well, representing those nations there as well. And so we're known for those relatively small to medium-sized organisations focused very much at that local and regional level. After doing that for 110 years, a bit longer than that, we actually now have more nature reserves in the Wildlife Trust than McDonald's has got restaurants in the UK. In fact, 1,000 more, which is we're very proud of. And we actually estimate that 60% of the British population live within 3 miles of one of our reserves as well. So they're very, very important to people to have nature on their doorstep. I'll accept many of them are very small. Many of them are very small local reserves, and we have to manage them very carefully to ensure that they're effective for nature, and sometimes there's quite intensive management for that. But in the process, those reserves have been absolutely essential, sometimes for protecting particular species and habitats, as like the arcs from which hopefully we can expand nature and restore nature into the wider countryside in the future. If you add us up as well across the Wildlife Trusts, believe it or not, we have almost 1 million members now, 940,000 members of the public in Britain that give us money on a regular basis as members of the Wildlife Trust. Put that in context, that's about twice the size of the largest political party in Britain. And another comparison I like to make, that you may or may not get this one, but if you remember, not so long ago, very briefly, we had a Prime Minister called Liz Truss in the UK. And through our strange political system, actually, you don't vote for a Prime Minister in the UK. So I can tell you we've got 10 times the number of members that ever voted for Liz Truss to become Prime Minister as well. But we actually have, when you add it up, 3,700 employees across the UK in the Wildlife Trusts, about 40,000 passionate volunteers on a very regular basis. We are those 47 independent charities, but we work together as one movement, and our collective turnover last year was £220 million. So actually, although we're just in one country, we're one of the world's largest nature organisations. We're not the only organisation in Britain that has this model of trying to buy up bits of land and protect them for nature. There are the 4 big ones. There's the Wildlife Trust, the National Trust, the RSPB, which of course is a member of BirdLife International, and the Woodland Trust. And actually, if you put all the land ownership together of those organisations with millions and millions of members combined, you can see it's not an insignificant amount of the UK that is now managed for nature by private charities, in other words. It's about 2 to 3% on average across the UK. So not huge in the scheme of things, but because they are very local to particular populations and communities, they really, really matter to those communities. But over the last few years, last 2-3 years, certainly we at the Wildlife Trust have really tried to focus about how we can not just protect the best bits of what's left, so, for example, you might have heard about this. This has received a lot of attention over recent years. Just 2 years ago, we announced a huge deal with the investors Aviva, who have given us a £38 million donation to the Wildlife Trust to restore temperate rainforest up the west coast of the UK. So the green blob you see there is the rainforest zone, the climatic zone. And anywhere within that zone, we now have £30 million worth of funding from Aviva to buy up bits of land when they come on the market where we think there is a good opportunity for us to restore temperate rainforest in that zone. And what is really interesting about this deal, there is some carbon credits involved, but it's actually a lot of good corporate philanthropy from Aviva as well. This is a 100-year contract that we have with Aviva to restore Celtic rainforest up the west coast of the UK. And, you know, to have that, it's really important to have that ambition and that longevity about how we can restore nature over that length of time. But we've always been looking also for how we can also buy and look for bigger, better, more joined up bits of nature. And I'm delighted to be able to announce something which is really exciting for us this afternoon, because just a year and a half ago, actually we heard about a piece of land, an old aristocratic estate in the north of England that came up for sale on the market. It was the old Rothbury estate in Northumberland, beautiful county on the border of Scotland, between England and Scotland. And this is an estate at roughly around 9,500 acres, or 3,800 hectares, which certainly in England is a very, very large piece of land. It's actually the largest piece of land to come up for sale in England for 60 years at all. And we set our mind on thinking, how could we possibly try and acquire that? It was on the market for £35 million a year ago. And we've been working very hard for a year to explore how we might secure that for nature. And we've ended up doing an extraordinary deal where we agreed with the vendor who was selling it that we could buy a little bit of it now, and we managed to get support from a major donor to do that, to buy a little bit of it. But now we can take 2 years to do public fundraising to try and fundraise for another 30 million to buy the rest of the estate. And so it felt very fitting during COP16 that just yesterday we announced that the Wildlife Trust has bought the Rothbury estate in Northumberland, the largest land sale in England for 30 years. And yesterday we launched a £30 million fundraising campaign to pay for this. Thank you. And the thing I want to emphasize here, what's really exciting about this, and I think is important, and it's not the only way, you know, we still need governments to act and declare brilliant protected areas. We still need, and that's absolutely crucial. It's very great when you can get private finance like that from Aviva to do this. But I think there's something that's also really important when you can have hundreds of thousands of people coming together, sometimes giving small amounts of money through a crowdfunding approach to buy huge amounts of bits of land for funding recovery for nature. Because actually what that does is it sends a really strong signal that the public care passionately about nature and they want to fund nature's recovery. And so we always think there's a very important role that we can play in enabling people to be part, in a very tangible way, of nature recovery. I must say, if there's any funders present, and if any of you are interested in helping us fundraise for that £30 million that we need to get in the next 2 years, please do let me know afterwards, because we absolutely have to make sure we fully secure this, but we'll be very excited to do so. The final thing I'd like to say is that all a part of this is part of a wider story. So we're thrilled about how we work in partnership and in close relationship with our friends at other organisations like the National Trust. You see the Rothbury estate here in blue, but other areas there are the National Park, there's the land estates by the National Trust, there's private landowners that are managing their estates for nature as well. Our vision is actually much bigger than that just estate as well. Actually, we want to create a 40-mile long corridor for nature restoration across the north of England. That's the long-term plan. The final thing I really want to say is I'm also delighted that to commit us as the Wildlife Trust to take all our sites. I said we've got more nature reserves than McDonald's has got restaurants in the UK. And we're so inspired by the Green List. Over the next 2-3 years, we want to get to the point where all of those reserves are registered and uploaded onto the Green List to be able to demonstrate a brilliant example about how right around the world organisations and community-based organisations are now identifying and managing protected areas to turn around the decline in nature and to put nature into recovery worldwide and help deliver on the global biodiversity framework. Thank you very much.
Yeah, such a very strong commitment, and congratulations again for that achievement. And we will have a couple of questions for the panel, but for now, so our friend, Mr. Hadi, cannot unfortunately join us today, but since I've also been involved in the development of the concept of the financing mechanism, it's called Coral Bond in Indonesia, so he also requested me to cover. So I really hope that I don't say something wrong, so I can now present a little bit of the Coral Bond initiative in Indonesia. Okay, so another financing mechanism that we can see here. Sorry. Right. So it's called Indonesia Coral Bond Innovative Financing Mechanism to Support MPA Effectiveness. So this is, again, a proposed concept, so there's nothing really final yet, but that's why I take this opportunity just to introduce what is it exactly, the concept and the initiative, and why this will be very, very helpful to support the marine protected areas in Indonesia. So the concept is led by the World Bank, and together with the, in cooperation, of course, with the government of Indonesia, with GEF, but also with BNP Paribas, and also with us, with IUCN, particularly with IUCN Green List. So just talking about the values of Indonesian coral reefs, maybe I'm not the best place here to explain, but just a little bit of some, let's say, statistics and the coral reefs of Indonesia that are really important and critical for biodiversity. And then that's why it has been discussed, and then there is an initiative that came up. I think it was initiated a couple of months ago, exactly a year ago. So it's called Indonesia Coral Bond, an innovative ocean financing instrument. So the proposed duration is 5 years, from March 2025 to February 2029. So this is exactly actually trying to respond to the 30 by 30 ambition as well. So we can see here all the descriptions. So basically, this is in line with the Indonesia's first blue economy policies. It's called conserving the seas and the resources. So the World Bank will issue, because the World Bank Treasury, this is the principal protection provided by the World Bank. And then the Coral Bond itself, it will generate the funding that will support the selected marine protected areas in Indonesia. Key MPAs, it's I think over 2 million hectares. And again, this is the first Coral Bond, the first outcome-based financing instrument linked to specific target, which in this case, the coral's health, including the live fish biomass as well. And then the background of it, you can see that this is to provide financial support for the MPA's management. And again, this is in line with Indonesia Blue Economy strategy, but also the objective is at the end to enhance and to demonstrate the coral reefs protection through improved management of marine protected areas that are selected in Indonesia. As we can see here, the outcomes of the Coral Bond itself, the expected metrics, the expected outcomes, there are two. So first, we're looking at the management, the effective management of those MPAs. So it will be measured and it will be verified by the IUCN Green List for protected and conserved areas. And then the second one, we're looking at the biophysical monitoring metrics, which is the live coral reef and fish biomass in selected marine protected areas. It will be maintained or it will be increased. And of course, the components expected for this, again, how those MPAs demonstrate the successful conservation outcomes and the biophysical metrics, so the coral reef fish biomass, but also those outcomes will be then demonstrated and will be verified by the IUCN Green List process. So I'm not going to maybe go through the details because maybe, again, I'm not in the place to explain about this. So basically, this is a quite complex governance system of the coral bond itself that it involves a lot of stakeholders, partners, public and private. So this is very interesting slide that Mas Yoga also prepared for this session is that the design phase, which is now since a couple of months ago. So we were involved, IUCN is also involved in the initiation process, which is to define the, the right target, the right metrics under the bond framework. So we also conducted the site preliminary assessment on how the green list could actually help verify, during the bond implementation as well. So we have implementation phase, which will start next year. And we're going to take a look at the green list certification itself. They're interested in doing so in order for improving their MPA management based on the green list. So there will be also a conservation success payment metrics. So the IUCN green list criteria will then be used as the standard to achieve conservation outcomes. So yeah, that's exactly, I really hope that I didn't say something wrong, but this is really exciting initiative, and hopefully that IUCN can continue to be involved in the coral bond mechanism. So yeah, that's very good. Okay, so I'm now going back to the, I think all the panel speakers have already presented their slides. So now, okay, not yet. James, not yet, the closing remark. But maybe I would like to invite Stephen back to the panel, and we can start the Q&A session for about 5, maximum 7 minutes. So yeah, I'm inviting you if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, so it's Rob Stoneman from the British Wildlife Trust. I'm just very interested in the Coral Bond Initiative, and I know you're not the person, you may not know the answer, but the important thing, of course, is about you get the finance and then you get the conservation done, but the finance obviously depends on generating revenues to pay back the investors or to give a return on investment to the investors. And if I got it right, the revenue is the investor gets interest from the outcome payer, and I didn't quite understand that. I was wondering if you could explain that in a bit more detail.
Okay, thank you. So indeed, so just to share the experience that indeed IUCN Green List team, we are not really involved in the financial structure of the coral bond. So this is kind of the disclosed information. But again, they're trying also to define what metrics for what triggers for payment itself. So we know that this will come also from the private investment. But I'm really probably not very, I think very familiar about the financial structure itself because it still has been developed. But there are some more information, disclosed information that the World Bank has published already. But there will be, that's for sure, there will be some metrics that will, trigger the payment. And this is exactly the right timing at the end of the year that they will finalize what are the metrics, what are the, the percentages of the let's say the payment back under the bond itself. So yeah, I'm sorry that I cannot answer, but yeah. James?
So just maybe I'm not the person either, so I shouldn't actually say anything, but I think that the principal capital is invested and it's the interest payments, it's the coupons which are foregone. So the investor accepts a lower return than perhaps they would normally expect, knowing that that money is going to support technical assistance, capacity development, investing in marine protected areas. Then the outcome payment is separate. That's from the BNP Paribas Foundation in the GF, and that is based on then the results of that technical assistance and support, which produces a conservation outcome, and then the payment is leveraged and given as well. So you kind of have a double bite at the apple, if that makes sense. But that's how I understand it.
working with the local communities and have a lot of discussion to see how they would like to be involved. For the purchase, the huge purchase we announced yesterday for Rothbury, we've made it very clear from the outset that we think it's incredibly important for us to consult with and really involve the local community as much as we possibly can in shaping the vision for the site. We have a broad vision at the moment, is that we want to turn it into a national flagship for nature recovery, but the detail of that will very much involve working with the community and some of the farmers in the area to decide exactly what that kind of looks like. And more to the point, we feel very confident that this can be done in a way that actually result in economic investment into the area, that will produce food that is grown and eaten in the area. You know, at the moment on the site, there's a lot of grazing for sheep grazing, which is subsidized by taxpayers' money, and most of that meat is then exported. So it doesn't really produce an awful lot of food that is consumed locally. We think there's a real opportunity to change the grazing regime there, to produce sort of sustainable conservation grazing meat. That is the site that we bought yesterday actually comes with its own pub, which is quite a nice thing to have. And we would love it if that pub starts selling the food and meat and so on that is produced on the site. And we like the idea of putting in a market garden as well, so that we can produce more fruit and vegetables locally. And we feel very confident actually that we can increase the number of people that are employed locally as a result of our involvement, and actually that provides a much more sustainable future for the local community. And that's what we've done in other sites, albeit at a smaller scale. But it is absolutely right to get that relationship right, and actually for us to be seen and felt that we are of and from the local community. So we think that's right.
Thanks so much. That's very clear. So maybe link back to the local communities' role. So maybe my second question then addressed to Tiago. If you could actually share the two key impactful outcomes of the sustainable tourism, because we have been so much discussing about how the sustainable tourism can actually deliver outcomes and impact, like positive impact to biodiversity, but also, of course, the first target group will be the local communities. So just to share maybe from your experience how the local communities can really be empowered, let's say, from the sustainable tourism activities.
Thank you for the question. First, I just want to say that I feel a little bit sad because I have no announcement to make like the other panelists. But sustainable tourism can be really impactful for local communities, traditional communities, indigenous communities, and local communities. I've seen in some years now, and some people reached out to me to talk about indigenous tourism, for example, and there are many places that this is becoming more and more people requesting to visit indigenous lands. In South America and Brazil, we have a lot of demand on that. And in Amazon, I'm from Brazil. I've been done some work with protected areas. I come from the National Park Agency in Brazil, and we have been done a lot of work to help the communities to thrive through tourism, and it's really there are many challenges because we have experiences that are getting now for 20 years. For example, in Mamirawa, my friend is here from the extractive reserve, and we see that the communities sometimes they need to learn too many skills that are from the private sector or understand about regulations and marketing and how to sell sometimes to international other destinations that are supplying the tourists. And I've seen that we are working to different models now, and we are having models with international organizations that are or NGOs that are coming to support the local communities, but also models when the local communities are having their own entrepreneurship development where they are in every community. We have some people who are more entrepreneurs than others. So also we have to develop mechanisms when the entire community benefits from the services of the tourism, community-based tourists, but also award the ones who are really keen to go ahead and develop their, sometimes their small lodge in their own area in the extractive reserve, for example. So this is making communities that sometimes are not so close to important destinations to receive tourists and move from using the natural resources for these other opportunities to be less impactful on nature. For example, we in Brazil, fish is not wildlife in terms of regulation. So, for example, you cannot hunt in Brazil, but you can fish and you can do sports fishing. And I've learned in Brazil that two types of tourists that are really interested, are okay to very hard logistics, are budget watchers and sports fishermen. They are okay to travel from Europe to Manaus, then Manaus to a medium-sized city, and then to a small city, and then take a boat and go to a very far place. If they are flag animal that they want to see, it's really far. Or if they want to catch a very specific type of fish, and so they're really those are types of market that we can. It help us to develop communities that sometimes are far from the international airports, for example. And so this is some things that we are learning, concrete things that we are learning to work with communities.
Thank you. Very helpful. Yes. So maybe going back now to the, well, still, again, the local communities. This is really my favorite subject. I have a social background, so that's why. So maybe to Frank Griffin, if you could maybe share a little bit about what are maybe the most significant challenges in terms of securing sustainable funding for marine conservation in Coral Triangle. Again, when we're talking about marine conservation, it will involve highly the roles of the coastal communities in and around the areas. So just maybe share a little bit your experience in how address this challenge.
Thank you. Much of the problem that we are having to deal with is around plans that communities have in order for us to be able to work with them in a manner that will bring about proper conservation practices to be established in those areas. There is a reluctance within the CT6 governing system that conservation funding, like what we've had in the COP this year, is inadequate. And much of what the communities actually rely on is coming from outside the countries. The coral bond system that you spoke about earlier on is an example of how one of our countries is beginning to think outside the box, if you like. They're now looking at other ways of making sure that there is funding that goes into not just conservation activities, but also on helping to improve the welfare of the communities on the ground. If you notice the name of the organization that we work in, it's the Coral Triangle Initiative on Coral Reefs, Fisheries and Food Security. So much of the work that we do, while conservation is at the heart of it, it is not just conservation for the sake of conservation. It's about conserving the natural resources that we have, so that sustainable harvesting practices can be put into place to make sure that the food security issues of the communities that we work with also taken care of. So that in a nutshell is the operational structure of what the Coral Triangle Initiative is all about. But again, it comes back to what we've been talking about all throughout the COP, in that if you don't do conservation properly, then you lose the natural resources that you have in the marine environment. And for us, there is no option. It is something that we have to conserve, not for the benefit, as I said earlier on, not for the benefit of the communities that are contained within our 6 countries, but by extension to the global community as well.
Thank you, very helpful. Give applause once again. So before I hand over the floor to James for the closing remarks, maybe last question to Stephen regarding the review of the potential review of the IUCN Green Standard. I think we just would like to know maybe the next step and what is the timeline and how can we reach out to the panel for this work.
So anybody who wants to get involved, please come see me. We'll be reaching out to people. We'll be reaching out really extensively to the IUCN family, everybody who's been involved with the Green List, academics that have been involved with the Green List. I think the message here is that in doing the Green List, IUCN is trying to make this as scientifically robust as possible. So in doing we don't have any glaring problems with the Green List. No glaring problems, but we're still doing a systematic review to make sure that it's as good as possible. We're aiming to launch, have a completed version for the next IUCN World Conservation Congress, which is in Abu Dhabi in October. Sometimes when you launch these global consultations, it's a bit, you never know what's going to happen, but that's where we're headed. And because we don't think we're going to be doing a dramatic rewrite, I think that's well on track to do. I think the standard is as robust as possible. I hope it's not too complex. I mean, protecting nature is complex, as our panelist has pointed out. Not only do you have to have all those elements in place, but you have to have the financing in place. So this is a good discussion which includes them both. So if anybody wants to, I mean, you can contact really anybody in the Green List team to get involved in this. We're going to be reaching out to probably 1,000 people, but we're wide open to anyone who really wants to comment.
That's amazing news. Thanks so much. We can close. Yeah, sure, Pa Francis.
I just want to say, Steve, that the Coral Triangle Initiative would be participating in the review process. 3 weeks ago, we had our MPA Technical Working Group meeting in Manado in Indonesia. And we do have a measuring tool. It was established in 2013, the Coral Triangle MPA system. It's a little bit out of date now. And the emergence or the coming online of the Green List is a blessing for us, because it now allows us to do a revision as directed by our technical working group 3 weeks ago. So the review that you're talking about is very timely for our own use as well. That we will participate not only in the revision or the updating of the Green List, but we will use that experience to also update our own system as well. It's they're two complementary systems. We know the directive from COP13 was on the promotion of the Green List, but in some jurisdictions, a locally established or locally generated system appears to be a little bit more applicable than a global system. So, but it's about merging the two together and finding the best middle ground to be able to utilize both systems, because the outcomes are the same at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Stephen, please, maybe want to respond.
Yeah, so there are a lot of systems for measuring effectiveness. You know, we tried to make the green list as robust as possible, but there are systems which are far easier, but they're not as nearly as comprehensive or definitive. So there's a trade-off in using each of these systems. One thing about the green list is that we have the pillars and the criteria and then the indicators. So, and the indicators can be adapted to local use. In fact, the system's set up so they can be adapted to local use. So you may want to consider that. And we've also done with a sister task force a so-called Rosetta Stone, where we've compared all of these systems and looked at where is entirely in common and where there are gaps.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks so much for the panels, and please stay here because now I'm handing the floor to James for the closing remarks.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Siska. Thank you, everyone. Boom. Boom, boom. There you go. Thank you, everyone. I don't think I need to do too many closing remarks. I think that was such a rich tapestry from the corals, to the visitation, to the United Kingdom. I mean, really, I have roots in the United Kingdom, and the map you showed of Northumberland is where my ancestors come from. And there's a small protected area called Hardcastle Crags. So Craggy Hardcastle. So yeah, and it's part of that network. It's fascinating. I think my reflection is that the focus of all of the discussion here is around effectiveness. How can all of these diverse types and scales and sizes, biomes, ecosystems from Jordan, we heard about the Amazon of the Middle East, we heard the Amazon of the seas, and then we have the Amazon itself as well. Tiago was mentioning some things there. But I think, this common thread of effectiveness is what we're all after. That's the game. It's the results of conservation. It's not 30% for nothing. It's 30% in systems that are equitable and effective and are delivering the conservation outcomes, the ecological benefits that we need as a planet to survive. Well, that's why we're all here. I think that common thread, we humbly as the IUCN, have the green list standard. I think the way Stephen presented it is something, I take note. We should all have that to hand. It's trying to meld the science with the practice, with the local knowledge, and then the practical application of a standard. And it's not about certification. Certification is an incentive. We have commitments from governments. We have commitments today from the Wildlife Trust. This really helps share the message. And the green list is a good way. It's closing remarks. We're just finishing. Yeah. The green list is a good way to secure those commitments. The political will needed to push the purchases, to get the financing, to get things moving. So we hope it can contribute. But just to allow our guests outside to benefit from the room, and in closing, just like to thank everybody, thank the speakers, and all of you, give you the chance to engage with the green list. It's a standard that you can use in any way. You don't need to even work with us. Just download it, use it, interrogate it, question it, bring the feedback as well. Our interest is improving, protecting conserved areas, and delivering their vital contributions. Thank you very much.
We'll be starting in a few minutes, and there are lovely refreshments after the side event. You can look forward to that. But if we say go get the refreshments now, it will get more chaotic. We do have translation. We're just putting up the code for you. When you see the QR code, there's translation into Spanish and French. Thank you. And from Spanish and French. If you need interpretation, please use this. Go photograph the QR code. Tenemos traducción de español, francés y inglés. Two minutes. Chris. Has everyone set up the translation? The interpretation, rather. English, Francais, Espanol. If you need it, please use this. Are we ready? No? Okay. Should we? Thank you. Welcome. My name is Sue Lieberman. Hello. Mostly WCS people in the front row talking. Okay, John. Welcome, everyone. My name is Sue Lieberman. I'm Vice President for International Policy with the Wildlife Conservation Society. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. I know there are a lot of things on your schedule, so we really appreciate it. What we're going to be, please take a seat. There's also seats in the front. What we're going to be talking about today is prioritizing biodiversity and ecological integrity. But you might say that is the GBF. The GBF is biodiversity. That's true, but we're going to talk about how to prioritize where we work and what we focus on. And you've seen this slide previously. It's not real data, but the idea is, if I can figure out how to use a pointer, yes, well, but it's only on one side, is that the GBF, that all of the governments 2 years ago in Montreal adopted and agreed to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. In order to halt and reverse biodiversity, sorry, the screen doesn't appear very clear. We have to prevent species extinction. We have to restore wild populations. We have to bend the curve and protect high integrity ecosystems and restore those areas around those ecosystems. What's most important is the current curve of biodiversity is going down. We have to bend the curve so that biodiversity increases for the sake of biodiversity, the sake of nature, but also for our sake of mitigating and adapting to climate change, for the sake of our health, for the sake of humanity. How do we do that? Now, you know, I'm not going to list, you'll be very pleased, I will not be listing all 23 targets that were adopted, but it means, if you look at the first target, it means we all, not just governments, NGOs, scientists, stakeholders, we have to engage in robust spatial planning. We have to enhance the connectivity between the places we work. We have to restore the functionality. We have to secure human rights. We have to do all of that in order to bend the curve. And today we're going to focus, everyone's been talking for I don't know how many days we've been here, and governments in your national biodiversity strategies. We're going to focus on two key concepts. First, and this is in the global biodiversity framework, prioritizing the most important areas for biodiversity. We must do that. It's in the GBF, but we also must do that in the actions, and we're going to hear from speakers on that. And second, we must connect. Please, thank you for joining. I shouldn't have started on time. I should have known that. If you can direct people to seats in the second row. Thank you. We have to connect this overall ecological integrity. That, and I'll mention what that is in a minute, and we'll hear about it more. The solution to the biodiversity crisis, to tipping and bending that curve, to the climate crisis and the health crisis, is protecting, conserving, and restoring ecological integrity. What do we mean by ecological integrity? Now, governments adopted it in the GBF, but for all of you, basically, it's the composition of an ecosystem, the functionality of an ecosystem, and the structure of an ecosystem. So the composition, you might think of it as the species, the wildlife, the animals, the plants that make up that ecosystem. For the functionality, you might think of the predator-prey relationships and the functions of the ecosystem. The structure, whether it's a forest, whether it's a coral reef, all of that together is ecological integrity. We can't just be the priority. It is included in Target 2 on restoration. It's included as well in Target 3 on protected and conserved areas. So we raise that point because we think that all of you this evening, we can discuss what we really need to do to prioritize those areas of high ecological integrity. So I'm pleased to, I'm just moderating, you won't hear from me anymore, that we have three high-level speakers that'll share some of their important thoughts with us this evening, and then we will have a panel discussion, a little more technical and scientific, but a panel discussion of experts, and then some closing remarks. So, without further ado, I will now call on him. I will not try to use French because it will be embarrassing, but His Excellency, Monsieur Max Fontaine, Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development of the Government of Madagascar. Please, thank you. Thank
you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to give the opening remarks to this so important topic. And first, I'd like to thank also the WCS team for our collaboration since so long in Madagascar. And if I may, I'd like to emphasize my opening remarks on the social parts, the vision of the government of Madagascar about the management of the protected areas. And we've talked about it also with the WCF team maybe 1 month ago in New York. So actually, 30 years ago, we thought that conservation was just closing the primary forest and trying to monitor the biodiversity inside it, protect from forest fires, and preserve the amazing tree species and the amazing animals. And we forgot the most important element in it, it's the human. Because at the end of the day, often when we talk about biodiversity, we forget that we are a full part of biodiversity. We have an impact on the environment. And in a country such as Madagascar, 80% of the population is rural. So they live near natural resources, and we are part of biodiversity. We are not a biodiversity observer, we are an actor of it. So this year, the Malagasy government totally changed our conservation vision. We have changed our protected areas management agreement, and there are two major changes in this new agreement. The first one is the role of the local communities. How should every manager really work closely and have a real social plan, a concrete social plan with the local communities that live inside these protected areas? How can we develop income-generating activities? How can we develop social infrastructures? How can we develop ecotourism in these protected areas? The second one is the use of technology. The world has changed also, and today we have a broad range of tools that can help us to monitor the forest, the ecosystem, such as the GIS mapping, the drones, the really new GPS, the RTK system, etc. So we oblige, and it's a formal obligation, all the managers of protected areas to have a plan that they will present to the government on what are the social activities they will do in the protected areas every year, what is the allocated budget to the social activities, and what is the technology plan, which kind of technology are we going to use. And we are also ready to help to raise capacity building for the managers, because some are very tech friendly and are already really advanced. Some do not have the same means. So we try to align the standard in the use of technology. So this is really the new vision, because at the end of the day, in an ideal world, I would have loved to try something, a new kind of management for the protected areas. Is if today we use maybe 85% of the budget for managing the protected areas in monitoring the biodiversity, in paying the people working to preserve the environment, and only 15% for the local communities' activities. If we change that paradigm, if we put 85% of all the money we allocate to the management of protected areas, to develop the local population, to develop income-generating activities, and maybe 15% of the money in the monitoring of the biodiversity, of the ecological integrity, I think we would be really surprised by the results, because I know the local population, and I can tell that when they cut down a tree, it's not by pleasure, it's not for fun. They do that for necessity. So unfortunately, I don't think it's possible today to radically change that, but I call to all the actors in the conservation area to try to really inverse the balance, even slowly, and we would be all really surprised by the results. And at the end of the day, we really need to push the human first, and they will leave the forest alone, they will leave the animals alone. We will stop to see pictures of captured lemurs being eaten by the communities. We will stop to see people cutting down 200 years old precious trees. And we are really happy and willing to strengthen the collaboration with all the partners on how we can improve the management of the protected areas. So really looking forward to the next presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for those inspiring remarks. Madagascar is one of the about 60 countries that WCS works in, and we're very honored to be a partner with you on this great journey. Our next speaker, I'm pleased to introduce His Excellency Mr. Ernesto Adobo, the Undersecretary for Legal and Administration in the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in the Republic of the Philippines, another country we're honored to work in. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I guess it is imperative for me to ask first your apologies. I'm having GERD attack, so I cannot control my birthing, but I try to minimize that. Minister Max Fontaine, Ambassador Sylvie Lemmy, esteemed colleagues, conservation partners, a pleasant evening. Or is it evening already? A pleasant afternoon. It is an honor to share the Philippine experience as we confront the realities of climate-induced loss and damage, with our vulnerability driving our motivation to develop a comprehensive, updated Philippine biodiversity strategy and action plan. This PBSAP, now aligned with Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, is built on ecosystem conservation and resilience to address climate impacts that intensify food insecurity, economic hardship, and life in poverty. As an archipelagic nation in the Global Triangle, the Philippines holds a unique biodiversity of global significance, home to countless endemic species and ecosystems. As a biodiversity hotspot, our country is not only crucial for ecological health, but also for livelihoods of millions of Filipinos who depend on these ecosystems for food, income, and cultural identity. The Philippines' diverse habitats, including coral reefs, mangroves, wetlands, and tropical forests, are vital for maintaining ecological balance and resilience against climate change. Our agency, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, has therefore embedded a climate risk lens across our planning processes, particularly in water-stressed regions, stressing the value of good ecological health and intact ecosystem services for our communities. The Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan underscores the importance of climate adaptation as a proactive approach, moving beyond mere reliance on aid to empower communities and ensure long-term resilience in the face of climate change. The Philippines experiences approximately 20 typhoons annually, with recent events like Tropical Storm Trami, impacting over 4 million people and causing around $4.3 million in infrastructure damage and 2.2 million in agricultural losses. This results in an economic impact of about $3.5 billion each year. This highlights the urgent need for resilience to support sustainable community foundations, particularly the indigenous people and local communities, who play a critical role in biodiversity conservation and resource management. The PBSAP also aims to empower IPLCs through inclusive decision-making and community-driven conservation practices. This is aligned with Target 22, ensuring that their knowledge and contribution are integral to our resilience strategies and any priority tool to employ. Under Targets 1 and 3, we are initially identifying key biodiversity areas for increased protection, aiming to expand 24% of terrestrial land and 60% of marine protected area by 2030. Complementing this effort, it is our recently enacted law, the Philippine Ecosystem and National Capital Accounting, and the ongoing development of a strategic plan for the National Coral Reef Program, both of which serve as key policy instruments to support the monitoring of ecological health and biodiversity. These targets were informed by extensive consultations, spatial mapping exercises, and an interim PBSAP partnership network and KBE National Coordinating Group, combining expertise from government, civil society, academics, indigenous people, and donor partners to support this vision. The PBSAP target number 2 on ecosystems restoration, we're implementing an innovative policy requiring mining companies to set aside 5% of the concession area as reference ecosystem, laying the foundation for meaningful post-extraction rehabilitation. Though it may minimally offset impacts, this policy ensures that biodiversity gains foothold in our extractive industries while actively supporting the PBSAP's restoration goals. Likewise, we're targeting 30% of degraded ecosystems to be restored. Meanwhile, for targets 4, 5, 9, and 12, which focus on species and habitat protection, we're collaborating intensively with the Philippine CITES Red List committees and the Philippine Plant Conservation Committee, among others. These insights help refine the National Action Plan on Ecosystem Restoration and Species Extinction Prevention. We call it NAPRSAP, which now integrates conservation strategies tailored to regional and sub-national contexts. These initiatives reflects our commitment to resilient governance, sustainable funding, and data-driven approaches. With partnerships from organizations like the Wildlife Conservation Society and the other like-minded groups, we amplify our efforts for national community-based conservation actions. Through these collaborative initiatives, the Philippines seek to lead in biodiversity conservation, aiming to establish a benchmark for ecological integrity and enhance biological diversity. However, aspirations are not enough. We require innovative solutions to create an equitable biodiversity finance landscape to ensure direct access to benefits for communities. This will enable us to connect scientific knowledge and actionable solutions for the future. Further, with the Philippines rejoining IUCN, we look forward to support in enhancing our capabilities, specifically on understanding and making use of the global ecosystem topology, and determining further and updating our existing restoration baselines across various ecosystems, and in conducting phenological studies to analyze and document the effects of changing climate on our live species breeding, feeding, pollination, and migration behavior. IUCN tools and technical expertise will help us achieve several targets of our PBSAP. We look forward to supporting and inspiring one another in our efforts to create a resilient and biodiverse future. Mabuhay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those outstanding remarks, and we look forward to working with you. And now, last but not least, I promise to introduce Ms. Sylvie Lemay, the Ambassador for the Environment with the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Government of France. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. Bonjour à mes collègues francophones. It's hard to never speak your own language when you are somewhere abroad, so I'm using all the time I can to insert some of French. Thank you very much, WCS, to organize this event. I must say it's really always an honor. It's always a place where we learn things. And you are an amazing organization from what I have seen over the last few years. You're intervening everywhere, which is a good thing, because you have the capacity to give us examples that are coming from very different countries, very different ecosystems, and therefore also different methodologies. And I think as we are starting to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework, what we really need now is to make sure that we exchange the kind of experience that we have in trying to implement it. Because it is not easy. And what we have heard today are different approaches. In France, we also have a different approach that I'm going to come to very quickly. But I think that there is not just one method. Specifically on the 30 by 30, it is not just a matter of saying, let us freeze 30% of the world and look at what are the very key ecosystems and do nothing on that, because that is not going to happen. That is the recipe for failure. And we indeed have to integrate into the way we are thinking about that. Who lives there? Why wouldn't it be self-conserved in a way? Well, because there are people that are indeed living in those areas and that need to use the nature where it is and have other activities around to make sure that indeed it is not degraded or that they are supported in their effort for conservation. It does not go naturally that it will happen. So that was interesting to listen to how Madagascar is indeed shifting its support to people. I'd like to say that in France we have started implementing, or we have set up a target of 30% of protected area in 2021. We have reached that target, we are at 33%. But now we are going the other way around, because in France we always have had a high integrity approach. We have an approach to integrate the population in the effort to conserve those areas. Actually, in each of what we call the national parks, we have a steering committee, and the steering committee on its board has the local communities, the mayors and others participating in the actual management of the parks, which of course is a challenge, because you have all the interests that are represented and people are not necessarily satisfied with perhaps conserving some part, etc. But on the other hand, even if it takes a long time, it's the only way to make sure that you at the same time have the people and have a respect for the protected areas. Obviously, they will see interest if a good protected area attracts tourism, for instance, or is recognized in a way or another. So that has been the attempt, but we are trying now that it is widely accepted to expand those areas that are more under integral, I would say, conservation. That is specifically true for marine areas, where I think we have a little bit of improvement to do in our country, and just like in every country, I'm sure. But that's the goal, and we are currently having a target now of 10% of a national territory that is going to be under high protection for the years to come. But I guess this tension between what is highly protected and what is protected, but with, I would say, current life happening, either local communities or whatever needs to happen there, is going to be there forever. And one thing that I think is not necessarily happening right now under the CBD, which I guess would be interesting, would be to have some kind of dialogues that has existed under the Climate Convention, for those who are following that have been really merging the negotiators and the practitioner and the experts, so that indeed the further negotiation on how we do that are grounded into the kind of feedback from practitioner in terms of what is happening. And so I guess this is something that if we don't have that, at least this kind of dialogue helps get there. One thing that we have been doing, therefore, also in France is obviously supporting some countries that are engaging towards the 30 by 30. Also trying to have a different approach. That has been the case for the last years, not trying to cherry pick, but try to have all the donors around the table together with one country or another. This has been happening in Congo, now that's been launched in Gabon, it's also in Papua New Guinea, where all the donors that are at the request of the government, if the government really would like to have a lot of donors supporting their 30 by 30, they are together around the table, and it's really a kind of long-term support and long-term engagement around different issues that will need to be tackled. So obviously there is the conservation areas and how this can be done, but there is also very often an element of science, how we monitor all that. There is an element of education, because people indeed need to see the value and understand it. And there is always an element that has to do with the economics. And that particular part is going to be very different from one country to the other. Because in forest countries like Congo or Gabon, the real issue is how do we still conserve but use the forest. Whereas in other countries, it's not going to be necessarily forest, but much more how we attract tourism by really having a very high integrity kind of approach. I was visiting Botswana, and it's very impressive how the biodiversity is back, and certainly not. So the revenue is not coming from the forest, but it's really coming from the high level kind of tourism that they have been able to implement. So each country is going to have a different approach, but each country has the same problem, which is how do we finance all that together? Which kind of economic activity can still help the conservation of those areas? And I guess it's also, I mean, it's very much in the debate, in the negotiation, but it's also very interesting that I think we are at the very early stages of having identified all the elements and all the instruments that we could mobilize to get there. We have been looking, for France at least, at trying to see what biocredit could look like, which is one possibility perhaps. We heard that some countries are using, for instance, revenue from mining companies, or so that they can use the revenue that is coming out of using the nature to at least do good elsewhere in the country. I'm not suggesting that we should do gigantic swaps, obviously, because that would be terrible, but I think that there is some kind of an economic model that has to be thought through for each country and adapted to the way that we are going to finance the conservation if we want to succeed in the 30 by 30. So that would be my message, is that we need to have really a holistic approach to conservation, and thank you very much for all of you for having provided examples.
Merci, thank you very much. Yes, we need a holistic approach. And if you can join me in thanking our three high-level opening speakers, please. Now we're going to switch to something different, but I do promise you after this panel, we do have refreshments for you. But what I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Newgarden, who's the Executive Director for Conservation Planning. I think I almost got that correct, with the Wildlife Conservation Society. And to please, we're going to have a technical panel now. So if our panelists could come up, and those of you who are standing and like a seat now, since some delegations have to go to another event, you can please take a seat, and I will turn it over to Rachel. And thank you very much. Do you need you don't need this? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sue Lieberman from WCS. So my name is Rachel Newgarden, as she said. I'm also with WCS. I would like to introduce briefly our panel. It includes Eugenia Arguedas from Costa Rica. She's the CBD focal point from Costa Rica. Maru Rao is the IUCN chair of the World Commission on Protected Areas and also works with us at the Wildlife Conservation Society. Nicasio Vinha Davila is the executive secretary of the Secretariat of the Caribbean Biological Corridor, and Emily Nicholson, who is a professor at the University of Melbourne, also a member of the IUCN Red List of Ecosystems, the IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Monitoring, and the ATEG panel. All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask each panelist a question, and I would ask you to keep your remarks brief to 5 minutes or less, because I think we're all eager to get to the drinks and refreshments portion of the evening, so thank you. So I'll start with you, Eugenia. We wanted to think about, from a party perspective, can you talk a little bit about how Costa Rica is monitoring biodiversity and potential links with the Global Biodiversity Framework indicators?
Okay, I'm going to speak in Spanish. So, okay,
if you want to, you know, to copy the QR for the translation. Thank you. Gracias, muchas gracias a los organizadores de este evento por invitar a Costa Rica. Les comento que yo soy la punto focal nacional ante el CBD, pero también tengo otros sombreros. La gente de los países, de algunos países, saben de lo que estoy hablando. Muchas veces tenemos muchísimos sombreros a cargo y también soy la coordinadora nacional del programa de monitoreo ecológico de Costa Rica. Desde que estábamos en negociaciones, y me acuerdo un SOPSTA en Montreal, empezamos a oír el tema de integridad ecológica. Y nosotros sabemos como biólogos lo que significa ese término de integridad ecológica. Como dijo la colega al inicio, no es fácil medir la integridad ecológica como tal. Estamos hablando de estructura, de composición, de función de un ecosistema. Y eso es bastante complicado. Costa Rica, desde el año 2011, ha estado trabajando en la conceptualización de la integridad ecológica. O sea, tenemos aproximadamente 15 años de estar construyendo el concepto de integridad ecológica y empezamos ya a implementarlo en el año 2015, empezando con ambientes marinos, y hace 3 años iniciamos con ambientes terrestres. Hay una ventaja que tenemos, y es que tenemos los protocolos ya establecidos, son oficiales y están para todo el país. Lo estamos aplicando, el objetivo es aplicarlo en todas las áreas silvestres protegidas. En este momento tenemos 16 de las 34 áreas silvestres protegidas con protocolos, y tenemos aproximadamente 22 aplicando los protocolos de bosques y de aguas continentales. Estos protocolos, y cuando hablamos de integridad vuelvo y subrayo, es muy difícil tratarlos, pero sí los hemos dividido por elemento focal de manejo y lo estamos trabajando con indicadores proxy. Esto ha sido un reto muy interesante porque hemos tenido que cambiar el paradigma institucional, ¿verdad? Hay que cambiar un paradigma para empezar a monitorear. Y estamos seguros de que a pesar de que nosotros tenemos protocolos de monitoreo de integridad ecológica, estos datos calzan perfectamente con índices que están incluidos en el Monitoring Framework del Global Biodiversity Framework. Entonces, hemos tenido resultados interesantísimos. Uno de los indicadores estamos trabajando es sobre mamíferos terrestres con cámaras trampa. Entonces tenemos identificado cómo se encuentra la pirámide ecológica en muchos parques nacionales. Hace poco recibimos una buena noticia sobre el estado de los mamíferos terrestres en el Parque Nacional Corcovado. Tenemos una población de jaguares muy sana y una población de herbívoros muy sana también, que le ha dado, que sostiene a esos jaguares. Y entonces ya no estamos hablando de criterio de experto, no estamos hablando de que pareciera, no, es que ya tenemos datos. Ya tenemos datos para responder al marco mundial del CBD. Pero esto, como les digo, nos ha costado años de trabajo conceptual. Muchas mentes del Sistema Nacional de Áreas de Conservación, muchas colegas de organizaciones no gubernamentales nos han ayudado, muchos ministros y viceministros a nivel político han sido nuestros padrinos, y ahora vemos ya todo ese esfuerzo en el campo y ya podemos hablar con muchos datos. Yo creo que eso es lo más importante que les puedo yo comentar sobre lo que está ocurriendo y decirles, por favor, y recalco, ese programa de monitoreo que tenemos nosotros en las áreas silvestres protegidas es bastante integral. Ojalá en alguna oportunidad pudiéramos tener una conversación más técnica, ¿verdad? Y poder contarles, porque creemos que puede ser un ejemplo bastante interesante a nivel mundial, para que ustedes vean que sí se puede, ¿verdad? Sí se puede.
Thank you so much, Eugenia. As a former field biologist myself, as are probably many of you, I do appreciate the challenges of how difficult it is to implement a standardized monitoring protocol across multiple protected areas across an entire country and globally. So I want to applaud Costa Rica for your efforts and your successes there. It's really a model for the world. Thank you. I'd like to turn to Madhu Rao. So noting the challenges mentioned by Eugenia, I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about how the concept of ecological integrity is relevant to your work on the World Commission of Protected Areas and how you're incorporating it.
Thanks, Rachel. And maybe I'll start with the mandate of the World Commission on Protected Areas. And the mandate is to develop technical guidance and advocate for effective systems of protected and conserved areas in all ecological realms. So ecological integrity itself is important to the Commission for a number of reasons. And I'll start with the CBD, the goal A, as was described by Sue. Ecological integrity is quite well embedded in goal A, but it's also the mandate, it's also within the UNFCCC mandate. So it's really clearly linked. That is the one element that links UNFCCC with CBD. And I want to dive a little more into target 3 of the goal A. And I think we discussed this a little bit, which is target 3 is really not just about the quantitative element of 30%. It's a lot about the qualitative elements. And one of the most important qualitative elements is that we protect the right places for biodiversity. So it is really important we do that, because otherwise we are not going to bend the curve for biodiversity loss. So within this context, WCPA has developed some guidance to help parties. I mean, where do you start? So I want to give an example of one technical guidance that is just going to be released this week, which it speaks to marine areas. So, we have a technical guidance which talks about a comparison between key biodiversity areas, important shark and ray areas, important marine mammal areas. So it does a comparative analysis to show how these types of areas compare against each other and how they are relevant to protect, to achieve target 3. A second technical guidance that we have developed is called Biodiversity Inclusive Integrated Spatial Planning. And that, I hope, would be, again, a source of guidance for parties to be able to use spatial planning methods to identify which areas are to be protected. So I think there's a fair bit of work to do because we have less than 6 years left, and we have to therefore focus on science-based prioritizations to help us. But at the same time, we have to make available tools that are easily accessible to parties, that so that they can use these tools to strengthen their existing protected areas, but also expand in an intelligent way.
Thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate the hearkening to the quality of ecosystems and not just the quantity, and the importance of keeping our eye on that in the global biodiversity framework, and also the important role of the WCPA in terms of providing guidance and tools to parties who can be understandably quite overwhelmed by all of the goals and indicators in the global biodiversity framework. I'd like to turn now to Nicasio. Since ecosystems span country boundaries, we understand regional cooperation is very important. I wanted to ask you, how do the countries in the Caribbean biological corridor approach the identification of important areas for biodiversity?
Hola, y voy a hablar también en español. Primero, el Caribe insular, rápidamente cuando se menciona, se piensa en playas, mojito, música, son, bachata, pero rara vez o muy pocas veces se piensa en biodiversidad. Y solo para poner en contexto, voy a mencionar algunos ejemplos, aparte de que el mojito y el daiquiri saben bien, ¿no? Vamos a mencionar que Colombia tiene 6.000 y tantas especies de plantas endémicas que solamente viven en Colombia. El Caribe insular tiene solamente 7.800 plantas endémicas en un espacio mucho menor. Por poner otros ejemplos, los manglares del Caribe insular representan la posición 10 a nivel de los países del mundo. Y en sitios de agregación de peces, de arrecifes, que tienen una importancia extraordinaria, Cuba ocupa el tercer lugar por el número de sitios de agregación de especies para la reproducción. Dicho esto, eso era suficiente base para constituir un corredor biológico en el Caribe, que es una iniciativa gubernamental de acuerdo de cooperación no vinculante entre los ministerios de Medio Ambiente de Cuba, Haití, República Dominicana, Puerto Rico y Jamaica. Si piensan en esos países, hay múltiples diferencias y múltiples problemáticas que van desde fuerte vulnerabilidad de algunos de los países al cambio climático hasta transformaciones sociales y económicas de alta problemática. Sin embargo, la biodiversidad sigue ahí y la biodiversidad está presente. ¿Qué ha tratado el corredor biológico del Caribe? Bueno, establecer una primera aproximación de una visión regional por encima de las visiones nacionales. La visión nacional la desarrolla en cada uno de los países. Sin embargo, el corredor ha aproximado una visión regional de la integridad que tiene que tener la conservación no a nivel del país, sino a nivel de las Antillas Mayores y, por qué no, de toda la ecorregión de las Antillas. El gran reto hemos avanzado mucho en el terreno marino. Se hablaba de monitoreo, los monitoreos en el corredor han aportado información extremadamente interesante, no solo de la conectividad dentro del área del corredor, sino también más allá del corredor. Por solo mencionar otro ejemplo, la migración de osprey desde Norteamérica hacia Sudamérica en la migración otoñal tiene su pico, su punto de mayor concentración en un sitio en Cuba que se llama Caleta, en donde se logran contar hasta 40.000 ejemplares por cada temporada migratoria, con récord de 1.600 ejemplares en un día. Son récords mundiales que nos dan además la importancia de una visión más allá del propio corredor. O sea, los espacios que estamos monitoreando, los elementos que estamos monitoreando, dan también una visión de las poblaciones que están en otros lugares y de la conectividad que existe. El reto ha sido grande hacia el manejo de la integridad y la planificación regional a nivel terrestre. Sin embargo, enfrentamos ahora, con la meta del 30 por 30, un reto mucho mayor. ¿Por qué? Porque el Caribe insular es 6 veces más mar que tierra. Y si queremos llegar a la meta del 30 por 30, no nos basta con cuidar toda la tierra, declarar toda la tierra área protegida. De todas formas, tenemos que ir al mar. Las áreas protegidas que hoy tenemos, incluso una gran parte de la demarcación del corredor actual, está centrada en las costas y áreas cercanas a las costas. ¿Qué enfrentamos por delante? Bueno, ¿dónde ponemos las áreas protegidas? Si hay un fuerte desconocimiento, incluso áreas de grandes profundidades en las cuales no se conoce nada. 2 aproximaciones estamos desarrollando. República Dominicana, lo deben haber oído en varias ocasiones, declaró 2 áreas y llegó al 30 por 30, aprovechando un elemento que va a ser esencial en el marco del corredor, la cooperación. La cooperación con Colombia, la cooperación con organizaciones internacionales que permitieron crear una base de conocimiento mínima para saber dónde había que declararlas. Segundo, hemos empezado un trabajo con varias organizaciones y debo reconocer que Wildlife Conservation Society ha sido un partner muy importante en este trabajo, en áreas que por sus características como el Estrecho de Colón, entre Cuba, Jamaica y Haití, deben tener unos valores extraordinarios de biodiversidad. Hay profundidades que los desniveles entre las montañas y el fondo marino superan los 9.000 metros, con unas cadenas montañosas que nos dan indicadores de sitios de reproducción, de sitios de crecimiento. Sin embargo, tenemos por delante el reto de poder establecer una planificación regional adecuada que incluya en ese 30% no cumplir con la meta, sino cumplir con la meta en los mejores lugares. Y por último, y con eso termino, no nos basta con hacerla dentro del área de la zona económica que incluye a los países del corredor. Tenemos que ver hacia afuera, tenemos que ver cómo hacemos la conexión hacia el arrecife mesoamericano, hacia la cordillera Beata de la zona de Haití, hacia la zona de los Cayos de Norteamérica. ¿Cómo coordinamos todo eso de una forma que realmente estemos obteniendo una planificación regional adecuada y no cumplamos una meta, sino que pongamos nuestras áreas protegidas, nuestros esfuerzos de conservación en aquellos lugares que hay una mejor conectividad y una mejor integridad ecosistémica? Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nicasio. Yes, so thank you for reminding us that the Caribbean has more than beaches and mojitos, and also, yes, that biodiversity and ecological integrity spans boundaries, and we need to think beyond national borders, of course, to achieve 30 by 30 targets. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Emily Nicholson. Nicasio talked about how site and country-specific actions can conserve ecosystems. I was wondering if you could speak about how the concepts of high biodiversity areas or areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecological integrity relate to ecosystem monitoring efforts under the Global Biodiversity Framework.
Thanks, Rachel, and thanks for the opportunity to join this panel. I feel very fortunate. As has been mentioned by Sue, or by everyone, I think, in the panel earlier, it was these concepts of biodiversity importance and ecological integrity are really embedded across the GBF. The GBF, or the Convention on Biological Diversity, takes an ecosystem approach across the GBF, which means this is reflected in its goals and targets and indicators. And we see these mention of these concepts of high biodiversity importance and ecological integrity, or conversely degradation, across targets on spatial planning, restoration, protected areas, pollution, invasive species, climate change, sustainable management, target 9, which is about regulating services, I think, and also across the indicators for those. What's clear is that the headline indicators don't capture all those dimensions of integrity and areas of biodiversity importance. So, for example, headline indicators A1 and A3 tell us about risk to biodiversity. They talk to threatened species and threatened ecosystems and how risk is changing. But that's not the only aspect of biodiversity importance. We also need to know about endemism, important areas for connectivity or migration, as Nicasio mentioned, ecological processes, cultural values. Aspects of these can be picked up by some of the recommended disaggregations for the headline indicators. So that means like a deeper analysis or splitting up of the indicators by some key topics or key themes. For example, under the target 3 on protected areas, you can disaggregate to ask how well covered the KBAs in a country are, or how ecologically representative the protected area system is in capturing different ecosystem types, for example. The complementary and component indicators are also going to play a key role in filling some of those gaps, and also the national indicators. But also some of the underlying data of the headline indicators that relate to biodiversity importance and headline and integrity are going to be very important. And that leads to my next point. the headline indicators were not just selected simply to monitor progress, but also to support implementation and guide parties as they implement the GBF. And that means that by strengthening the methods used in these headline indicators, for example, for ecosystems, we have the ones that relate to ecosystem accounting or derive from ecosystem accounting, it's A2 and B1, and the red list of ecosystems, headline indicator A1. If we make those more robust, more comprehensive, more complete, we enhance the information base for both the monitoring but also the implementation of the framework, of the biodiversity framework. And those assessments also provide us with things like reference states, and along with the global ecosystem typology, which describes how these ecosystems are characterised, they can help us understand reference states for monitoring and for understanding loss of integrity as well. And because of this dual role of the headline indicators, it means the implementation of the targets and achieving the goals and the indicators are kind of entwined, they're not separate. So we need some of the information that underpins the headline indicators, such as in red list of ecosystems assessments, ecosystem maps, maps of degradation, maps of risk, change in area. We need this information, similar information is in ecosystem accounts, which a lot of countries are doing through their national statistical offices. We need this information to know which areas are threatened, degraded, degrading, recovering, and all of this sort of information is very important for guiding action, for restoration and protection. In turn, these actions then improve the state of biodiversity, hopefully, which will see, for example, an increase in area through restoration or increases in integrity, and thus a reduction in the risk of those ecosystems. They become less threatened, and that's picked up in the monitoring framework as through the indicator. So what it reinforces is the need to build really robust data sets at a national level that can support countries in their pathway to achieving the GBF. And my last point is that we know that the monitoring framework is imperfect, and this was made very clear in the review that the RTEG did as part of our mandate of operationalising the monitoring framework. But I think it's actually pretty good. Especially given that it was designed via a political process that had to reach consensus. It was not designed as an optimal monitoring strategy by scientists, as much as many scientists would have liked that. And it did so within this constraint of trying to balance the number of headline indicators between what's manageable and not too burdensome for countries, so it is quite a burden, and then what is also meaningful. So there's 26 headline indicators, which is quite a lot. And there's a lot of binary indicators, and countries are meant to report on all of those. But I think what it achieves quite well is it actually guides countries on the information that they need to implement and monitor the framework, and then to mainstream these actions within legislation, national statistical offices, and across sectors. And this is ultimately what we're going to need to achieve the ambitious goals of the GBF.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to try to very briefly summarize before I turn it over to my colleague, Joe Walston. So thinking back to what we heard from Madagascar and the Philippines and France, what I took away from this session is that people are part of nature. Efforts to conserve biodiversity and ecological integrity necessarily have to be done in concert with local communities and the people that are living in those places. There's inherent links between ecological integrity, biodiversity, climate resilience, and human livelihoods. Countries need to learn from each other and think across borders if we're going to achieve these targets. Monitoring is hard, and the IUCN can help. So thank you very much. With that, I'd like to turn it over to, first of all, I'd like to thank the panelists. Thank you so much. And I'd like to turn it over to Joe Walston, Executive Vice President for Global Conservation for the Wildlife Conservation Society.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you to the panel as well. Do you want to, we will stop because I am going to be very quick because I am the last thing between you and some drinks. So I'm going to ask you to stay there. So all I'm going to mention today, you've heard those people, the voices on the ground today, both from the ministerial level, leading these country delegations, to the NGOs, and at the heart of that, the communities and activists who are working to promote this. But let's not forget, again, at the heart of this, what we're talking about. There's not a person in this room that needs me to lecture people about what's happening with climate change, and why we have to move so quickly from being conservationists who work on the local threats, the proximate threats, overfishing, illegal logging, or those threats. We need to stay on that, but now we have these added pressures of climate change. We have areas, even in the best managed areas by communities, by organizations, we are seeing these areas struggling. Forests are burning, rivers are drying, cities are flooding, grasslands are desertifying. And this is a novel challenge for us. We are starting to see it harder and quicker than even we thought just 3 years ago. So the role of ecological integrity is the bridge between biodiversity conservation and climate change. Because we now know that beyond area, it is the quality, the resilience, this concept of resilience. And I wish I'm going to learn the word resilience in a number of languages so I get it right. Because resilience really is going to define which areas are going to last and succeed and allow for conservation to succeed, and which areas are going to get completely lost. So we must work on the resilience of our coral reefs, grasslands, forests, seagrasses, peatlands. And this concept of ecological integrity can help us define what it actually means. There is many in this room, as you heard, already working on it, either working out what it means academically in terms of policy, but also application in the field. But we need to push our policymakers, we need to push our governments, we need to push our donors into investing in resilience and investing in ecological integrity as that measure of resilience collectively. Because this is going to be the defining feature of the next few decades. This will define whether the forests and reefs that you work on are going to be here or not. So for the first time, I feel that with ecological integrity in the Montreal Kunming Protocol, in what is coming out from many of you today here in Cali, this bridge between health as well. Let's not forget the third pillar of these issues, which is the health. One health, the health of systems, the health of animals, the health of biodiversity, the health of systems and communities is so intrinsically linked to this concept. So as we walk away today and as we walk over to the bar, quite quickly, I'd like to thank people. And as you think about what you are doing, continue to think about it in the context of building the overall resilience of the places that you work. And let's try and take this concept into the last couple of days of negotiations, and then on, as we are, into Baku. We need nature into UNFCCC. We are in the emerging health debates and discussions that are coming out of here. And finally, to recognize again, coming all the way back to those working in the field, on the ground, the communities on the ground, to help them secure the places that they are delivering for us, both locally and globally, for biodiversity, health, and the planet. So thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to you, Rachel, for organizing. And I'll meet you at the bar. Come, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That was good.
The Wildlife Conservation Society works in more than 60 countries, and we know firsthand that biodiversity is complex and that not all ecosystems are the same. Our forests, coral reefs, and other ecosystems exist on a spectrum of condition called ecological integrity. An ecosystem's integrity comes down to three things. First, its composition, like how well it has retained species diversity and richness. Second, its structure, like how physically connected or fragmented parts of the ecosystem are. Third, its functionality, including the quality of ecosystem services for human beings. Integrity refers to an ecosystem's overall condition in relation to a natural or reference state. We can measure integrity directly by measuring an ecosystem composition, structure, and function, or estimate it indirectly by measuring human activities known to degrade or destroy ecosystems. Highly intact ecosystems support more diversity, absorb more carbon, help prevent pathogen spillover, and underpin food systems and livelihoods for communities. Science tells us that if we continue to lose the integrity of our natural ecosystems, we will lose the fight to save biodiversity, the fight against climate change, and the fight to prevent future global pandemics. World leaders negotiate a global roadmap for biodiversity, climate, and health crisis, and we need your help to ensure ecosystem integrity is front and center. Visit wcs.org to learn more about how you can help us protect our highly intact ecosystems.
Good evening, everybody. Such a great crowd. Thanks for everybody for coming. You will be rewarded. Firstly, by a very, very short speech, and secondly, by some wonderful commitments and information that really helps showcase how humbly and with respect and with all your support, IUCN is trying to make a difference to deliver impact for the Global Biodiversity Framework, and in particular, Target 3. Our portfolio of work is possible because we're a unique organization. IUCN is a union, which means that all of you can be part of IUCN, and all of you are potentially IUCN. And in the room, I see many members, commission experts. So IUCN has more than 1,400 members, and we have thousands of volunteer expert commission members. Some of them are here today from the World Commission on Protected Areas, Commission on Environmental Law, Commission on Education and Communications. So there's 7 expert commissions in IUCN. And that membership extends to nearly 20,000 experts worldwide. And when I say worldwide, that's not Switzerland, that's not Europe, that's everywhere, every country. There's expert members here from Korea, expert members from France, expert members from Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Brazil. What other countries are here? There's many countries here. Nepal, Sweden, Vietnam, yes. And others. So it's really nice to have you all here. So just quickly, just like to just call out some of the major collaborations that we have. Our partners help us implement projects with our members in countries around the world. Many of those countries are state members as well. And with our commission experts to guide us, we're able, as the IUCN, in our case, Protected and Conserved Areas team, but the IUCN Secretariat, really help connect the practice with the knowledge, the science, the guidance, the technical specifications, so making that connection, but then also with the enabling conditions, the policy, the communications. What's the other important one? Finance, that's right, finance. So our job is really to be the connector between those points, so to bring the enabling conditions that connect the guidance, the knowledge with the practitioners, connect the learning from the practice back to the back up into the science. So our guidance is informed and formed by the work that everybody does, our expert networks and our members. So we have a few major projects. One is with the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, which supports our IUCN Green List work, and also some field projects supporting our members in countries such as Albania, but other places worldwide. So the IUCN Green List, there's been several presentations here. The Green List is a key program of IUCN with the World Commission on Protected Areas and the Secretariat. And the Green List really focuses on effectiveness in terms of delivering on Target 3, not just the quantity of areas, but the quality and the effectiveness of them. Another key element of our work with the Gordon Betty Moore Foundation is to support equity and to support the inclusive conservation in and around protected and conserved areas. But I think I'd like to move just quickly through our meeting back in Malaga, so just keep going through the slides as you have the clicker. We have other major projects with different partners, the German government, the French government, the Italian government, the US government. We have lots of collaborations, but the International Climate Initiative with Germany is something where we have the chance to develop a program with our members in Central Asia. Some of them are here as well. And so we have the connection between zoonotic disease risk reduction and effective protected and conserved areas in the IUCN Green List standard is something that we're exploring in Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan. So in the 5 countries in Central Asia. Just here at the COP, we were able to celebrate just recently in collaboration with the European Commission. We have a long-standing relationship and very fruitful relationship worldwide. One of the programs was called BioPalma, Biodiversity and Protected Areas Management. It's over the last decade had mobilized more than 80 million in action grants and funding to support our members' work on the ground in over 79 countries in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. And we have a follow-on phase, follow-on collaboration with the European Commission, which looks much more at the indigenous peoples and local communities aspect of effective conservation. And that includes global guidance, global work, but also field projects in Papua New Guinea, in Cameroon, in Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo, and then more in this continent in Suriname as well, so in the Amazon region. Other effective area-based conservation measures, or in Korean, nature coexistence areas, is a key focus of our work, exploring the more broader opportunities, the kind of the multiple pathways that there are towards contributing to 30%. And in Korea, through the partnership with the Ministry of Environment, the Korean National Park Service, and our framework partnership with Korea, we've been able to explore how some of the more diverse forms of governance can actually be applied in practice on the ground. And we supported our partners in Korea to develop a national kind of system for other effective area-based conservation measures. And that in turn is informing the dialogue here at the CBD, and it's informing how IUCN guidance can actually be offered to parties on how to engage with not just protected areas, but other pathways to delivering effective area-based conservation management. So this partnership is really important to us, and it's one that we're continuing to engage in. But now I think one of the key projects that we'd like to announce right now is not an IUCN project. Like many projects, it's a partnership, it's a collaboration. But this one is Solutions for Marine and Coastal Resilience in the Coral Triangle region. The acronym is SOMACOR. You can see on the bottom the range of partners and donors. So again, the German government through their International Climate Initiative, the German Ministry of Environment, that is. And we're really lucky here this evening to have Dr. Frank Griffin and Pak Chris Roftseselu to maybe share a few words on what this partnership is, what the project is, and a little bit more about the Coral Triangle and the special region that it is, the values that it has. So IUCN's role is really to support the initiative, to support the regional plan of action, and to support, focus IUCN, exactly as I said before, connect the science, the guidance, and the knowledge with the practice on the ground, and then to help bring some of the enabling conditions, including visibility, including recognition, including some different ways to bring finance to the new Coral Triangle Initiative fund. So maybe I could ask Dr. Frank Griffin to come and say a few words and officially invite IUCN to join this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, James. If I can just go back to the work that we do at the Coral Triangle, our work is governed or managed through our regional plan of action. And our regional plan of action is implemented through 11 different working groups. So on the technical side, which Pakris heads, we have ecological approaches to fisheries management. We have climate change adaptation. We have threatened species. We have seascape, and we have climate change, I've already said. MPAs, how can I forget MPAs? Yes, MPAs. And then that's on the technical side of things. On the governance side, we got internal committees that look at resources in the organization. And then on the cross-cutting matters, we got issues such as GESI and business and science, university partnerships, all that sort of thing. But the SOMACO project is predominantly focused on seascape work. But it's interesting because even though it's focused on seascape, the partnership that we have entered into with IUCN, we signed a MOU in the margins of the IUCN Asian Regional Conservation Forum held in Bangkok about 2 months ago now, two and a half months ago now. Yeah, we signed a MOU which brings the two organizations together. And while the MOU sort of focuses and facilitates the partnership to implement this project, it's actually much wider than that. So under that arrangement, IUCN will be placing a warm body in the regional secretariat, and the warm body will assist the regional secretariat on MPA matters, and the support that IUCN is giving us is not only for coordination purposes, but also to provide technical advice on MPAs to our 6 member countries. And if you just go to, yeah, that one. So in the SOMACO project that James mentioned, there are 3 major seascape areas in the Coral Triangle region, and they are the yellow one that you see over here. That's the Sulu, we call it the Sulu-Sulawesi region, and that's a seascape that is covered by Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. And then you got the orange one at the bottom, that's the Lesser Sunda seascape, and that's a partnership between Indonesia and Timor-Leste. And then the pink one, as you see on the bottom right, that's the Bismarck Solomon Sea seascape, and that involves Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Indonesia. Now, the partnership that we have with IUCN will provide assistance to covering not just one, but the 3 seascapes. We had a chat with the Timor-Leste delegation earlier this week, and they're quite excited about it. Unfortunately, they're not here this evening because they're still at the plenary. They're still listening to statements. They should be here. Yeah. This is a better statement than the one over there. Yeah. But anyway, but they've already, let me go back. Like what James said, the funding is coming from IKI, from the German government IKI, and it's to the tune of 20 million euros, and it's splitted up amongst a consortium of partners. So we have IUCN, we got the project in Timor-Leste, CI is involved in there as well. WWF is involved in other aspects of it. WCS is involved in other aspects. So it's got a whole range of partners of who will provide technical expertise in the implementation of the SOMACO project. It's quite a complex project, but we're more interested in the outcomes. So we're actually looking at who can deliver what on the ground in as far as our interest is concerned. It's a bit selfish, but yeah, I have to answer to my board, and if I'm not delivering on the outcomes, then I'm not a good manager. But for us, you know, I feel so comfortable talking to people like IUCN, GIZ. I'm still on the hunt for what WCS can bring to the table, what CI can bring to the table, but we've already signed the contract with IUCN. So IUCN is sort of like 2 or 3 steps ahead of everybody. So we have to put some we have to put some runs on the board, as the Australians would say, but it's to actually kickstart some outputs, so that we can be able to build on that. And as James said, with the other projects around the world, it's not just a matter of getting into partnerships, it's about making sure that you are delivering on what you are getting into that partnership for. And then out of that, you can then attract additional partners, additional funding, additional projects, so that the objectives of the Kunming Montreal GBF are actually realized by 2030. Hopefully we can get to 2030 and have another meeting like this and talk about the results, not the starting point, but the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Griffin, Pak Chris. I think that the focus on results is where we're going to go. But I just want to highlight the role of leadership in inspiring action, bringing partners to the table, getting things done. So I hope that your managers, your bosses are already very, very happy with the progress that you're making and really happy to contribute. I invite all the partners in the room to engage with the Coral Triangle Initiative Secretariat. They have, a really strong, mature program ready to go. They have all of the background, all of the studies, all of the mechanisms, all of the commitments, the political will, the countries. It's ready to go. This is, sometimes it takes a few years to mature. I think in conservation, everything's too urgent. Must be happen now. Must do it. But this is a very, very mature initiative that is now ready to receive the support from all the different parties and partners. So maybe, I just wanted to highlight some of the other partners that we do have, from the private sector. So we have a partnership with ESRI, who are represented here, the GIS, global GIS experts. We have partnership with Patagonia, not in Chile, but the company. And we have partnerships, one called Tech for Nature as well, which is with a global ITC company and different networks, including Huawei. So, it's not just the big international NGOs and the experts and the government. We also have a lot of partnerships with the private sector, which are developing, which will be key to delivering the 30 by 30. One of our flagships in terms of delivering that conservation impact has been our partnership with Patagonia and with the government of Albania for the Vjosa Wild River National Park, which was established just 18 months ago. And we're working very closely on the development of the management plan, development of the management systems, the governance, and linking it to our IUCN Green List. So I think here we have a few slides just to reflect on the IUCN Green List. Is something we are bringing to the Coral Triangle region, and we had earlier today commitments from the United Kingdom, we have commitments from Brazil, we have commitments from Democratic Republic of Congo, just here in this Congress. So it's a program we're trying to roll out, and we were fortunate enough to give certificates to 28 effective, successful, protected and conserved areas around the world that are verified, certified by IUCN as delivering those important conservation outcomes for people and nature. So this one here, this is from Brazil, the first green list site in Brazil, the first in the country. And here you have Lorena and Paulo. Lorena she was the leadership who wanted to have the green list and worked so hard with limited resources to prove the area is effective. And Paulo, next to her, is a leader in the local community, the fisher community. He's one of the people who uses and depends and is so proud to have his efforts and his community recognized on the international stage. And so we had many other examples there from Saudi Arabia, from Spain, from France. I think France now has the most in terms of the World Cup. France has won the most, but China is close second. China had a few more as well. Vietnam, we're very, very proud. Vietnam's second green-listed protected and conserved area. Following Van Long Nature Reserve, we now have Cat Tien National Park. So it's one of the flagship areas. It's also an ASEAN Heritage Park. It's a really special achievement for Vietnam, over the past few decades to invest in their conservation efforts, their conservation system, and now they have their sites internationally recognized. So it was a really powerful session. This is the Chinese sites of 4, including some very, very famous cultural sites. Fanshan Mountain, for example, if you've heard of Fanshan. If you haven't, look it up. It's very special. And then we're also, very proud to have, this was Spain, but you can see there the chair of the World Commission on Protected Areas, Dr. Madhu Rao. We had Darlene Upton, she's the chair of the Independent Greenest Panel. And Christoph Schenk, who some of you know as well, receiving it for the support they give. So anyway, some good pictures, good celebration, and a very, very good event on Sunday. And the culmination, apart from Brazil, which really stole the show, was the Colombia. We had 3 protected areas in Colombia, and that gave it a real local flavor with the music and the dancing and the emotion. It was really quite special. So just a little recap. And so in the spirit of this, I'd like to end this presentation and to invite you all to, give a round of applause to yourselves, to the Greenlist sites, to the success stories we have in conservation. And we're just, as IUCN, committed to work with all of you in ways which bring together all the science, the knowledge, the practice, local knowledge. I work with indigenous peoples, local communities. I work with governments, subnational governments, interregional organizations, you name it. We work with everybody. But just join us in a quick celebration, and please let us know how we can do more as IUCN to deliver better and more effective conservation, including in Central Asia. I see my colleagues at the back, welcome again. And from Jordan, ICCA representative from Jordan. It's really like a diverse room. So thank you very much, everyone. Keter Ahmad. And yeah, let's, muchas gracias. Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Sorry. So just we're gonna do the group photo, but the celebration is outside. So I'd like to invite.